Chapter 28:15. Sending the Buddha to the West, that's true, but after so many years of internal strife in the sacred Pill Sun world, Crimson Rock Castle's prestige toward the experts of various factions has long since fallen. Although Crimson Rock Castle has regained control of everything, it's easier said than done to unite all the experts of those factions within a short period of time. Yun Shan frowned. It's not easy, but it's the only way. No matter what, we have to do our best to fight for it. Even if we have to pay a big price for it, we won't hesitate, Insuer said in a low voice. Then she looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Swordman, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you and the Sword Alliance in this crisis. I hope you can help us. Insuer was very sincere. She really needed Jian Wushuang and the Sword Alliance, especially Jian Wushuang. Without him, no one in the Pill Sun sacred world could compete with the Marquis of 3 Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and did not refuse. Soon, Jian Wushuang left the Crimson Rock Castle. But after leaving Crimson Rock Castle, his heart was heavy. Heavenly Void Palace, Heavenly Void Army. Even Jian Wushuang felt a great pressure when he learned of the strength of the Heavenly Void Army and knew that they were gathering to attack the Pill Sun sacred world. Yun Shan is right. Although Crimson Rock Castle has regained control of everything in the Pill Sun sacred world, its prestige has long been lost. It will not be easy to regain it in a short time. Even if the entire Pill Sun sacred world is in danger, Crimson Rock Castle will not be able to gather many experts to participate in the battle, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. To the many factions of the Pill Sun sacred world, including many solitary experts, it did not matter much whether the Pill Sun sacred world was annexed or not. Even if the Pill Sun sacred world was annexed by the Heavenly Void world, it would only change its name. It would not affect the interests of the experts of these factions, especially the 4 top factions. They were currently being forced by the Crimson Rock Castle to a miserable state. Many experts of their own were working under the Crimson Rock Castle, suffering unspeakably. At this moment, they hoped that the Heavenly Void Palace would attack them so that they could regroup. It seems that Crimson Rock Castle has encountered a real crisis. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, but he began to hesitate. He was hesitating whether he should help Crimson Rock Castle to solve this crisis. To be honest, he did not have any feelings for the Crimson Rock Castle, nor did he have much sense of belonging to the Pill Sun sacred world. The reason why he had helped Crimson Rock Castle and Insuer was pure because of the agreement he had made with Crimson Rock Saint. However, he had already done a lot to help Insuer obtain victory in the battle and allow her to perfectly control the Pill Sun sacred world. Its value had already surpassed that of a heaven-sealing scroll. Therefore, even if he did not care about Crimson Rock Castle now, he could just leave. He could feel at ease. However, Jian Wushuang was not the kind of person who would give up a burden so easily. A good man does what he has to do. Back then, Saint Crimson Rock gave me a scroll of the heaven-sealing map to help Insuer solve the crisis and stabilize Crimson Rock Castle and the Pill Sun sacred world. Now, I have only done half of it. Although what I have done far exceeds the value of a scroll of the heaven-sealing map, since I have agreed to it, I have to complete it even if I have to suffer a little loss. What's more, the Crimson Rock Saint gave me a heaven-cleaving token, asking me to help Insuer break through to the immortal Saint realm. If I don't care about this and let her die, then he'll get the heaven-cleaving token for nothing. It doesn't conform to my principles. Jian Wushuang pondered, but he had already made a decision in his heart. The Heavenly Void Army was coming. He would try his best to help Insuer in this crisis. The Heavenly Void Army is too powerful, and Marquis of 3 is in charge. With the help of Crimson Rock Castle and the Sword Alliance, even if we gather a group of experts in the Pill Sun sacred world, we won't be able to fight the Heavenly Void Army head-on. If I want to help Insuer solve this crisis, there's only one way. Phew. I have to go there again. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and immediately set off. A dense ancient forest filled with a large amount of gray fog and a gloomy and mysterious aura. This was the infamous boneyard on the Pill Sun continent. There were countless dangers here, and very few people dared to venture here. However, Jian Wushuang knew that there was a big secret hidden in the bone burial ground. The secret realm of heaven and earth created by a rule master was hidden in the bone burial ground. The bone burial ground was extremely dangerous, but with Jian Wushuang's current strength, as long as he did not enter the deepest and most dangerous place, it was not too risky. Jian Wushuang continued his journey. Before long, he arrived at an inconspicuous small valley. Here I am again. Jian Wushuang looked at the valley in front of him, but a faint smile appeared on his face. He knew that this valley was the entrance to the secret realm. Jian Wushuang flipped his palm, and a black sword appeared in his hand. The black sword was originally divided into 6 parts. Previously, Jian Wushuang and his group of 6 went to the secret realm together, and each of them had a broken sword. The 6 broken swords were the complete keepsake to open the secret realm. However, Jian Wushuang was the only one who survived the adventure in the secret realm. Other than the winged god who died in the cemetery, all the treasures of the remaining 5 people fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. Naturally, the broken sword in their hands was also included. The broken sword in the winged god's hand was also given to him by Spirit Valley Elder when Jian Wushuang left the secret realm. Therefore, Jian Wushuang now had a complete keepsake, so he could easily open the secret realm. At this moment, as Jian Wushuang took out the complete keepsake, a unique aura spread from the black sword's body. Buzz buzz. The valley in front of him trembled slightly under this unique aura. Then, a space passage slowly appeared in the void in the center. This space passage was extremely dark and mysterious. It was impossible to know what was at the other end of the passage with the naked eye. However, Jian Wushuang had been here once before, so he was very familiar with it. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang leaped and directly entered the space passage. Light flashed, and when he appeared again, Jian Wushuang had already arrived in a huge dark void. This dark void was boundless, and there was not a trace of light. Jian Wushuang sped up and directly rushed toward the end of the dark void in front of him, which was the depths of this secret realm. Chapter 28:16. The test. There were many dangerous places in the secret realm, but these places were determined by the strength of the cultivator. Jian Wushuang was only a divine master, so the danger he encountered was naturally only for divine masters. He kept moving forward. With his current strength, he easily passed through the first and second dangerous places. Even in the third danger zone, which was in the cemetery, Jian Wushuang encountered many corpse puppets along the way. Some golden-armored corpse puppets even appeared, but they were all easily taken care of by Jian Wushuang. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived at the core of the secret realm, where the invincible immortal saints and the bodies of the 2 rule masters were located. When he arrived, a strange light suddenly condensed in front of Jian Wushuang. The light was gray and gradually condensed into a human figure. It was a simple-looking gray-robed elder. He was Elder Gu, the spirit of the secret realm. Greetings, Elder Gu. Jian Wushuang immediately bowed humbly when he saw him. Little guy, you're here again. With his hands behind his back, Elder Gu fixed his indifferent eyes on Jian Wushuang. Before you left, I told you to come back after you broke through to become an immortal saint. But now, you're obviously far from becoming an immortal saint. I did, but this time, my world has encountered a great crisis. I have no choice but to come here again. I want to ask for your help, Elder Gu, Jian Wushuang said. You want me to help you? Elder Gu could not help but smile. Little guy, are you mistaken? I'm just a spirit of the secret realm. I can't leave this secret realm, so how can I help you? Yes, Jian Wushuang said. I know you control everything in this secret realm. Like the cemetery I walked through before, those corpse puppets are also under your control. I came here this time to ask for some corpse puppets from you, so that I can fight for my world. Is that so? Elder Gu asked. I do have corpse puppets, but they were refined by my master when he was alive. They are all my master's things. I have been guarding this secret realm according to my master's instructions. Everything has to be done according to the rules. If you want to get the treasures in this secret realm, you have to pass the corresponding tests, even for these insignificant corpse puppets. I know, but what kind of test do I need to pass to get these corpse puppets? Jian Wushuang asked directly. If it's a test, Elder Gu began to ponder. After a moment, he spoke again. Master has left many tests in this secret realm, but most of them are aimed at the immortal saint and above. You are only a divine master after all. The chances of you passing even the simplest test left by master are very slim. Moreover, these tests are life and death tests. If you are careless, you will be doomed. Therefore, I advise you not to try. Is the probability of passing very low? Jian Wushuang frowned, but then he said seriously, time is tight, and I can't think of any other way to resolve this crisis. I have no choice but to try. Are you really going to try? Elder Gu narrowed his eyes. Su Han, it's not that I look down on you, but Master's methods are far beyond your imagination. The simplest test he left is aimed at the soul. If you are not careful, your soul will be completely destroyed. If you don't listen to my advice and try, the probability of you getting out of the test is much lower than 10%. Elder Gu obviously had some expectations for Jian Wushuang, so he did not want Jian Wushuang to choose this road that was close to death. His words were also obviously with an air of persuasion. However, he did not know that his persuasion made Jian Wushuang even more determined. A test on the soul? Jian Wushuang smiled in his heart. Elder Gu, I have decided to accept this test. Since you're so determined, I won't force you. Elder Gu waved his hand, and a space passage appeared in the void. This space passage leads to the place where you'll be tested. You can accept the test as long as you can endure the test for 6 hours. If you don't die after 6 hours, you'll pass. Take care of yourself. Elder Gu sighed. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly to Elder Gu and then stepped into the space passage without any hesitation. Seeing Jian Wushuang enter the space passage, Elder Gu shook his head secretly. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang should not be able to pass this test. However, since Jian Wushuang wanted to hold on, he could not stop him. I hope this little guy is lucky. Elder Gu could only think so. After entering the space passage, Jian Wushuang directly appeared in a dark void. The dark void was boundless, just like the dark void where Elder Gu had asked him to compete with the Saber Master and the others for the universe. As soon as Jian Wushuang entered the dark void, he did not have time to check his surroundings. Boom! A strong soul power surged up crazily. The soul power was extremely powerful. It suddenly appeared in the dark void and was almost solid. In an instant, a huge soul storm took shape in the dark void. The soul storm was still expanding at an alarming speed. What's this? Looking at the soul storm in front of him, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He was about to dodge, but he found that the same soul power had burst out in several places nearby, forming the same soul storm. The soul storm appeared in every corner around him, completely blocking his escape route, leaving him no room to escape. As the soul storm continued to expand, Jian Wushuang was instantly sucked into the soul storm. Rumble. As soon as he fell into the storm, a large amount of soul power immediately rushed toward him crazily. The soul power from all directions poured into his mind and crazily rushed toward the material soul in his sea of consciousness. It's a soul attack. And it's a continuous soul attack. Jian Wushuang's face was solemn. When he sensed the soul power rushing toward him, a purple bell immediately rose from the surface of his body. The purple emperor bell was not only a protective treasure, but it also had a certain defensive effect against soul attacks. Now, the power of the surrounding soul power was greatly weakened after passing through the purple emperor bell. Chapter 28:17. Death? After being weakened by the purple emperor bell, the remaining power entered Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness and was blocked by the exquisite pagoda. The defensibility of the exquisite pagoda against Jian Wushuang's soul was more than 10 times stronger than the purple emperor bell. The impact of the soul power on the exquisite pagoda was like a drop of water dropping into the sea, without causing too much of a ripple. Even if the soul power continued to attack, the exquisite pagoda could easily withstand it. Is this the extent of the soul test? Jian Wushuang muttered, but his expression suddenly changed. No, it's not that simple. The soul power is getting stronger. Yes, the crazy soul power is getting stronger. Jian Wushuang had already sensed it. As time passed, the spiritual power was getting stronger and stronger. Previously, the spiritual power was weakened by the purple emperor bell and then rushed to the exquisite pagoda, so it could not cause too much of a stir. However, In just 15 minutes, the spiritual power was also coming through the purple emperor bell. It was enough to cause the exquisite pagoda to tremble slightly. An hour later, the exquisite pagoda was trembling crazily, and it was even on the verge of collapsing. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's face turned ugly. The exquisite pagoda was his strongest soul defense method. Once the exquisite pagoda collapsed, the soul power could recklessly attack his physical soul, which was only at the level of an ordinary first-grade Great Divine Master. Although his soul was much stronger than his peers because he had lived 2 lives and was a perfect chaotic creature, he could not withstand the continuous soul attack. Bang! Finally, under the continuous soul attack, the exquisite pagoda in Jian Wushuang's spiritual sea completely collapsed. Once the exquisite pagoda collapsed, the continuous soul power directly attacked Jian Wushuang's physical soul. Humph! Jian Wushuang let out a muffled groan, but he began to rely on his physical soul to resist the soul power. However, it was obviously very difficult to resist. Outside the dark void, Elder Gu stood quietly with his hands behind his back, his eyes extremely turbid. Although he was not in the dark void, he clearly saw what happened in the dark void. Elder Gu shook his head when he saw that Jian Wushuang's soul defense had collapsed, and he could only rely on his own soul to resist the soul attack. After all, this is a test left by my master. Although it's the simplest and easiest, to pass it, one must have a soul that is infinitely close to that of the immortal saint and has a powerful soul defense technique. His soul must be extremely tough and can withstand the wear and tear. As for him, his soul defense ability is not weak, but his own soul level is too low. He is only a junior Great Divine Master, but he is still far from being a senior Great Divine Master. Even though his soul is extremely tough, it will be completely crushed under the continuous impact of the soul power. What a pity for such a genius! Elder Gu sighed secretly. He felt that it was not worth it for Jian Wushuang, and felt that it was a pity. The last time Jian Wushuang came to this secret realm with the Saber Master and the others, he saw that Jian Wushuang was extremely talented and had big secrets. He was also very curious about Jian Wushuang and looked forward to his growth. Therefore, before Jian Wushuang left, he specifically told Jian Wushuang to come to this secret realm again when he broke through to become an immortal saint. But now, with great talent and promise, he is determined to try the test his master left behind. As a result, he is dead for sure. It's only a matter of time, the old man said to himself. In the dark void, as time went by, Jian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the soul storm, found it harder and harder to resist the soul attack. His real soul, under the impact of the soul power, became weaker and weaker. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. However, Elder Gu had said that Jian Wushuang would last 6 hours in the test space. Now, only 1/3 of the time had passed, but Jian Wushuang was obviously unable to hold on any longer. Buzz. The physical soul in Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness became weaker and weaker. Finally, there was no room for struggle. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang's physical soul completely collapsed. Is he dead? 2 hours. Elder Gu shook his head secretly. He had already seen Jian Wushuang's soul completely destroyed. Under such circumstances, even those immortal saints with immortal bodies were doomed to die. Elder Gu naturally thought that Jian Wushuang was already dead. He was ready to withdraw from this test, but suddenly, in the boundless dark space, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a solemn expression. In his sea of consciousness, the substantial soul, which had been completely destroyed, condensed again at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was condensed again. An intact substantial soul appeared there again. At the same time, it started to resist the soul attack again. What? Even Elder Gu was shocked when he saw this scene. His eyes were wide open. He didn't die? His soul was clearly completely annihilated. How could he not die? Not only did he not die, but his soul was also completely restored? How is this possible? Elder Gu could not believe what he was seeing. He was the spirit of the secret realm, and his master was a high and mighty master of laws. His knowledge was also vast. He knew many strange things in the absolute beginning divine realm. Logically, nothing could make him lose his composure like this. However, this scene really shocked him. A cultivator's soul was completely annihilated. How could he not die? He even recovered in the blink of an eye? How is this possible? Impossible. Impossible. Although the absolute beginning divine realm is vast and has countless experts, when I followed my master to battle, I saw many world-shaking super experts. However, those experts used their souls as the core. If their souls weren't destroyed, they wouldn't die. If their souls were completely annihilated, unless someone used a heaven-defying method to reverse time and space, they would be resurrected. But this man, he didn't need any means, let alone the so-called reversal of time and space. He just casually recovered the soul that had been annihilated. Chapter 28:18. The Anomaly. Elder Gu was completely stunned. This was normal because he had indeed seen something impossible. This was completely against the common sense of the heavenly axiom and was unreasonable. But it had indeed happened. After Jian Wushuang's real soul recovered in the boundless dark void, he continued to resist the soul attack. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. I heard from Elder Gu that this test is aimed at the soul, so I knew that I could pass this test. Now, it seems that it's not very likely, but I can definitely pass it, Jian Wushuang muttered. The test aimed at the soul. To put it bluntly, he had to find a way to resist the soul attack that had always existed. The soul attack was indeed potent and was getting stronger. It was almost impossible for a divine master, even an invincible divine master, to pass the test. However, it was not difficult for Jian Wushuang. Yes, he could not resist the soul attack forever, but he did not need to resist it. Even if the soul attack destroyed his physical soul, he could rely on his divine power to recover it completely in the next moment. Then, he could continue to rely on his physical soul to block it. After repeating this process, to him, it was nothing more than the consumption of divine power. However, his divine power was vast and boundless. The divine power used to recover his physical soul was nothing compared to his vast divine power, let alone recovering once or twice. Even if he recovered dozens of times, it was nothing to him. He only needed to stay in this space for 6 hours, and he could easily survive it. Although the soul impact can't do anything to me, it does suppress my soul. So it's just right to temper my soul strength. Jian Wushuang smiled and began to use the soul impact. He continued to temper his soul strength. Time continued to pass. Jian Wushuang's real soul was destroyed for the second time, but he immediately recovered and resisted the soul impact. Recovered again? Elder Gu, outside the void, saw this scene, and his expression was exciting. Monster. This kid is definitely a monster. No, he can't be called a monster. No matter how powerful a monster is, it is still within the common sense of the heavenly axiom. However, this kid has completely defied the common sense of the heavenly axiom. Therefore, he can't be described as a monster. He should be called an outlier. Yes, it's an outlier of the heavenly axiom. It's filled with the heavenly axiom. Therefore, it shouldn't exist. Elder Gu roared, his voice hoarse. In the dark void, Jian Wushuang's real soul was destroyed twice, thrice, and then restored. After 6 hours, Jian Wushuang's soul had been destroyed 7 times. He also recovered 7 times. Finally, after 6 hours, the continuous soul impact in the surroundings completely dissipated. Is it over? Jian Wushuang stood in the dark void and felt the retreat of the surrounding space-time impact, but he felt a little regretful. He actually wanted to stay under the soul impact for a while longer. Anyway, the soul impact could not do anything to him. Instead, it gave him soul power, which had a great tempering effect. In these 6 hours, he clearly felt that his soul strength had increased a lot. Unfortunately, now that the test was over, the soul impact was gone. Buzz. The void slightly twisted, and a space passage appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Along the space passage, Jian Wushuang appeared in the cemetery again, in front of Elder Gu. Seeing Elder Gu again, Jian Wushuang found that Elder Gu's expression was quite interesting. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was not surprised. He knew that Elder Gu should have seen his performance in the dark void just now. Although, naturally, he also saw his physical soul being destroyed again and again, which was against the common sense of heaven. It would be strange if Elder Gu were not surprised. Su-han, am more and more curious about what kind of big secret you have. Elder Gu stared at Jian Wushuang with a bright light in his eyes. I do have a secret, but even if you know it, it won't be of any use to you or even your master. On the contrary, it might even bring disaster. Believe me, I'm not lying, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Elder Gu looked at Jian Wushuang deeply, but he did not deny it. He knew that if Jian Wushuang could do such a thing that went against the laws of nature, he must have a world-shaking secret. Even if his master were still alive, let alone the spirit of the secret realm, even a rule master would not be able to come into contact with such a secret. Such a big secret must have involved the highest level of the divine beginning world. Those who were qualified to participate must be super experts at the level of Saint Realm Masters. No wonder you dared to take this test before. It turns out that you have a lot of confidence in yourself, Elder Gu said. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not comment. If it were anyone else, they would have given up when they heard Elder Gu's kind advice and knew that the test was so difficult and that there was a high chance of them dying. However, Jian Wushuang was different. He was too confident in his ability. As a perfect chaotic creature with a perfect immortal body, it was not easy to kill him, not to mention that it was only a test left by a rule master. Even if the rule master who created this secret realm were still alive and standing in front of Jian Wushuang, he would not be able to kill Jian Wushuang. At most, he could suppress him while he was still alive. Because of this, Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all, because he knew that he would not die in this test. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Elder Gu waved his hand. You survived for 6 hours in that space. Although you used an unusual method, you did pass the test. Therefore, according to the agreement, I can give you some of the corpse puppets in this secret realm. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up immediately. Thank you, Elder Gu. Wait here for a while. Then, I'll go and prepare them for you, Elder Gu said, but his figure disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry. He just waited here quietly. Chapter 28:19. Corpse Puppet Army. Not long after, Elder Gu appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again. I've checked carefully. There are only a few corpse puppets left in the secret realm, except for those who must stay in the secret realm to stop the cultivators, Elder Gu said. Not many? How many? Jian Wushuang asked. I tried my best to select 100 corpse puppets for you. I don't know if I can help you, Elder Gu said. 100? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Look. Elder Gu waved his hand and streams of flowing light shot out. They appeared in the surrounding void and condensed into ice-cold figures. These figures were all dead. There were a total of 100 corpse puppets standing in the surrounding void. Jian Wushuang immediately looked around. These corpse puppets were no different from the ones Jian Wushuang had seen before. They were all copper-armored, silver-armored, and gold-armored corpse puppets. More than half of the copper-armored corpse puppets had the battle strength of an ordinary advanced divine master. There were more than 60 copper-armored corpse puppets in the surrounding 100 corpse puppets. There were 30 silver-armored corpse puppets with the battle strength of an advanced divine master. The remaining 10 were gold-armored corpse puppets, 10 gold-armored corpse puppets, 30 silver-armored corpse puppets, and 60 bronze-armored corpse puppets. Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. 100 corpse puppets meant 100 great divine masters' battle strength. The weakest among them was an advanced great divine master, and there were 10 gold-armored corpse puppets, which was the battle strength of a peak great divine master. All of them added together, this was a powerful corpse puppet army. Yes, it was a corpse puppet army. There are 200 great divine masters in the Heaven Void Temple's army of 2,000 people. However, their strength is uneven. I'm afraid that many of them are elementary great divine masters, and there are definitely a few advanced great divine masters. As for peak great divine masters, there must be even fewer. This time, only half of the Heavenly Void Palace army, or 100 great divine masters, gathered under the orders of the master of the Heavenly Void Palace. The corpse puppet army standing in front of me now also has 100 great divine masters. Their numbers are equal, but in terms of quality, the Corpse Puppet Army clearly has the absolute advantage. With the Corpse Puppet Army in hand and the strength of Crimson Rock Castle and our Sword Alliance, our camp will definitely have the absolute advantage if we fight against the Heavenly Void Army now. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, but he was pleasantly surprised. At this time, Elder Gu looked at him again and asked, Su Han, are you satisfied with the 100 corpse puppets? Yes, very satisfied. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, in fact, these corpse puppets are nothing. They are just small things that Master refined when he was alive. Master could refine saint-level corpse puppets when he was alive, but unfortunately, there are not many of them left in this secret realm. I can't give you saint-level corpse puppets, but I have one corpse puppet with me, so I can give it to you, Elder Gu said. There's another one? Jian Wushuang looked at Elder Gu in surprise. Elder Gu smiled mysteriously and waved his hand again. In an instant, a streak of blood-red light shot out. In front of Jian Wushuang, a corpse puppet in blood-red armor with skin that looked like it was made of blood appeared. This corpse puppet was also lifeless. Since it had not attacked, Jian Wushuang could not immediately determine its strength. Elder Gu, what is this? Jian Wushuang could only ask. It's above the golden armored corpse puppet. The blood-armored corpse puppet is also a corpse puppet at the Divine Master level. However, among Divine Masters, the blood-armored corpse puppet is invincible. Elder Gu said, Invincible among Divine Masters? Invincible Divine Master? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Yes. According to the realm of the primordial divine world, his battle strength is comparable to that of the extremely rare Invincible Divine Master, Elder Gu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. With the army of corpse puppets formed by 100 corpse puppets, he was confident that he could fight against the Heaven Void army. The only problem was the Invincible Divine Master of the Marquis of 3-een. He had been unable to find a way to fight against Marquis 3-een, but now Elder Gu had given him a higher-level blood-armored corpse puppet that was comparable to the Invincible Divine Master. How could he not be surprised? Thank you, Elder Gu. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and thanked Elder Gu immediately. You're welcome. You deserve all the tests that your master left for you. And they're just some corpse puppets. They're nothing to the numerous opportunities in this secret realm, Elder Gu said with a faint smile, but then he continued to look at Jian Wushuang. Su Han, I can give you another treasure in addition to these corpse puppets. That treasure should be of great use to you, but you have to agree to one condition. Jian Wushuang was stunned and looked at him subconsciously. What's the treasure that's of great use to me? I can show it to you first. Elder Gu smiled, but with a flip of his hand, a dark green jade bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the cork of the bottle and immediately a green elixir the size of an adult thumb appeared in Elder Gu's hand. This is an elixir? Jian Wushuang's expression changed as he stared at the green elixir. He did not know this elixir, but since it was made by Elder Gu, it was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Jian Wushuang did not know what effect it could have on him. Have you heard of the Saint Ascension Elixir? Elder Gu looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Saint Ascension Elixir? Jian Wushuang was stunned and subconsciously shook his head. He had never studied alchemy. All he knew was some widely known elixirs in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. As for this Saint Ascension Elixir, he had never heard of it. It's normal that you don't know. This Saint Ascension Elixir is located in the center of the absolute beginning divine realm. It's quite famous in the 3rd sky of your realm. However, outside the 3rd sky, in this remote territory of yours, this Saint Ascension Elixir should only belong to the legends. Naturally, not many people know about it. Elder Gu smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard about it. I can tell you about its effects now. Jian Wushuang listened carefully. As its name suggests, the Saint Ascension Elixir is an elixir that leads to the path of a saint. Its effects are actually similar to the royal gold core of a divine master. The royal gold core can help a divine master break through to become a great divine master, and it can help a great divine master break through his own realm. The Saint Ascension Elixir can help a peak great divine master who has been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time break through to the level of an immortal saint. Just as Elder Gu said this, Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. Help a peak great divine master breakthrough to the immortal saint level? That was the immortal saint level. Chapter 2820, Saint Ascension Elixir. What's the chance? Jian Wushuang immediately asked. 10%, Elder Gu said. Of course, for those ordinary divine masters who are unprepared, they still have a 10% chance of breaking through to the immortal saint level after taking the Saint Ascension Elixir. But for those powerful divine masters who are well prepared and have great potential, there's at least a 30% chance of breaking through to the immortal saint level after taking the Saint Ascension Elixir. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was even more shocked. Without any preparation, there was a 10% chance of a breakthrough. With sufficient preparation, there was a 30% chance of a breakthrough? A 30% chance. After all, the Aurus core of the royal realm could make a senior great divine master breakthrough to be a peak great divine master, which was also very small. Even so, it was enough to make many great divine masters fight for it and even kill each other. For example, Elder Tong and Ba Xiong, who had been killed by Jian Wushuang, had directly broken through to be a peak great divine master by taking a gold core of the royal realm. A gold core of the royal realm was worth at least 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than just normal cultivation. Jian Wushuang had no doubt that once the news of the gold core of the royal realm spread, the entire Pill Sun sacred world and even the entire Golden Crow 9 realms would be shocked. Countless great divine masters and top experts would fight for the elixir at all costs. Even an invincible divine master like the Marquis of 3 would not be able to resist the temptation of the elixir, let alone a peak great divine master. After all, it was too difficult for an ordinary peak great divine master to break through to become an immortal saint. Take the Pill Sun sacred world as an example. The vast sacred world had an incomparably vast territory, but after so many years, the Pill Sun sacred world had given birth to an undying sage, and that was the Crimson Rock Sage. However, there were quite a few experts at the great deity level in the Pill Sun sacred world. There were even some peak great deity level experts, but they were unable to truly break through to become an undying sage. However, it was difficult to break through to become an undying sage. And once an elixir with a 30% chance of breaking through was placed in front of these great divine masters, it would be strange if these great divine masters did not go crazy. Suhan, your talent is extremely high. Although you haven't reached the peak great divine master level yet, you'll reach it sooner or later. At that time, you'll probably encounter a bottleneck. Even if you can break through, it'll definitely take a long time. And this sacred elixir will help you when the time comes. With your talent and skills, as long as you've accumulated enough divine power, you'll have at least a 50% chance of becoming an immortal saint with the help of the elixir. Elder Gu smiled. I can give you the pill now, but you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Jian Wushuang asked. It's simple. I want you to agree to it. To be exact, I want you to swear that if you break through to the immortal saint level, you will come to the secret realm and try your best to accept the test left by the master and get the mantle left by the master. How about that? Elder Gu said. That's the condition? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had thought that Elder Gu would make such a harsh condition, but it turned out that he just wanted him to try his best to accept the test left by the master of the secret realm. In fact, even if Elder Gu did not say anything, Jian Wushuang would definitely come back to the secret realm after he broke through to become an immortal saint. After all, this secret realm was left by a powerful rule master and contained endless opportunities. Jian Wushuang also had a certain yearning for opportunities in this secret realm. I agree to this condition. I can swear it now. Jian Wushuang made an oath right in front of Elder Gu. Of course, this oath was not very binding for Jian Wushuang. Even if he broke it later, there would be no harm. However, given Jian Wushuang's character, since he made an oath, he would definitely do his best to fulfill it. Seeing Jian Wushuang make an oath, Elder Gu could not help but smile. Then he waved his hand and handed the Saint Ascension Elixir directly to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang carefully put the Saint Ascension Elixir into his interspatial ring, but he was delighted. Elder Gu was wrong. The Saint Ascension Elixir had some effect on Jian Wushuang, but it was not very useful. He had no choice. He was a perfect chaotic creature, and every breakthrough in his realm was different from ordinary people. For other great divine masters, the gold core of the royal realm was the best elixir for breaking through their own realm, but it was of little use to Jian Wushuang. That was why he had not swallowed any of the 5 royal gold cores he had obtained in the secret realm. Instead, he had used them to recruit experts. If the royal gold core was like that, then the Saint Ascension Elixir was the same. Jian Wushuang knew very well that even if he successfully reached the level of a peak great divine master and his divine power had reached the peak, he would not be able to break through with just a Saint Ascension Elixir. The Saint Ascension Elixir could at most help him or promote him. However, Jian Wushuang was still quite happy. After all, he did not need the Saint Ascension Elixir, but others could. Moreover, Jian Wushuang already had a suitable candidate in his heart. It was Yin Sewer. I promised Saint Crimson Rock that I would try my best to help Yin Sewer break through her realm and make her an immortal saint, but it's easier said than done. I can't really help her, but now I'm giving her the Saint Ascension Elixir, which is the best way to help her. As for whether she can make a breakthrough to become an immortal saint, it depends on her own luck, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Thank you, Elder Gu. Jian Wushuang thanked Elder Gu. Then he refined the corpse puppets one by one, put them into his interspatial ring, and left the secret realm with the corpse puppet army. The second time he entered the secret realm, Jian Wushuang had gained a lot. He had obtained the corpse puppet army, a Saint Ascension Elixir, and his soul power had also been tempered. With the corpse puppet army and the combined power of the Pill Sun Sacred World, I should be able to fight the Heavenly Void Army head-on and even gain the upper hand. Moreover, with the existence of the blood-armored corpse puppet, I'm not afraid of the Marquis of 3 However, my own strength is still inferior. Since the Heavenly Void Army hasn't arrived yet, I have to improve my strength as much as possible. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. There were only 2 ways for him to improve his strength. Chapter 28-21. The Hell Blood Divine Sword. A top-tier heavenly treasure. The first way was to improve his cultivation level. His current cultivation level was only at the peak divine venerate level. It was only because of the black stone in his body that the divine power aura he emitted increased by 2 levels, causing people to think that he was a high-level great divine master. In fact, he was still far from being a high-level great divine master. And once he took another step forward and broke through from a peak heavenly master to a low-level great divine master, it would definitely be a huge improvement for him. Just in terms of the strength of his divine power, it was a leap. At that time, when he used all his secret techniques, the strength of his divine power would be comparable to that of an invincible divine master like the Marquis of 3 It might even be slightly stronger. In addition, he had made his ultimate technique and comprehension of the rules. His understanding of the Tao had reached the limit of a divine master, so his battle strength must be at the level of an invincible divine master. Therefore, if he fought with the Marquis of 3 again, he would not be weaker than the Marquis of 3 let alone have a high chance of winning. Unfortunately, he would not be able to see it in a short time. After all, it required a lot of divine power to break through from a peak divine master to an elementary great divine master. Although Jian Wushuang had absorbed more than 200,000 Saint Elixirs, he had only accumulated less than 2/3 of his divine power. Therefore, he estimated that he needed to absorb at least 150,000 Saint Elixirs before he could break through. However, under such circumstances, he could not find so many Saint Elixirs. Naturally, he could not break through in a short time. As for the second path, reincarnation sword formation, Jian Wushuang could not help narrowing his eyes. Jian Wushuang had already experienced how powerful the reincarnation sword formation created by Sword Master Teng Xin was. Moreover, he had used the second reincarnation sword formation for a long time because the 9 Netherblood Divine Swords, which were the magic weapons that formed the reincarnation sword formation, were too low-level. They were only 9 standard magic weapons at the level of ordinary heavenly treasures, so they could not fully display the power of the reincarnation sword formation. Therefore, The reincarnation sword formation had not played a big role in the previous battles. In fact, Jin Wushuang knew that the power of the sword formation was awe-inspiring. Moreover, he had put all his efforts into space-time swordsmanship and did not delve into samsara swordsmanship. The samsara sword formation purely reflected his comprehension of the samsara rules. Only when the samsara sword formation was combined with the space-time swordsmanship that he created himself could he fully utilize his comprehension of the space-time and samsara rules. This was his peak battle strength. And now, he urgently needed a stronger sword type, standard magic weapon. Starpoint Pavilion. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with a bright light. Starpoint Pavilion was one of the super forces in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It was extremely transcendent. It was publicly recognized as the #1 chamber of commerce in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It had many branches in various realms, but it only dealt in business and never participated in the fights between the various realms. Previously, when Jin Wushuang dealt with the 230-pound Blood Wilderness Emperescence and the Battle Saber of the Holy Treasure level, he did not choose the Star Pavilion because the 2 treasures were too valuable. If he sold them to the Star Pavilion, he would not get the most benefits. However, if he wanted to buy some treasures, the Star Pavilion was the best choice. The Danyang continent was the core of the Danyang sacred world. Naturally, there were 3 branches of the Star Pavilion here. Jin Wushuang went directly to one of the branches. The deacon in the branch quickly recognized him, and then the branch manager came to pick him up personally. In a secret room, Master Swordsman, what can the Star Pavilion do for you? The purple-robed manager of the branch stood in front of Jin Wushuang with a humble smile and a hint of respect in his words and actions. This was normal. In the Pilsun sacred world, everyone who had some knowledge knew Swordsman, the chief of the Sword Alliance. He was widely recognized as the #1 expert in the Pilsun sacred world. The purple-robed supervisor was only an advanced divine master. Although he was from the Point Star Pavilion, the difference in strength still made him somewhat respectful of Jin Wushuang. I need a few standard divine weapons of sword type. The higher level ones should be at least superior divine treasures, Jin Wushuang said. Superior divine weapons of sword type? The purple-robed supervisor's expression changed. I've been using the Netherblood divine sword before, but it's only an ordinary divine treasure. So I wonder if there's a superior divine, treasure-level Netherblood divine sword in the Point Star Pavilion? Jin Wushuang asked. He had used the Netherblood divine sword when he used the reincarnation sword formation. He was the most familiar with the use of the Netherblood divine sword. If possible, he would like to use the Netherblood divine sword to perform the reincarnation sword formation at the level of a superior divine treasure. I do have a Netherblood divine sword at the level of a superior divine treasure in the Star Pavilion. However, the Netherblood divine sword is very famous among all the standard divine weapons of the sword category. Its power is also extreme, so its value is naturally higher, the purple-robed supervisor said. How much? Jin Wushuang asked. If it's a superior divine treasure-level magic weapon, our Starpoint Pavilion will only sell it at the price of holy elixirs. So, for example, a superior divine treasure-level Ming Shui divine family requires 500 holy elixirs. Can you accept this price, sir? The purple-robed supervisor said with a smile. 500 holy elixirs for one? Jin Wushuang frowned. As far as he knew, an ordinary superior divine, treasure-level offensive divine weapon only cost around 300 to 400 sacred elixirs. A standard divine weapon should have a lower value. However, the Underworld Blood Divine Sword was powerful, so it was exceptional among divine weapons of the same level. Therefore, it was worth 500 sacred elixirs. 500 sacred elixirs is acceptable, Jin Wushuang said. How many do you need, sir? The purple-robed supervisor looked at him with a smile. Jin Wushuang pondered. He had only needed 9 Netherblood divine swords to form the reincarnation sword formation. But that was because he had only used the first and second sword formations. However, he needed 18 sword-type magic weapons from the third sword formation to form the sword formation. I've already controlled the second reincarnation sword formation long ago. Furthermore, with my current understanding of the laws of reincarnation, I can completely unleash the power of the second reincarnation sword formation. Next, I will naturally try to control the third sword formation. At that time, I will need a total of 18 divine swords. Other than that, just 18 is still a little too little. Previously, when I fought with Palace Master Nanwu, 9 Netherblood divine swords were destroyed by him. This has reminded me. From now on, when I use the reincarnation sword formation to fight with others, if I clash head-on, the sword alliance will inevitably collapse due to the opponent's power. Furthermore, the divine swords that form the sword alliance might also be damaged. Therefore, I have to prepare a few more Netherblood divine swords. So it's better to be prepared. Chapter 28-22. The third level of the Samsara sword formation. Jian Wushuang thought to himself and quickly made up his mind. Give me 20 Netherblood divine swords in the superior heavenly treasure level. This is 10,000 sane elixirs. Please count them. Jian Wushuang took out an interspatial ring. Previously, when the 4 superior forces had submitted, Jian Wushuang had obtained a large number of sane elixirs in one go. Including the ones that had killed Palace Master Nanwu and the others, there were more than 200,000 sane elixirs. He had refined most of the sane elixirs, but he had kept some for himself. There were exactly 10,000 sane elixirs, and he had used them all. Taking the interspatial ring, the purple-robed supervisor glanced at it and nodded slightly. Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll send you the Underworld Blood Divine swords right away. The purple-robed supervisor went down to prepare. He appeared in front of Jian Wushuang 2 hours later and handed him the interspatial ring containing 20 Netherblood divine swords of the superior divine treasure level. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Jian Wushuang left the Point Star Pavilion directly. In the middle of a vast and boundless mountain range, there were all kinds of mountains standing in this mountain range. These mountains had yellow and dry hair. This was a desolate mountain range that was usually uninhabited. Jian Wushuang was standing in the void in the middle of the mountain range. He slowly raised his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 9 black swords with endless reincarnation power appeared out of thin air and floated in front of him. Each of the 9 underworld blood divine swords was extremely powerful, even slightly stronger than ordinary superior heavenly treasures. The power of reincarnation contained in the swords was naturally stronger. Go! Jian Wushuang said softly. The 9 underworld blood divine swords in front of him instantly turned into 9 streams of black light and shot out through the void. Their speed was the same, but when the 9 underworld blood divine swords pierced through the void, their power was much stronger than when Jian Wushuang had only used ordinary divine treasures. Boom, boom, boom. Each stream of light pierced through the void with a shocking sound. Under Jian Wushuang's control, the 9 Netherblood divine swords split into 9 different directions and attacked the 9 different mountains on the side. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 9 loud sounds rang out almost at the same time. The 9 mountains, which were originally lofty, were pierced through at the same time. As a result, a huge spiral-shaped hole was pierced through the center of the mountain, but the mountain did not collapse. As expected, I am the most familiar with the control of the Underworld Blood Divine Sword and the perfect control of power. The 9 Underworld Blood Divine Swords flew out at the same time, but not a trace of divine power leaked out. Jian Wushuang smiled. Not only is the control of power the most perfect, but the power of the Underworld Blood Divine Sword is also much stronger than before. I'm not using any secret techniques right now. I'm just relying on my own divine power and my comprehension of the laws of reincarnation to drive the 9 Netherblood Divine Swords with all my might. Any one of them would be as powerful as an attack from a high-level great deity. If I were to go all out and use all my secret techniques and trump cards to control the 9 Netherblood Divine Swords, I'm afraid that any one of them would have the power of a peak great deity. By then, the 9 Netherblood Divine Swords will be equivalent to 9 Divine Masters at the peak. In addition, I haven't really used the sword formation yet. Jian Wushuang smiled and moved his mind. 9 swords in one. All things sync. Buzz. The 9 Netherblood Divine Swords that were originally scattered were completely combined in the blink of an eye. In an instant, A huge black tree that was emitting a shocking power immediately formed. It was also a huge black tree, but the moment this huge black tree appeared, it was surrounded by many mysterious reincarnation vortexes. The power it carried was far from what it could compare to in the past. Bang! The huge black tree suddenly struck out, directly striking the largest mountain in front of it. The giant mountain was instantly pierced through by the impact of the giant black tree. Under the violent impact, the entire mountain immediately collapsed. This power is at least 10 times stronger than when I used 9 ordinary divine treasures, the underworld blood divine sword. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with a bright light. This was normal. Ordinary divine treasures were 2 levels weaker than superior divine treasures, so the difference in power was shocking. When I fought Palace Master Ninwu, I tried my best to use the second level of the Samsara sword formation, but he easily defeated me. Now, with the same level of divine power, I should be able to suppress him with this sword formation, Jian Wushuang muttered. Moreover, this was only the second level of the sword formation. With Jian Wushuang's current understanding of the Samsara rule, he could try to master the third level of the sword formation. Although the Heaven Void Palace Master has given the order, it will take some time for the Heaven Void Army to gather and rush from the Heaven Void world to the territory of the Pill Sun Sacred World. During this time, I can try my best to master the third level of the Samsara sword formation. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Immediately, he began to practice the third reincarnation sword formation in this desolate mountain range. The third reincarnation sword formation was called Reincarnation Drunk. Under normal circumstances, one could only fully control this move when one's comprehension of the reincarnation rule reached the limit of a divine master. However, Jin Wushuang was very close to this level now, so he could try to achieve this step in the process of mastering the exercise. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Jin Wushuang raised his hand again. Another 9 Netherblood Divine swords flew out. So, including the previous 9, there were a total of 18. The 18 Netherblood Divine swords were the basic conditions for forming the third reincarnation sword formation. Condense. As Jian Wushuang pointed from afar, the 18 Netherblood Divine swords instantly began to condense in the void in front of him. The 18 Underworld Blood Divine swords condensed at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a brand new black divine sword was about to be formed. But at the last moment, with a bang, the many divine swords scattered. Did I fail? Jin Wushuang looked at this scene, but he was not discouraged at all. He knew very well that it would take time for him to truly control the third sword formation. It was impossible for him to succeed in the first attempt. Continue. Jian Wushuang regrouped and soon began the second attempt. Bang! The sword formation collapsed for the second time. Bang! 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 The third, fourth, fifth time, Jian Wushuang kept trying. He failed again and again, summarizing his experience and the unique laws contained in the sword formation. But, most importantly, while he was practicing, he was also comprehending the reincarnation rules. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 1 year and 4 months had passed. Chapter 28-23 had arrived. It was still in the center of the desolate mountain range. Buzz. A total of 18 Underworld Blood Divine swords, each of which carried the vast power of the reincarnation rule, gathered together in the blink of an eye. A brand new black divine sword suddenly condensed. This black divine sword was 5 meters long, but its body was very thin, and the power of the reincarnation rule was even more terrifying. The black divine sword trembled slightly as if it was not very stable. Go! Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The 5-meter-long black magic sword suddenly burst out, leaving a perfect arc in the void. It was like a beautiful black sword light passing by. This sword light was also fascinating. The third level of the Samsara sword formation, Samsara intoxication. The essence contained in this move was the same as the 7th move of the space-time sword skill, intoxication. It was intoxicating. Boom. The beautiful black divine sword pierced through 3 mountains in front of it. Its terrifying power was earth-shaking. After a long while, it finally stopped. After it stopped, the black divine sword shook a little, as if it was about to collapse. But in the end, it held on. After practicing for 1 year and 4 months and studying it carefully for so long, I finally managed to control the third level of the Samsara sword formation, Jian Wushuang murmured with a smile on his face. He had been staying here for 1 year and 4 months. During this time, he had practiced the sword formation countless times, but he had always failed. He had failed countless times, but every time he failed, he became more familiar with the heavy sword formation. But these days, he could finally use the third level of the sword formation, and the sword formation would not collapse immediately after it was used. It could be said that he had barely managed to control the sword formation. The reincarnation sword formation was more and more powerful. The power of the third level of the sword formation did not disappoint him. It was much more powerful than the second level. Previously, when I fought with the Marquis of Sanin with all my strength, his speed was slightly suppressed, and his power was even weaker. However, I was unable to use the reincarnation sword formation at that time, and I was unable to fully display my understanding of the reincarnation rule. But now, it's different. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Now that he had mastered the third level of the Samsara sword formation, his power was extremely powerful, enough to confront the Marquis of 3 head-on. If he combined his swordsmanship with the space-time rule and the Samsara rule, he was confident that he could fight the Marquis of 3. I'm looking forward to fighting the Marquis of 3 again. Jian Wushuang smiled, but then he shook his head. There's no rush. I just barely mastered the third sword formation. There's still a lot of room for improvement. I can continue to master it. Jian Wushuang did not think much and immediately began to master the sword formation. Unfortunately, the Heaven Void Palace clearly did not intend to give him so much time. Mr. Swordman, come to Crimson Rock Castle quickly. Yin Suer had already sent a message. Jian Wushuang had told Yin Suer that he was cultivating in seclusion and would not pay attention to the outside world. Unless the Heavenly Void Army came, he should not be disturbed. Now that Yin Suer had sent a message to him, it meant that the Heavenly Void Army was coming. It's only been a year, but the Heavenly Void Army has already arrived? It's really fast. Jian Wushuang sighed. Although he was not completely familiar with the third reincarnation sword formation, he did not continue to practice it. Instead, he immediately went to Crimson Rock Castle. When he arrived at Crimson Rock Castle, Jian Wushuang met Yin Suer. Mr. Swordman, I have received news that the Heavenly Void Army has entered the ice field a few days ago. It won't be long before they set foot in the territory of our Pill Sun sacred world, Yin Suer said. Ice field. Jian Wushuang's heart stirred. After knowing that the sacred Sundin world was about to have a great war with the Heaven Void world, he carefully checked some information about the Heaven Void world. He knew that the sacred Sundin world and the Heaven Void world were connected to each other, and the place where they intersected was the ice field. The ice field was jointly occupied by the two worlds. The Heavenly Void Army only needed to cross the ice field to reach the territory of the sacred Sundin world. I thought that the Heavenly Void Army would secretly use the space passage to appear in a certain territory of the Pill Sun sacred world and launch a surprise attack. I didn't expect that they would pass through the ice field and launch a direct attack on the Pill Sun sacred world, Jian Wushuang said in surprise. Jian Wushuang knew very well that since the Heavenly Void Palace had been operating in the Pill Sun sacred world for a period of time and had a relationship with Blood Thunder King, it was impossible that there was no space passage leading directly to the Heavenly Void world in the Pill Sun sacred world. Mr. Swordman, you don't know? Yin Suer smiled. There is indeed a space passage connecting the two worlds. Not only has the Heaven Void world left a space passage in the Sacred Sun world, but the Sacred Sundin world has also left a space passage in the Heaven Void world. However, it's not easy to activate the space passage connecting the two worlds. It's not a big deal to teleport one or two people, but this is a war between the two worlds. The Heavenly Void Army has mobilized half of its forces and more than 1,000 experts. It's impossible to teleport through the space passage. That will consume too many resources. Even the master of the Heavenly Void Palace might not be able to afford it. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. The farther the space tunnel was, the more expensive it would be to teleport. It was not easy to use the space tunnel that connected the two worlds. We can't rely on the space tunnel. The heavenly void army can only pass through the ice field and rush toward our sacred Sundan world. With their speed, they will arrive in less than half a month. We should go to the edge of the ice field and get ready to block the heavenly void army in the ice field, Insur said. Okay, I'll inform the Sword Alliance right away. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and immediately sent a message to Elder Tong. Because the Sword Alliance had stopped expanding, Jian Wushuang called the top experts from before. In addition, the Divine Sword Army in the Sword Alliance had developed rapidly over the years. Although it was still only 500 people, they were all elites and powerful divine masters. After all, the Divine Void Army was not entirely made up of divine masters. Most of them were divine masters. The Divine Sword Army could also have a certain amount of combat strength in this war. It could be said that Jian Wushuang had sent out all his forces in this war. However, the Sword Alliance was not the only one to send out all their forces, so was Crimson Rock Castle. In addition, Crimson Rock Castle had been actively preparing during this period of time. It had invited experts from all sides and received the support of certain experts and forces in the Pill Sun sacred world. Now that they had received Insur's instructions, they naturally left together. In less than a few days, many experts from the Pill Sun sacred world had already gathered at the edge of the ice fields and were quietly waiting. Chapter 28-24. Great disparity in strength. The void was filled with a bone-chilling cold wind. In front of them was a vast expanse of snow-white, endless glaciers that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the ice field, the boundary between the Pill Sun sacred world and the Heaven Void world. In the void, countless figures stood there, the cold wind blowing, but no one felt cold or uncomfortable. These people were, of course, many experts from the Pill Sun sacred world, led by Insur and Jian Wushuang. At this moment, all of them were focused on the void in front of them. They're here, Insur suddenly said. The experts present all became serious. Under everyone's gaze, an orderly army slowly flew over from the void in front of them. This army was not large, only a few thousand people. However, every single soldier in the army exuded an extremely powerful aura. Most importantly, these auras were all connected to each other, forming a complete entity. They were all wearing silver battle armors. Under the illumination of the glacier below, they looked awe-inspiring. They were clearly a huge army, with more than 1,000 people. However, they gave off the feeling that they were just one person. They rushed over from afar at the same speed. When they got close, they stopped in unison. Then, the army of more than 1,000 soldiers raised their heads at the same time, and a murderous aura suddenly swept out. This murderous aura was so strong that even the great divine masters in the camp of the Pill Sun sacred world could not help changing their expressions when they felt it. What a powerful army! Jian Wushuang was also secretly amazed. This was a truly invincible army. It had not even started yet, but the feeling it gave people was completely different. The Divine Sword Army that he created might look like it was made up of elite divine masters, but there were some military formations. In fact, Jian Wushuang knew very well that the combat strength of the Divine Sword Army was not just 1 or 2 levels lower than that of the Heavenly Void Army. After all, the Divine Sword Army had not been established for a long time and had experienced a lot of killing. However, the Heavenly Void Army was different. It had been established a long time ago. It had followed the master of the Heavenly Void Palace to expand its territory. It had experienced countless killings, replaced generations of experts, and was still able to stay in the Heavenly Void Army. Not only were they powerful, but they were also the best of the best. The key was their cooperation and tacit understanding, which was far from what an ordinary army could compare with. Even if it was the Crimson Rock Army at its peak, they might still be able to barely compete with the Heavenly Void Army, but now, they were still far from it. Seeing the Heavenly Void Army appear in the sky, the experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World's camp all had solemn expressions. Insur's gaze sank. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Yunshan, Palace Master Sijun, and the others immediately looked over. The aura of the divine power isn't right. Insur immediately said, according to the information I received, that Heavenly Void Palace Master only ordered to gather half of the Heavenly Void Army, which is 1,000 people. 1,000-man army should only have 100 great divine masters. But now, I can sense more than 150 great divine masters' auras from the opposing camp, close to 160. Hearing this, Yun Shan and the others immediately released their soul power and started to sense it. The result was obviously the same as Insuer's. There are close to 160 great divine masters' auras. What's going on? Palace Master Sijin frowned. If I'm not wrong, not only did that Heavenly Void Palace Master send the Heavenly Void Army, he also sent a portion of great divine lords from the Heavenly Void Palace. In addition to Chen Kong and the others who had been staying in our Pill Sun Sacred World, he only managed to gather close to 160 great divine lords. Insuer said in a low voice. As soon as these words were said, all the experts from the Pill Sun Sacred World sucked in a breath of cold air. There were close to 160 great divine masters? Was this a joke? Moreover, they quickly sensed that among the 160 great divine masters, only 60% were beginner great divine masters. The rest of them were advanced great divine masters and peak great divine masters, especially the peak great divine paragons. When they counted them one by one, they discovered that there were a total of 15 peak great divine paragons from the Heavenly Void Temple, 15 peak great divine masters, 140 advanced and beginner great divine masters, and an invincible Heavenly Void army. Their lineup was actually this powerful? Looking at the turn of events in the Pill Sun Sacred World, even though Insuer had been trying her best to rope in experts from various factions to participate in the battle, it was too short of time after all. Furthermore, Crimson Rock Castle's WeChat was already insufficient. Up until now, only about 70 great divine masters had been persuaded, including those from Crimson Rock Castle and the Sword Alliance. There was only about 70 great divine masters present. That's right, there were about 70 great divine masters. In terms of quality, most of them were just beginner great divine masters. This was all that Insuer could gather. As for the number of divine masters, there were quite a number of them. The Crimson Rock Legion, the Divine Sword Legion, and the legions created by the four top factions had all been brought over. There were also 4,000 Divine Masters legions that were temporarily formed by many Divine Masters from various factions. However, although there were many deity masters, they did not cooperate with each other. They had the experience of fighting together. If they were to really fight, their combat strength would probably be far inferior to the Heavenly Void Army that only had 1,000 people. The difference in strength between the two sides' lineup was simply too great. Damn it! I originally thought that the Heavenly Void Army that only had 1,000 people would arrive. With the combat strength that our Pill Sun Sacred World has gathered now, we should have the strength to fight. I did not expect that the Heavenly Void Temple Master would actually send more than 50 great deity masters. Insuer clenched her teeth tightly. 50 great divine masters? That was too much power. The extra 50 great divine masters were beyond her expectations and beyond the scope of the sacred Sundan world. Insuer was not the only one. Many experts from the sacred Sundan world had already figured out the difference in strength between their camps. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Jin Wushuang was the only one who looked calm. There are nearly 160 great divine masters. The master of the Heaven Void Temple is quite generous. Jin Wushuang even chuckled. Mr. Swordman, how can you still laugh when there is such a huge difference between the two camps? Do you have a way to deal with it? Yun Shan, who was beside him, noticed the change in Jin Wushuang's expression and immediately said, "If you have a way to do it, you can just deal with it." Jin Wushuang smiled. Mr. Swordman, this battle is not a trivial matter. It concerns the life and death of our Pill Sun Sacred World. If you have any preparations, please take them out as soon as possible, Insuer said anxiously. Chapter 28-25. In front of the battle, many experts from the Pill Sun Sacred World were staring at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's prestige in the Pill Sun Sacred World was too high. Many people knew that the reason why Crimson Rock Castle was able to win the previous battles and regain control of the Pill Sun Sacred World was mainly because of Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang had created one miracle after another in the Pill Sun Sacred World. Now that both sides were at such a huge disadvantage, these people also hoped that Jian Wushuang could create another miracle. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. I have indeed prepared some methods for this battle. If they are used well and everyone works together, they should be able to contend with the experts of the Heavenly Void Temple in front of them. They might even have a good chance of winning. As for what these methods are, I won't say for now. I will use them when the time comes. Hearing this, the surrounding people nodded heavily. At the same time, they felt more confident. If Jian Wushuang did not prepare any tricks, they would not be able to fight against him with their current strength. However, since Jian Wushuang had prepared in advance and was facing all kinds of legends about Jian Wushuang, they had some confidence in their hearts. However, Yin Suer and Yun Shan looked at each other in dismay. They did not think that Jian Wushuang really had trump cards. Instead, they thought that Jian Wushuang was pretending to be calm so that the morale of their camp would not completely collapse. In the opposite camp, in the Heavenly Void Army, the sergeants of the Heavenly Void Army all looked cold and solemn. At the front, many great divine masters of the Heavenly Void Palace gathered together. The leader was a burly man in dark green armor. This burly man was the commander of the Heavenly Void Army. As the commander of the Heavenly Void Army, although he was only a peak great divine master, his position in the Heavenly Void Palace was not inferior to that of the Marquis of 3 who was an invincible divine master. Behind this commander of the Heavenly Void Army, there were a few silver-armored men standing there. These people were the generals of the Heavenly Void Army. At this moment, many experts of the Heavenly Void Temple were also looking at the scene in front of them with interest. It seems that the Pill Sun sacred world has really declined. They were given so much time to prepare. Yet this Crimson Rock Castle only managed to gather so few experts. There are less than 70 great divine masters? A general could not help but snicker. The people beside them also revealed looks of disdain. After all, this was a world. Logically speaking, it should be easy to casually bring out more than 100 great divine masters. However, the Crimson Rock Castle had so much time to prepare, yet they only managed to gather less than 70 great divine masters. This number was indeed a little too few. It was very normal for the people from the Heavenly Void Temple to look down on them. One had to know that in the Heavenly Void world, the Heavenly Void Temple Master's words carried weight. He did not need to prepare much. With just a word of instruction, he had mobilized far more great divine masters than the Pill Sun sacred world. The Pill Sun sacred world, when Sage Redstone was still alive, was worthy of our Heavenly Void world's attention. But now, it's too weak. This time, I thought that we would have a tough battle with the Pill Sun sacred world. But now, it seems like we don't have the chance. Just based on the experts gathered in the Pill Sun sacred world, our Heavenly Void Army only needs to charge forward, and these experts of the sacred Pill Sun world will be defeated. Many experts of the Heavenly Void Temple were chatting casually. Not many people took these experts of the Pill Sun sacred world seriously. Only the commander of the Heavenly Void Army had an incomparably cold expression. Although the battle strength of the Pill Sun sacred world's camp cannot compare to ours, their strength is still not weak. Not only do we have to defeat them, but we also have to strive for the least casualties. Marquis of 3 The commander of the Heavenly Void Army suddenly looked at the Marquis of 3 who was standing quietly at the side. The Marquis of 3's position in the Heavenly Void Palace was extremely high, second only to the Master of the Heavenly Void Palace. However, the commander of the Heavenly Void Army was also the right-hand man of the Master of the Heavenly Void Palace. The two of them could talk to each other as equals. What's the matter? The Marquis of 3 swept his gaze over. I heard that you fought with the strongest expert of the Pill Sun sacred world before, and you had the absolute advantage? The commander of the Heavenly Void Army asked. That's true. The Marquis of 3 nodded. That's good. I need you to come out now and fight with the strongest expert of the Pill Sun sacred world in front of the experts from both sides. The commander of the Heavenly Void Army said. Fight again? Are you trying to? The Marquis of 3 frowned. He had already guessed the intentions of the commander of the Heavenly Void Army. That's right. I want to weaken the morale of the Pill Sun Sacred World camp. The Heavenly Void Army commander said, I've heard of the strongest person in the Pill Sun Sacred World before. He seems to be called Swordsman, and he's only a senior Great Divine Venerate. However, his prestige in the Pill Sun Sacred World is extremely high. Previously, the Pill Sun Sacred World had endless internal strife. It was because of his help that Sewer was able to turn the tides. Right now, once the great war between our heavenly oasis world and the Pill Sun Sacred World breaks out, even if the experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World are no match for him, they will most likely fight to the end with all their might. This is because most of them will believe that this sword will once again turn the tide of the battle. Even if this sword one doesn't have the strength, as long as he opens his mouth and casually says something, such as saying that he still has some trump cards that he has yet to use, the experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World will most likely believe him. At that time, when they start fighting madly, it will be quite troublesome for us. That's why I asked you to attack now and kill Sword One directly in front of the experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World, or even severely injure him. No matter what, you just need to defeat him or suppress him. As long as the people of the Pill Sun Sacred World see their strongest expert showing signs of defeat, their morale will plummet. They won't be too crazy to resist, and it will save us a lot of trouble. I understand. The Marquis of 3E nodded slightly. He also knew the intention of this Heavenly Void Army commander. The Marquis of 3E did not hesitate too much and immediately moved forward. The Marquis of 3E crossed a distance and stopped in the middle of the two camps. His cold eyes looked at the many experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World. Sword One. His magnificent voice spread across the entire ice field. In the Pill Sun Sacred World, the experts immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's expression was strange. He immediately walked forward. Marquis of 3E, what do you want to do? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. Nothing. It's just that the last time I fought in your Sword Alliance's headquarters, I didn't have a good time. Now that I see it again, I can't help but want to fight with you again, the Marquis of 3E said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 28-26. Another battle with the Marquis of 3E. Another battle? Jian Wushuang looked at Marquis 3E with interest. He was not stupid. Now that the experts of the two worlds were fighting, the Marquis of 3E had come to fight with him before the battle had even begun. It was clear that he wanted to defeat Jian Wushuang and give a blow to the morale of the camp of the Pill Sun Sacred World, so as to give the Heavenly Void Army a greater advantage. If it were more than a year ago, Jian Wushuang would have never accepted the challenge. But now, to be honest, he really wanted to have a face-to-face fight with the Marquis of 3E. Now was the chance. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Jian Wushuang's voice shook the sky. He had already agreed directly. You are so bold. The corners of the Marquis of 3E's mouth curled up slightly. When Sewer and the others saw Jian Wushuang accept the challenge, their expressions changed. They all knew that Jian Wushuang was not as strong as the Marquis of 3E. The last time they fought, more than a year ago, although the Marquis of 3E could not defeat Jian Wushuang. If they fought again now, it would be a blow to the morale of the experts in the camp of the Pill Sun Sacred World. Mr. Sword One. Sewer could not help but look at Jian Wushuang. Don't worry. Since I dare to fight, I'm sure of it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Seeing this, Sewer did not say anything more. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang rushed forward and met the Marquis of 3E in the middle of the two camps. Sword One, I know you're a real genius, but no matter how great a genius you are, I'm afraid your strength won't improve much in just a year. The Marquis of 3E stared at Jian Wushuang. You'll know when you try. Jian Wushuang smiled. Rumble. Boundless golden divine power surged out from his body, and a 30,000-meter-tall golden emperor phantom soon appeared behind him. The 7-star power in his body also began to be activated. Jian Wushuang used the 7-star secret skill, Punishment Divine Realm Expert, and the 9 Luminaries Star Armor in an instant, and his battle strength reached its peak. At the same time, buzz, layers of domains were completely unleashed. The Golden Light Realm, Star Armor Realm, Punishment Prison, and Sword Principal World were perfectly combined, and they pressed toward the Marquis of Three crazily. This move again? Even the power is the same. It seems that you haven't improved at all in the past year. The Marquis of Three sneered, and a pair of scarlet claw gloves appeared in his hands. The Marquis of Three put on the claw gloves. There were 5 sharp claws on the scarlet claw gloves, which were as long as the sharp claws of a fierce beast and extremely sharp and cold. If you have any tricks, just use them, Jian Wushuang said calmly. As you wish. The Marquis of Three gave a strange smile, but his body suddenly moved. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous afterimages flashed in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. Even under the crazy pressure of the realm, the Marquis of Three speed was still far faster than an ordinary person's. Even compared to Jian Wushuang's ultimate speed, he was a little faster. His figure appeared in front of Jian Wushuang like a ghost, and then he mercilessly clawed out with his ice-cold claws. The void seemed to be torn apart. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand immediately went up to meet him. Clang! 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 The dense sounds of collision kept ringing out, and both of them had reached their maximum speed. Fast, really fast. At least, most of the experts from both sides who were watching the battle could not catch their shadows. Haha, it's the same scene as the last one and the same ending. The Marquis of Three laughed loudly in the fierce battle. The same scene? Really? Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile. The two sides continued to compete in speed, but suddenly, Jian Wushuang raised his left hand slightly. Swish, 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 swish. Streams of black light shot out like black lightning. The speed of these black streams of light was strange, and the key was their power. The Marquis of Three who was relying on his own speed to suppress Jian Wushuang, could not help but change his expression. He also subconsciously retreated. As he retreated, he waved his sharp claws and sent the black streams of light flying. After the black streams of light were sent flying, they quickly floated in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. It was only then that they could clearly see that the black streams of light were black divine swords that emitted a powerful aura and the power of reincarnation. The black divine swords lined up in a row and floated there. After careful counting, there were a total of 18 of them. This is... The Marquis of Three frowned as he looked at the 18 black divine swords. This is a sword formation. I'm afraid you didn't see it when I fought with you last time. Now, they'll show you the power of my sword formation, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. In an instant, under his control, 18 black divine swords burst out. They turned into 18 bolts of black lightning and burst out. Boom, 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 boom. Under Jian Wushuang's many secret skill trump cards, each black divine sword was accompanied by powerful power. Each black divine sword's power was close to the strength of a peak great divine master, but the key point was that there were a total of 18 black divine swords. The 18 black divine swords madly rushed toward the Marquis of Three from all directions. Even though the Marquis of Three was powerful, he had to defend with all his strength at this moment. Clang! Clang, clang. After a series of dense metal colliding sounds, the 18 black divine swords were sent flying again by the Marquis of Three. Humph, it's just a little more, but it's not that powerful. Do you think you can do anything to me with such a method? The Marquis of Three's voice was cold, and a layer of blood-colored fog had already spread out from his body. It's too early for you to be happy. Jian Wushuang sneered and then, buzz. Buzz. Under Jian Wushuang's control, the black swords directly overlapped and combined at an amazing speed. The 18 long swords gathered in 2 directions at the same time. Each of the 9 swords became one, and finally, they formed 2 sword formations at the same time. In the second level of the Samsara sword formation, everything was heavy. The power of the Samsara sword formation was powerful. Although the second level of the sword formation could be formed by controlling 9 divine swords, it required a lot of divine power to control only one sword formation. It also required 18 divine swords to control 2 sword formations at the same time. Only Jian Wuxuang, who had perfect control over the sword formation and extremely strong divine power and consciousness, could do this. The two sword formations consisted of two giant black trees, each of which carried a shocking power. In a flash, they attacked the Marquis of 3 from both sides. Chapter 28-27. Drunken Samsara. Although there were many black divine swords, the Marquis of 3 did not think much of their power. But now, as these black divine swords formed a sword formation and the two giant black trees charged at them, even the Marquis of 3 did not dare to underestimate their power. Boom! Boom! The two huge black trees were charging at them from both sides. The blood-colored fog on the Marquis of 3's body surged, but his right hand was swung out like lightning. Two claws appeared one after another, and each claw was blood-colored. In the void, two blood-colored lights seemed to flash out explosively. These two blood-colored lights truly tore apart the heaven and earth, and in the blink of an eye, they struck the two huge black trees. Bang! Bang! The two giant black trees were sent flying again. Seeing this, Jian Wuxuang was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled. Under his control, the two giant black trees immediately disintegrated and turned back into black magic swords. Condense. Jian Wuxuang spoke again and uttered a word. The 18 black magic swords condensed again, but this time, 18 of them condensed at the same time. Buzz. A faint humming sound, like the sound of a sword, rang out slowly. A brand new, 5-meter-long, extremely thin black divine sword appeared between heaven and earth. The 18 black divine swords gathered together. This brand new black divine sword was filled with a frightening amount of power of the law of reincarnation. The sword intent and power it contained were even more shocking. This sword formation. The Marquis of 3's pupils shrank as he looked at the newly formed sword formation. If the two sword formations that Jian Wuxuang had formed at the same time only made him take them seriously, then the newly formed sword formation was so powerful that even he changed his expression. The power contained in this sword formation had definitely reached the level of an invincible divine master. Sword One has never displayed such a powerful sword formation when he fought with me last time. But now, it has only been more than a year. The Marquis of 3 frowned and could not believe it. However, no matter how much he did not believe it, the truth was right in front of him. Kill! Jian Wuxuang shouted, and the 5-meter-long black magic sword, which was emitting a shocking power, instantly shot out through the void. The black magic sword left a perfect arc in the void, giving people the feeling that it was a beautiful black sword light. The sword light was absolutely beautiful and intoxicating. It was the third level of the Samsara sword formation. Samsara intoxication? Humph! The Marquis of 3 snorted and suddenly rushed forward, gathering vast divine power in his hand. Chi! The blood-red claw was slightly clenched, and it brought with it the blood-red power that filled the sky as it slashed out like lightning. Heart-ripping divine claw. The Marquis of 3's gaze was cold, and he had already used one of his two ultimate moves, the heart-ripping divine claw. The beautiful black divine sword was incomparably swift and fierce, and in the blink of an eye, it collided head-on with the blood-red claw. This collision immediately caused the sound of metal colliding to ring out. There was not much divine power fluctuation, because the two divine powers had almost worn each other out when they collided. The black divine sword shook slightly and then moved to the side. The Marquis of 3's eyes narrowed. The tremendous impact force contained in the black divine sword forced him to take a few steps back. After a few steps, the Marquis of 3 regained his balance, but his face had become extremely ugly. Marquis of 3, how do you feel? Jian Wuxuang stood in the distance and looked at the Marquis of 3 with a sneer on his face. Sword One, don't be so proud. Don't think that I can't do anything to you with this sword formation. The Marquis of 3 said coldly. You're still stubborn? Jian Wuxuang smiled disdainfully. Since the sword formation can't do anything to you, what about this sword formation and my swordsmanship? As soon as Jian Wuxuang's voice fell, a huge domain rushed toward the Marquis of 3. Jin Wushuang also moved. In terms of speed, Jin Wushuang was also extremely fast, like a ghost. The Marquis of Three Yin's eyes were like lightning. He wanted to capture Jin Wushuang's figure, but suddenly, a slight sword hum sounded in the void around him, and the black magic sword with endless reincarnation power shot toward him again. Damn it! The Marquis of Three Yin did not dare to underestimate the power of the black magic sword, so he had to immediately block it. However, as soon as he blocked the black magic sword, Jin Wushuang's figure appeared beside him. Then, a series of strange sword techniques containing the majestic space-time rule attacked him. The reincarnation sword formation exerted the reincarnation rule to the extreme, while Jin Wushuang's sword technique exerted the space-time rule to the extreme. The two rules complemented each other. One used close combat, while the other formed a sword formation to attack continuously. It was a perfect combination. For a time, Jin Wushuang's battle strength had soared to the limit. Under such circumstances, the Marquis of Three Yin's advantage in speed and strength had been greatly limited. The blood-colored fog on his body surged, and he had also maximized his strength. However, even so, he could only fight with Jin Wushuang to a draw. As for the scene where he easily suppressed Jin Wushuang more than a year ago, it had never happened again. This kid, the last time I fought with him was just more than a year ago. At that time, I could easily suppress him. But now, when I fight with him head-on, I can't even gain the slightest advantage. Marquis of Three Yin was extremely shocked, but he was more unwilling. He wanted to find an opportunity to use his strongest skill. However, with the combination of Jin Wushuang's sword formation and swordsmanship, he could not find an opportunity to use his strongest skill. Indeed, he did not have the slightest advantage in the fight with Jin Wushuang. On both sides of the battlefield, the experts from both sides of the Pill Sun Sacred World and the Heavenly Void World were shocked to see the battlefield. Who is this person? How can he be on par with the Marquis of Three Yin? The Marquis of Three Yin has tried his best, but he still can't gain any advantage. This sword one is so powerful. The Marquis of Three Yin has fought with this sword one not long ago. Last time, he definitely suppressed sword one, but now, it has only been a year. This sword one hasn't made any breakthroughs. How can he improve so much? Many experts of the Heavenly Void World could not believe what they were seeing. The Marquis of Three Yin was a supreme existence in the Heavenly Void World, second only to the Heavenly Void Temple Master. They all knew how powerful the invincible Divine Master was, and Sword One was able to fight him to a draw. This was enough to show Sword One's battle strength. As for the experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World, they were also shocked. Chapter 28:28 Hidden Loss. How could Alliance Master Sword One be on par with the Marquis of Three Yin? This, Elder Tong, Great Divine Master Ju Xin, and other experts from the Sword Alliance were all shocked. After all, they had witnessed the battle between Jin Wushuang and the Marquis of Three Yin more than a year ago. Although the Marquis of Three Yin could not defeat Jin Wushuang in the end, it was obvious that the Marquis of Three Yin was much stronger than Jin Wushuang in terms of strength. Jin Wushuang had only relied on his body protection ability to survive the Marquis of Three Yin. But now, Jin Wushuang was on par with the Marquis of Three Yin in just over a year? How could he have improved so much in just over a year? No wonder Mr. Sword One dared to accept the challenge. It turns out that he was already confident. In Sewer, Yunshan, and the others stood there, looking at the scene on the battlefield with a pleasant surprise. Jin Wushuang, who was fighting wildly with the Marquis of Three Yin in the middle of the battlefield, was not very satisfied with the situation in front of him. The Marquis of Three Yin is indeed an invincible divine master. I controlled the reincarnation sword formation and fought him with space-time swordsmanship. He was still suppressed by my domain, but in the end, I was only on par with him. A draw is not what I want. Jin Wushuang muttered to himself. He agreed to fight the Marquis of Three Yin in front of the two armies because he had absolute confidence in his strength and knew that he was strong enough to fight the Marquis of Three Yin now. Secondly, he had the same idea as the Marquis of Three Yin. He also wanted to defeat the Marquis of Three Yin in front of the experts of the Heavenly Void Palace, which would bring a certain blow to the experts of the Heavenly Void Palace. It was obviously not enough for them to fight to a draw. Let's not talk about defeating the Marquis of Threin first. At least I have to let him suffer some losses. Jian Wushuang made up his mind, and his eyes immediately flashed with a fierce light. He was just relying on his swordsmanship to compete with the Marquis of Threin in speed. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang's sword momentum changed. An invisible sword essence burst out. He just casually swung his sword, looking like an ordinary person slashing a wooden sword. However, when he swung his long sword, a sword light immediately lit up. This sword light was extremely weak, extremely dim, and incomplete. It was an incomplete light, a remnant light. However, when this remnant light appeared, in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds and thousands of scattered lights in the world. Under the eyes of many experts on the battlefield, the original Jian Wushuang suddenly became hundreds and thousands of people. It was the 8th move of space-time swordsmanship, thousand-sided residual light. Ultimate skill? Seeing the residual light coming toward him, the Marquis of Threein's eyes turned cold. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. It was still the divine claw, but this claw was also faster. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The ray of light that Jian Wushuang used was caught by the Marquis of Threein's right claw. After catching it, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change. Not far from him, the black divine sword formed by 18 underworld blood swords pierced through again. Their speed and power were extremely powerful. Annoying thing, get away from me. The Marquis of Threin growled, trying to push back the sword formation. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang pointed his index finger at a distance. Buzz, buzz, a majestic power of space-time rule swept out immediately. Space-time divine skill, 1-point divine skill. Jian Wushuang had not used this move when he was fighting the Marquis of Threin before, but now he had suddenly used it. This time, there was no sign of it, and the Marquis of Threin was not vigilant. But he sensed that the power of space-time rule had already taken effect. In an instant, the space-time around the Marquis of Threin froze. The Marquis of Threin himself immediately froze and lost the ability to resist. However, the Marquis of Threin was, after all, a powerful invincible divine master. Although Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time rule was extremely high, his divine power was still inferior. The heaven-designated skill he was using now, it was indeed very useful for a peak great divine master, but it was not very effective for an invincible divine master like the Marquis of Threin. The Marquis of Threin was frozen for only a moment, which was very short. When he came back to his senses, the black divine sword had only just appeared in front of him. Although he was caught off guard, the Marquis of Threin was still able to block it. Get lost! With a loud shout, the Marquis of Threin swung his claw. Clang! The blood-red claw collided with the black divine sword. After all, the Marquis of Threin was caught off guard. He did not exert his full strength, but he was at an absolute disadvantage in this collision. Humph! The Marquis of Threin even let out a muffled groan and his body was forced back. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Although the collision did not cause much damage to the Marquis of Threin, he still made the Marquis of Threin suffer a hidden loss and made him a little embarrassed. This little embarrassment was enough for Jian Wushuang. On the side of the battlefield, the experts of the Heavenly Void Palace had been watching the battle attentively. When they saw that Jian Wushuang could fight with the Marquis of Threin, they were already very surprised. But now they saw Jian Wushuang force the Marquis of Threin to retreat. And judging from the Marquis of Threin's expression, it was obvious that he had suffered a hidden loss. This made the experts of the Heavenly Void Temple look very strange. At the front of the experts, the commander of the Heavenly Void Army was also a little pale. He had asked the Marquis of Threin to fight because he wanted the Marquis of Threin to defeat Swordsman directly, which would cause a certain blow to the morale of the experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World. But now, after the battle, the morale of the experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World did not suffer a blow. On the contrary, it had increased quite a lot. On the other hand, the experts from their Heavenly Void Palace camp were more or less unhappy when they saw that the Marquis of Three had suffered a hidden loss. It could be said that he had stolen the chicken but failed. There is no need to waste time. Let's directly act. The expression of the commander of the Heavenly Void Army sank. His majestic voice sounded across the entire ice plains. Heavenly Void Army, move out. Following the command of the Heavenly Void Army's commander, the Heavenly Void Army, whose expression was filled with solemnness and killing intent, immediately moved out. It was not just the Heavenly Void Army. The great divine masters from the Heavenly Void Palace also rushed out at the same time. On the Heavenly Void Realm side, there were nearly 160 great divine masters. In addition to the many heavenly divine masters within the Heavenly Void Army, they were like wasps as they directly rushed over. Seeing this scene, the gazes of the experts from the Pill Sun sacred realm also turned cold. Chapter 28-29. The slaughter has begun. Everyone, kill for the Pill Sun sacred world. Insuer said in a cold but determined voice. The eyes of the experts from the Pill Sun sacred world's camp turned scarlet. Kill. As a series of heaven-toppling battle cries sounded, the experts from the Pill Sun sacred world's camp moved at the same time. The Pill Sun sacred world had far more light wheel experts than the Heavenly Void Realm. After all, the Pill Sun sacred world had many heavenly divine masters. These heavenly divine masters did not fight on their own. Instead, they formed battle formations and strategies. A battle formed by dozens of heavenly divine masters could also have the battle strength of great divine masters. With so many divine masters joining forces, it was also an extraordinary battle strength. The Pill Sun sacred world knew very well that in terms of battle strength, there was too much of a gap between them and the other side. So they could only rely on these divine masters to form battle formations to make up for it. But even so, there was still a huge gap in battle strength between the two sides. In the blink of an eye, countless experts from both sides clashed head-on. Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent explosions reverberated in the sky and earth, and violent divine power exploded wantonly. The entire battlefield immediately became fiery hot. In the void at the center of the battlefield, Jin Wushuang and the Marquis of Three were still engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Marquis of Three had suffered a loss at the hands of Jin Wushuang, it was not a big deal. He could still fight evenly with Jin Wushuang. Humph, Swordsman. I didn't expect that your strength had improved so much in just a year. Unfortunately, it's useless. You can't control this battle alone. You've been fighting in the inner sanctum for many years, and your strength has been weakened to the extreme. The experts gathered here can't compete with the army of our Heaven Void Palace. The difference is too great. Today's battle will be your defeat for sure. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Marquis of Three laughed wildly, and his laughter echoed in the surroundings. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Although he had been fighting fiercely with the Marquis of Three, he still saw the surrounding scene clearly. Indeed, as the Marquis of Three had said, the overall combat strength of the two camps was too far apart. Even if the experts of the Pill Sun sacred world tried their best to kill the enemy, the difference in combat strength could not be made up for. Especially at the level of the great deity, the Heavenly Void Temple had close to 160 people, more than 90 more than the Pill Sun sacred world. Moreover, the Heavenly Void Army was well trained, and their combat strength was far from what the temporary Heavenly Divine Army could compare with. This resulted in the Pill Sun sacred world being completely suppressed from the very beginning of this great battle. It could even be said to be completely suppressed. Kill, kill. The soldiers of the Heavenly Void Army all had solemn expressions. They were like machines. Under the leadership of their respective generals, they attacked in an orderly manner, splitting into 2 rounds of attacks. Their coordination was incomparably perfect, and their combat strength was unleashed to the extreme. Under the reckless attack of the Heavenly Void Army, the battle formations formed by the divine masters of the Danyang Sacred World Camp were easily shattered like paper. On the level of great divine masters of both sides, even if Insuer, Yunshan, Elder Tong, and the other peak great divine masters tried their best, the opponent had more peak Great Divine Masters. There were 15 of them, and they were also overwhelming. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang sighed secretly. He knew that he had to make a move. The Marquis of 3 get out of my way. Jian Wushuang shouted. The Black Divine Sword condensed from 18 Netherblood Divine swords stabbed wildly at the Marquis of 3's head, forcing him to defend himself. However, Jian Wushuang suddenly retreated. He stood firm in the void and looked at the surrounding battlefield. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and then waved his hand. Swish, 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 swish. Streams of flowing light flew out of Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring. These flowing lights were of different colors. Most of them were copper, followed by silver, and fewer were golden. These flowing lights condensed in the void around Jian Wushuang. In just a moment, more than 100 flowing lights, or more than 100 figures, appeared. As soon as these figures appeared, the tyrannical aura on their bodies burst out instantly. More than 100 tyrannical auras burst out at the same time. On the battlefield, the experts from both sides, who had been fighting fiercely and passionately, could not help but stop when they sensed the more than 100 tyrannical auras. Then, one by one, they looked in Jian Wushuang's direction with shock and astonishment. What are those? Are they experts? No, they are lifeless. They should be corpse puppets. Corpse puppets? So many corpse puppets? Exclamations sounded in the center of the battlefield. The experts from the Holy Sundin World Camp and the Heavenly Void Army Camp were all stunned when they saw hundreds of lifeless figures suddenly appear around Jian Wushuang. Corpse puppets. Yes, the figures that suddenly appeared were all corpse puppets. But the point was that there were too many of them. There were hundreds of them. The most important thing was the powerful aura emitted by these corpse puppets. Even the weakest one was comparable to an ordinary Senior Great Divine Master, and the slightly stronger one was at the peak of the Senior Great Divine Master level. There were also 11 corpse puppets whose bodies were suffused with a faint golden light. Their divine power aura had even reached the peak Great Divine Master level. An army. This was an incomparably powerful corpse puppet army, formed by over 100 corpse puppets. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They did not understand where this corpse puppet army came from. Only a small portion of them noticed the young figure in the middle, who was surrounded by many corpse puppets. Sword One. It's Sword One. These corpse puppets were all taken out by Sword One. How could he have so many corpse puppets? One voice after another sounded with fear. These terrified voices were naturally from experts from the Heaven Void World Camp. As for the people from the Pill Sun Sacred World, they were all ecstatic, especially in Sewer, Yun Shan, Palace Master Xizhan, and the others. They had seen Jian Wushuang's confident look and had asked him about it. Jian Wushuang's answer was that he did have some tricks that he would use at the critical moment. At that time, they had half believed it and thought that Jian Wushuang's words might be just to boost the confidence of their camp. Even if Jian Wushuang had prepared a method, they did not think that his method was very powerful. But now, Chapter 2830. The Corpse Puppet Army was dispatched. Corpse Puppet Army, let's kill them, Jian Wushuang said softly. Standing around Jian Wushuang, the hundreds of lifeless corpse puppets suddenly raised their heads and released a terrifying divine power aura. In the next moment, they turned into streams of light and charged toward the experts in the sky mirage like a pack of hungry wolves. The entire corpse puppet army was mobilized. This was the battle strength of more than 100 advanced Great Divine Masters. Even the battle strength of peak Great Divine Masters had 11 of them. This battle strength was too powerful. It was simply too tyrannical. The moment they entered the battlefield, they immediately changed the situation of the entire battlefield. Not good. Be careful. These corpse puppets, the expressions of the experts from the Heavenly Mirage World Camp changed drastically. They originally had an absolute advantage and could even be said to be crushing. However, with these corpse puppets entering the battlefield, the situation was completely reversed in terms of Great Divine Masters' battle strength. One had to know that the Heavenly Mirage World Camp had less than 160 Great Divine Masters in total, and more than half of them were low-level Great Divine Masters. But now, the Corpse Puppet Army was made up of high-level Great Divine Masters. The weakest was a high-level Great Divine Master, and there were also quite a few high-level peak Great Divine Masters. With such formidable combat strength, even without the Great Divine Masters of the Pill Sun Sacred World, the Corpse Puppet Army alone should be enough to fight these Great Divine Masters of the Heavenly Void World. If the Pill Sun Sacred World had nearly 70 Great Divine Masters, the gap would be too great. It was even greater than the Heavenly Void World Camp's advantage over the Pill Sun Sacred World Camp. Kill them. Leave all these bastards of the Heavenly Void World behind. The experts of the Pill Sun Sacred World were all extremely excited when they saw such a powerful Corpse Puppet Army join the battlefield as their own camp. The morale of the Pill Sun Sacred World Camp also soared. Many experts also attacked with all their might. Together with the Corpse Puppet Army, they began to crush the Heavenly Void World Camp. Damn it, Swordsman, where did he get so many corpse puppets? These corpse puppets are too troublesome. Chun Kong's face was gloomy in the Heavenly Ethereal Realms camp. He had already fought with a golden-armored corpse puppet. This golden-armored corpse puppet was naturally not his opponent in a one-on-one fight. However, there were too many corpse puppets around, which made him feel even more troubled. And at this moment a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That blood-colored figure clenched his fist once again, and blood clouds rolled down. A huge fist directly smashed towards Chun Kong's face. Chun Kong was shocked, but he was not afraid at all. He similarly swung his fist, wanting to block that blood-colored figure's fist head-on. Bang! The two fists collided head-on. At the moment of collision, the sound of bones cracking was immediately heard. Chun Kong was frightened. This power! Chun Kong looked at the blood-red figure in front of him. He did not expect the power contained in the blood-red figure's fist to be so terrifying. When the fist collided with his, the bones in his right arm exploded. A terrifying power even passed through his arm and directly into his divine body. Pooh! Chun Kong's divine body trembled, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body also shot backward in a sorry state. At the same time, he let out a fierce shout. Invincible Divine Master! It's a corpse puppet at the level of Invincible Divine Master. Chun Kong's shout was incomparably loud and clear, reverberating throughout the entire battlefield. The many experts who were frantically fighting on the battlefield all heard this shout. In an instant, many gazes locked onto the blood-colored figure. The blood-colored figure was similarly lifeless. Clearly, it was also a corpse puppet. However, they had already noticed that although it was also a corpse puppet, the aura emitted by this blood-colored corpse puppet was far more powerful than those golden-armored corpse puppets. There was no doubt that this was indeed a corpse puppet at the level of an invincible divine master. Damn it! There are even corpse puppets at the level of an invincible divine master. The Heavenly Void Army commander's expression changed drastically, and he could not help but curse in his heart. Just the corpse puppet army made up of copper-armored, silver-armored, and golden-armored corpse puppets had put them at a peerless disadvantage when they entered the battlefield. They had even been completely crushed. In the end, this corpse puppet army. There was even a blood-armored corpse puppet at the level of an invincible divine master. After all, an invincible divine master was far superior to many great divine masters. He could slaughter a great divine master, or even a great divine master at the peak, all by himself. The Marquis of 3 was the only invincible divine master present in the Heavenly Void World. Jian Wushuang, who was on par with the Marquis of 3 in the Pill Sun Sacred World, naturally had invincible divine masters' combat strength. Since the beginning of the battle, the two invincible divine masters had only been able to keep each other in check. However, if either side suddenly made a move, it would be a disaster for the experts of the other side. But now, the Marquis of 3 and Jian Wushuang were both still in a stalemate. Neither side could make a move, but the Pill Sun Sacred World had one more invincible divine master. Swish! On the battlefield, the blood-red corpse puppet rampaged through the crowd, wantonly attacking the experts of the Heavenly Void World. The blood-red corpse puppet was not good at speed, but it was extremely powerful. Its fists kept striking out. The terrifying power contained in those fists was enough to easily kill an advanced Divine Master, and a peak Divine Master would be severely injured by it. Although they could not die, they would still be heavily injured. Bang, 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 bang. One fist after another was blasted out. In the blink of an eye, a total of 11 great Divine Masters of the Heavenly Void Army had died at the hands of this blood-colored corpse puppet, and 2 peak great Divine Masters had been heavily injured by it. It was unstoppable. No one could stop the blood-colored corpse puppet's footsteps. He rampaged through the crowd and massacred wantonly. This made the battlefield, which was already tilted toward the Pill Sun's sacred world, even more so. The commander of the Heavenly Void Army also joined in the battle. As he fought, he was also constantly concerned about the changes in the situation on the battlefield. The situation in front of him was naturally seen by the commander of the Heavenly Void Army. This corpse puppet army is too powerful. With the existence of that blood-armored corpse puppet, their overall combat power is much stronger than our camp. Our camp has suffered heavy losses from the battle until now, and we are on the verge of defeat. If we continue to fight fiercely, we will only lose more experts. The commander of the Heavenly Void Army narrowed his eyes. Soon, he made up his mind. Those who belong to the Heavenly Oasis, retreat. All of you, retreat. Chapter 28:31. Winds. Retreat, quickly retreat. As soon as the commander of the Heavenly Void Army gave the order, the experts of the Heavenly Void Realm camp immediately began to retreat like a tide. Naturally, the people of the Pill Sun's sacred world were unrelenting. They seized the opportunity to pursue and kill. In the center of the battlefield, Jin Wushuang and the Marquis of 3 were fighting head-on. Neither side could do anything to the other. However, they were aware of the situation around them. They lost? The Marquis of 3 was in disbelief, but his eyes were staring at Jin Wushuang coldly. Swordsman, you have good skills. You control such a powerful corpse puppet army. I want to know where you got these corpse puppets, the Marquis of 3 said coldly. It has nothing to do with you, Marquis 3, right? Jin Wushuang said coldly. That's true. Even though I know you may have some secrets, I can't do anything to you with my strength. But don't be proud. I can't do anything to you, but my palace master has many ways to deal with you. Although you won the battle today, sooner or later, my palace master will come back. We'll see if you can resist him, the Marquis of 3 said with a cold smile. His body had also floated backward. You want to leave? Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He did not intend to let the Marquis of 3 leave so easily. He immediately rushed toward the Marquis of 3 and pursued him. But, unfortunately, the 4 domains were still pressing on the Marquis of 3's body. He was defeated. The Heavenly Void world had been completely defeated, and many experts were fleeing frantically. As for the experts from the Pill Sun's sacred world was doing its best to chase after the experts from the Heavenly Void world. They wanted to retain as many experts from the Heavenly Void world as possible. This chase continued for a full 15 minutes. The Pill Sun's sacred world finally came to a halt after chasing for a very long distance. They were still on the vast ice plains. In the air, many experts from the Pill Sun's sacred world were gathered there. As for the experts from the Heavenly Void world camp, they had already left far away. As for the experts from the Pill Sun's sacred world camp, they were chasing after them. Corpses were left everywhere along the way. At this moment, these experts from the Pill Sun's sacred world were floating in the void. Yet, all of them had incomparably excited expressions. We've won. We've won this battle. The Pill Sun's sacred world has defended. The many experts were incomparably excited and delighted in their hearts. At the same time that they were excited and delighted, many gazes could not help but look towards the void at the very front. It was a young man in a golden robe who held a sword in one hand. Many corpse puppets were surrounding the golden-robed young man. All the experts of the Pill Sun's sacred world looked at this person with respect and admiration. They all knew that the Pill Sun's sacred world could win this battle because of this person. Swordsman, the the publicly acknowledged strongest expert of the Pill Sun sacred world. In this battle, he fought head-on with the invincible Divine Master, the Marquis of 3 They were evenly matched and even suffered a slight loss. However, this strength was once again affirmed. There was no doubt about the invincible Divine Master. Apart from his personal strength, the strength he possessed also shocked everyone. Previously, they had all thought that their side would definitely lose this battle. However, in the end, this sword one had actually brought out a powerful corpse puppet army. The corpse puppet army completely obeyed his orders because a powerful corpse puppet army had joined them. This completely changed the situation on the battlefield. The corpse puppet army was too powerful. Such a powerful force was completely controlled by Sword One alone. Everyone was full of awe toward Jian Wushuang. Even Yin Suer had a trace of awe toward Jian Wushuang. There was no other way. Jian Wushuang was too powerful now. He was stronger than everyone in the Pill Sun sacred world, and the power in his hands was enough to sweep across the entire Pill Sun sacred world. Although she was the Lord of Crimson Rock Castle and was in control of the Pill Sun sacred world on the surface, she asked herself that if Jian Wushuang wanted to, he could easily take away her authority as the controller. Sword One. Yin Suer narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang with a complicated expression. At this time, Jian Wushuang had put the corpse puppets back into his interspatial ring. After putting the entire corpse puppet army into his interspatial ring, he flashed and appeared beside Yin Suer. Lord Suer, how are our casualties? Jian Wushuang asked. More than 10 great divine masters have died, and more than 1,000 divine masters have died. However, compared to the loss of the heavenly void world, our side is perfect, Yin Suer said. She was telling the truth. The heavenly void world had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Previously, because of the appearance of the corpse puppet army, the situation had been reversed, and many experts had been killed. Later, in the 15 minutes of pursuit, more experts from the heavenly void world camp had died. Although there were no detailed statistics, they estimated that, in this battle, more than 60 great divine masters from the heavenly void realm camp had died. The heavenly void army had also suffered heavy losses, and many of those great divine masters had also died. Compared to the losses of the heavenly void realm camp, the experts from the Pill Sun sacred world had indeed been very lucky. The main reason is that you brought out the corpse puppet army. If it weren't for the corpse puppet army, our Pill Sun sacred world would have been in danger in this battle. Yin Suer sighed softly, then she asked, Mr. Sword One, how come you have such a powerful corpse puppet army? Yin Suer was very curious about this question. She was not the only one. Many Pill Sun sacred world experts, including Elder Tong and Great Divine Master Ju Xin, were also very curious. After all, there were hundreds of corpse puppets, the weakest of which was an advanced divine master. The corpse puppet army was enough to sweep across the entire Pill Sun sacred world. They wanted to know how Jian Wushuang had obtained such a powerful force. Well, I can't tell you about it. Anyway, I got lucky. Jian Wushuang smiled and laughed. He was the only one who knew about the secret realm. So, naturally, he could not tell others where it was. Seeing that Jian Wushuang did not want to say more, Yin Suer and the others did not ask further. In any case, the Pill Sun sacred world won this battle. Yin Suer smiled. We've won. We've won. The people around them were also overjoyed. After a long while, Yin Suer said loudly, Everyone, clean up the battlefield carefully. After that, we'll go to Crimson Rock Castle together. I've already ordered people to prepare a banquet there. So today, our Crimson Rock Castle will celebrate with everyone here. Chapter 2832. Yin Suer's Ecstasy. After the battle ended, Yin Suer held a huge banquet in Crimson Rock Castle. The number of experts participating in the banquet was extremely large, and it was extremely lively and noisy. And the main character of this banquet, apart from Crimson Rock Castle, was naturally the Sword Alliance. In fact, during the banquet, the Sword Alliance's limelight had completely overshadowed Crimson Rock Castle. Everyone had already noticed this, but they were not surprised. This was because everyone knew that the current Pill Sun sacred world still seemed to be under the control of Crimson Rock Castle. All the factions had already submitted to Crimson Rock Castle. But in reality, there was another faction in the Pill Sun sacred world that was even stronger than Crimson Rock Castle. This faction was the Sword Alliance. Everyone who participated in the battle with the Heavenly Void World knew this. However, the experts of the Sacred Sundin world could not figure out what Jian Wushuang had done. After all, the Sword Alliance was now stronger than the Crimson Rock Castle. Jian Wushuang alone was enough to sweep across the entire Sacred Sundin world. Under such circumstances, the Sword Alliance could completely replace the Crimson Rock Castle and become the new ruler of the Pill Sun sacred world. However, judging from their previous performance, the Sword Alliance did not seem to have such a plan. To be exact, it was Jian Wushuang who did not have such a plan. At the banquet, countless experts toasted Jian Wushuang, and at the same time, there were all kinds of compliments. Jian Wushuang only responded with a few words. After a day and a night, the banquet finally ended, and everyone dispersed. In an exquisite attic, there were two tables facing each other. Jian Wushuang and Yin Suer sat there, and on the tables were wine and fruits. Besides the two of them, there was no third person in the attic, and the entire attic was covered by a restriction. Mr. Swordsman, you helped me to eliminate the internal strife in Crimson Rock Castle and the threat brought by the four top forces, allowing Crimson Rock Castle to regain control of the Sacred Sundin world. This time, you helped me defeat the army of the Heavenly Void world, allowing the Sacred Sundin world and Crimson Rock Castle to be preserved. I, Yin Suer, will definitely remember this great favor. Let me toast to you. Yin Suer raised her wine glass. Alliance Master Suer, you are too kind. I was just entrusted by someone to be loyal to him. Jian Wushuang smiled. And Saint Tomb, I promised Saint Crimson Rock that I would help you solve your predicament. Naturally, I will do my best to help you. Father's vision is indeed unparalleled. At that time, I could see that you have great strength and will definitely be able to help me in the future. Yin Suer smiled and said, in fact, I have agreed to two conditions of Saint Crimson Stone to help you solve the crisis that Crimson Stone Castle is facing, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Oh, what is the other condition? Yin Suer asked. The other condition is that I will try my best to help you break through to the Immortal Saint Realm, Jian Wushuang said. What? Yin Suer was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled bitterly. Father, you think too much. It's very difficult for an immortal saint to be born in a saint world. Father was able to break through because of great opportunities and good fortune. Although I have some potential, it's not easy for me to break through to become an immortal saint. Besides, if you want to break through from a peak great divine master to an immortal saint, you have to rely on your own efforts. Mr. Swordsman, although you are strong and powerful, it's difficult for you to help me. Your father asked me to try my best to think of a way for you. After all, without a real immortal saint in the vast holy world, it won't last long, Jian Wushuang said. Upon hearing this, Yin Suer nodded secretly. It was true that there was an immortal saint in each of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It was because there was no immortal saint that the Pill Sun sacred world became the weakest and faced the danger of being destroyed. If there was an immortal saint, as long as the immortal saint did not die, the Pill Sun sacred world would not be so weak. The condition of Saint Crimson Rock is indeed a bit harsh for me, but I still agreed to it. Moreover, I was lucky. I just got something recently that will be of great help to me in breaking through to the Immortal Saint realm, Jian Wushuang said. What is it? Yin Suer immediately looked over. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand, and a cyan elixir the size of an adult thumb appeared in his hand. This is... Yin Suer looked at the cyan elixir in confusion. She had seen many elixirs in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but she did not recognize this cyan elixir. This elixir is called the Saint Opening Elixir. Have you heard of it? Jian Wushuang asked. Saint Opening Elixir? Yin Suer frowned, apparently thinking. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and looked at the cyan elixir in astonishment. Saint Ascension Elixir. Is this the legendary Saint Ascension Elixir? Yin Suer's voice became extremely excited. There was nothing she could do. This Saint Ascension Elixir was too shocking to her. It was true that she had never seen the Saint Ascension elixir before, but she had heard of it before. It was a legendary elixir that could help those peak great divine masters who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a very long time break through to the level of the immortal saint. It was said that as long as a peak great divine master who was well prepared had a little bit of potential, the chances of breaking through to the level of the immortal saint after consuming this Saint Ascension elixir would be 30%. A 30% chance of breaking through was enough to drive any great divine master, including those invincible divine masters who stood at the top, crazy. Unfortunately, the level of this Saint Ascension elixir was too high, and it was too difficult to refine it. At the very least, no one in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow could refine such an elixir. Not to mention the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, even in the surrounding areas of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, there was probably no one who could refine such an elixir. Those who were qualified to refine the Saint Ascension elixir were definitely top-grade alchemists. Alchemists of that level could only be found in the core 3rd heaven of the absolute beginning divine realm. As for those outside the 3rd heaven, they were almost impossible to find. Therefore, the Saint Ascension elixir was definitely legendary outside the 3rd heaven. It was extremely difficult to see one on a normal day. Even in the 3rd heaven, the Saint Ascension elixir was also very difficult to obtain. But now, Jin Wushuang actually took out a Saint Ascension elixir and placed it in front of her. Mr. Swordman, is this really the Saint Ascension elixir? Insuer's voice was trembling. It's the real one. Jin Wushuang smiled. In fact, he did not know the Saint Ascension elixir before, but since it came from Elder Gu in the secret realm, it must be true. Chapter 2833. Sword League's position. Looking at the Saint Ascension elixir in front of her, Insuer's eyes immediately became extremely hot. I promised Saint Crimson Rock that I would try my best to help you break through, and this Saint Ascension elixir is the limit of what I can do. As for whether you can really break through to the immortal saint realm after obtaining the Saint Ascension elixir, it depends on your own luck and luck. It has nothing to do with me, Jin Wushuang said. Then he waved his hand and threw the elixir to Insuer. Insuer took the elixir, but her mind was in a daze. Mr. Swordman, are you sure you want to give this elixir to me? Insuer was in disbelief. The Saint Ascension elixir was such a precious treasure. She believed that if the news of the Saint Ascension elixir spread, the entire Golden Crow 9 realms would be shocked. Countless top-tier great divine masters, including a few invincible divine masters, would immediately rush to Pill Sun's sacred world to fight for it. The elixir was of great use to the great divine master. But Jin Wushuang gave such a precious elixir to her? After all, Jin Wushuang was only a great divine master now. He would try to break through to the immortal saint realm sooner or later. The elixir would be of great use to him, right? Mr. Swordman, don't you need the Saint Ascension elixir in the future? Insuer could not help asking. My situation is a bit special, so the elixir won't help me much. Besides, if I meet the requirements to become an immortal saint, I can easily make a breakthrough even without the elixir, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. What he said was the truth. His potential was too great, far beyond Insuer's imagination. Previously, he had relied on the elixir and primordial stone to improve his realm. As long as he had enough divine power, he could easily make a breakthrough without any obstacles. The reason why he could do this was that he had too much potential. As long as he met the conditions, he could easily break through his level. If it were other experts, even if all the conditions had been met, there would still be some twists and turns in breaking through. Some might even encounter bottlenecks, but Jin Wushuang did not. He did not know how to break through from the Divine Master level to the Immortal Saint level, nor did he know how to break through from the Great Divine Master level to the Immortal Saint level. In addition to the uniqueness of the perfect chaotic creature, he really did not need it. In that case, he'll take it. Thank you, Mr. Swordman, Insuer said gratefully. You're welcome. After all, your father, Saint Crimson Rock, has already paid you. Jin Wushuang smiled and said, Oh, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? Insuer asked. You're the ruler of Crimson Rock Castle. You should be more aware of the situation in the Pill Sun Sacred World than I am. Although Crimson Rock Castle has regained control of the Pill Sun Sacred World, there is still a special existence in the Pill Sun Sacred World, which is the Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang said. Hearing this, Yin Suer's expression changed slightly. She already knew what Jian Wushuang wanted to say. That was the position of the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance had been an ally of Crimson Rock Castle until now. It could even be said that Crimson Rock Castle had relied on something to a great extent. By relying on Jian Wushuang, the prestige of the Sword Alliance had surpassed that of Crimson Rock Castle to a certain extent, especially in the battle with the Heavenly Void World. It was Jian Wushuang who had turned the tables. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's personal strength and the strength of the corpse puppet army under his control had been proven. As for the position of the Sword Alliance, which controlled such a powerful force in the Pill Sun Sacred World, was it to stand on equal footing with Crimson Rock Castle and share the Pill Sun Sacred World? Or would the Sword Alliance be willing to live under Crimson Rock Castle? Or, it was possible for Jian Wushuang to directly step forward and replace the Crimson Rock Castle. It could be said that the current situation of the Pill Sun Sacred World and the survival of the Crimson Rock Castle were actually in Jian Wushuang's hands. It was up to him to decide. Yin Suer also knew this, so she had always been very humble to Jian Wushuang and never took the initiative to expose this matter. After all, the Red Stone Castle was in a weak position, and once it was exposed, the risks it had to take. Yin Suer could not afford it. But now, Jian Wushuang took the initiative to talk about this matter. The Sword Alliance is too special in the Pill Sun Sacred World. Many forces and countless experts are watching our Sword Alliance. Although I have restricted the experts under the Sword Alliance so that they cannot expand, there is no room for two tigers on a mountain. If this continues, there will be trouble sooner or later. I believe that the experts in your Crimson Rock Castle are also wary of our Sword Alliance, right? Jian Wushuang said. Yes, there is. Yin Suer nodded slightly. There are a few experts in Crimson Rock Castle who have warned me about the Sword Alliance many times. They even suggested sending some experts to infiltrate the Sword Alliance. However, I rejected them. I completely believe in you, Mr. Swordman. Completely? Jian Wushuang looked at Yin Suer with interest and then smiled. Well, actually, I'm not interested in creating a powerful force in the Pill Sun Sacred World or the Nine Realms Golden Crow worlds. My ambition is far beyond the Nine Realms Golden Crow worlds. As soon as I'm strong enough, I'll leave here and go to a more vast place. As for the Sword Alliance, I created it to help you as much as possible. I had good intentions, but I didn't expect that the situation would stabilize and become a threat to Crimson Rock Castle. Now, many people in the Sword Alliance also want to destroy Crimson Rock Castle and replace it. Yin Suer was shocked. Don't worry, I've suppressed these people for the time being. As long as I stay in the Golden Crow Nine Realms, no one in the Sword Alliance will dare to disobey my orders. But if I leave the Golden Crow Nine Realms and go somewhere else, it might not be the case, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. So, I need you to give me some time? Time? Yin Suer was puzzled. I need some time, but I don't know how long it will take. At least a few decades, at most 100 years. I will continue to stay in the Golden Crow Nine Realms for these years, and I will find a new territory for the Sword Alliance. By that time, the Sword Alliance will go to that territory, and naturally, there will be no friction with Crimson Rock Castle. Jian Wushuang smiled. But are the experts of the Sword Alliance willing to go there? Yin Suer asked with a frown. If it's the same size, most of the experts of the Sword Alliance wouldn't want to go there. But what if it's very big? Jian Wushuang said with a strange smile. Chapter 2834. 300. 000 inch a very big territory? How big is it? Yin Suer asked. A world, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yin Suer was stunned and said in surprise, Mr. Swordman, do you mean to lead the Sword Union to attack a world? Yes, I do, but I don't know if it can be realized, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Knowing what Jian Wushuang was thinking, Yin Suer could not help but sigh in her heart. There were 9 realms in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. In addition to the Pill Sun Sacred World, the other 8 realms had the Immortal Saint personally overseeing them. Their overall strength was also very strong. Although the Sword Alliance now had the ability to wipe out the entire Pill Sun Sacred World, it was just an extravagant hope to attack other realms, right? However, Yin Suer had witnessed Jian Wushuang's growth. She had seen him rise from a peak great divine master to the strongest expert in the Pill Sun sacred world, and he had the terrifying power to wipe out the entire Pill Sun sacred world. It had only taken him less than 100 years. It was incredible. He had achieved this in less than 100 years. If he was given another 100 years, he might still have the ability to conquer the next realm. Let's not talk about this for now. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Castle Lord Sewer, I once asked you to sell the Blood Wilderness Emperor Essence, which weighed 230 kilograms. I heard from Palace Master Sijan that you sold it to Lord Imo, who is said to be the #1 blacksmith in the Golden Crow 9 realms. Yes. Sewer nodded. It's true that Master Imo is the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. His refining level is at least at the top of the 7th grade. No one in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow can compare to him, and he has a good reputation. When I sold the Blood Wilderness Emperor Essence to him, I sold it at a very good price, which made me a big profit. In that case, you must know how to contact Master Imo. Can you contact him for me? Jian Wushuang asked. Why? Does Mr. Sword One need Lord Imo for something? Sewer looked at him. To tell you the truth, it's my magic weapon. I need Lord Imo to help me refine it again, Jian Wushuang said. Naturally, he was looking for Lord Imo for the Blood Mountain Sword. The Blood Mountain Sword was his natal magic weapon. As his strength increased, the power of the Blood Mountain Sword also increased. However, the Blood Mountain Sword was given to him by his master Xian. When it was forged, it did not contain the blood essence of his perfect chaotic life form, so the huge potential hidden in the Blood Mountain Sword had not been fully unleashed yet. Back in the Sorcerer Desert region, he had asked that 4th grade blacksmith Master Kuan to help him forge the golden armor, but it was a pity that Master Kuan did not have the ability to reforge the Blood Mountain Sword. Moreover, he had told him at the time that he had to be at least a 7th grade blacksmith. Only then did he have the qualification to refine the Blood Mountain Sword again. He had been paying attention to Master Imo ever since he had heard about him from Palace Master Sijan. Now there was no conflict within the Pill Sun sacred world. As for the Heavenly Void world, because of some restrictions in the Golden Crow 9 worlds, the Heavenly Void Palace Master could not personally come to the Pill Sun sacred world. After the defeat of the army he had sent, it would not be easy to stop the Second War. In other words, the Pill Sun sacred world had basically settled down, and Jian Wushuang's strength was enough to travel in the Golden Crow 9 worlds. Naturally, he wanted to look for Lord Imo and ask him to help him refine the Blood Mountain Sword again. Look for Lord Imo to refine a magic weapon? Sewer frowned slightly. Mr. Sword One, you don't know this. Although Lord Imo has a good reputation, he is an extremely arrogant person. His identity is also very honorable. Not only is he the #1 artifact master in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but he is also an extremely powerful immortal saint. Because of this, it is very difficult to see him on a daily basis. There are many powerful great divine masters in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It is said that there are even immortal saints who go to visit him. However, most of them will not see him unless it is something that benefits them greatly. For example, someone paid a great price to ask him to refine a holy treasure or some treasures that interested him. Last time, when I went to visit him with the Blood Wilderness Emperor Essence, although I sold it to him, Lord Imo never came to see me. You didn't see Lord Imo last time? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Yes. Sewer smiled bitterly. It's so difficult just to see him. As for asking him to help you refine the divine weapon again, it's even more difficult and the price to pay is ridiculously high. How much? Jian Wushuang asked. Under normal circumstances, this Lord Imo can help you refine 300,000 sane elixirs once, Sewer said. 300,000 sane elixirs? Jian Wushuang could not help but be shocked. 300,000 sane elixirs were too much. After all, they had defeated the 4 top forces last time. They had only obtained 200,000 sane elixirs from the 4 top forces and the experts he had killed. This was almost 70% of the resources of the 4 top forces. But now, Lord Imo needed 300,000 sacred elixirs just to refine it once? That's not right. Even a ready-made holy treasure magic weapon doesn't need 100,000 sacred elixirs. He asked for 300,000 right away. Who would ask him to refine a holy treasure? Jian Wushuang asked. No, no, Mr. Swordman. I'm afraid you're mistaken. Yin Suer shook her head and said, the holy treasure saber you gave me last time is indeed of low value and not worth 100,000 sacred treasures. But this holy treasure saber is completely different from the holy treasure that Lord Imo refined personally. The holy treasure saber refined by Lord Imo is a natal magic weapon. It can be connected to the essence blood of the immortal saint and continuously grow. The value of such a natal magic weapon at the level of a holy treasure is far beyond that of an ordinary holy treasure. Natal magic weapon? Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. If Lord Imo had refined a natal magic weapon at the level of a holy treasure, then it was indeed worth the price. Because a life-bound divine weapon at the level of a holy treasure was definitely worth more than 1,000,000 holy elixirs, or even more. Unfortunately, the life-bound divine weapon was only effective on the master who was connected to him by blood and sweat. But if it fell into the hands of others, it would only be an ordinary holy treasure divine weapon. 300,000 holy elixirs is not a small amount. I can't afford so many holy elixirs now. However, even if I take out the existing sacred elixirs, I should still have treasures of equal value. Jian Wushuang secretly smiled. Chapter 2835. One Emperor, 4 Pavilions. Jian Wushuang had a lot of treasures on hand that were worth 300,000 Saint elixirs. Of course, there were also treasures that were worth 300,000 Saint elixirs. For example, the Mountain and River Map, Blood Mountain Sword, and Seal the Heaven Scroll were all worth more than 300,000 Saint elixirs. However, these treasures were all very useful to Jian Wushuang. Besides these treasures, the only treasure that Jian Wushuang could take out that was worth 300,000 Saint elixirs was the last piece of Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal. In the Blood Wilderness Concentrate, Jian Wushuang had obtained 3 pieces of Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal. He had already used the 2 small pieces. The second piece of Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal was sold to Lord Imo by Yin Suer at a very high price. Jian Wushuang had also divided 10,000 Saint elixirs. But in fact, Yin Suer had actually sold it for more than 10,000 Saint elixirs. The Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal that Yin Suer had sold was only 230 kilograms, but the last piece of Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal in his interspatial ring weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. A Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal that weighed more than 10,000 kilograms was worth at least 600,000 to 700,000 sacred elixirs. Moreover, Lord Imo was a weaponsmith, and he needed rare materials like the Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal. If he brought this Blood Wilderness Emperor Crystal to see Lord Imo and asked Lord Imo to listen to him reforge the Blood Mountain Sword, Lord Imo might agree. Mr. Swordman, Lord Imo is of high status. Even I don't have his direct contact. I can only contact his personal disciple. How about I ask him for you now? Yin Suer said. No need. Just tell me where he is. I'll go and find him myself, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Okay. Yin Suer nodded. It's not a secret where Lord Imo lives. Many people in the 9 realms know that he lives in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, one of the 4 holy cities. Dragon Phoenix Sacred City? Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. Why does the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City sound like it has something to do with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Of course it has something to do with it. The headquarters of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, and the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City is completely under the control of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Yin Suer said with a smile. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, then he said, Castle Lord Suer, I've been wandering in the Pill Sun sacred world, so I don't know much about the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. As for the 4 holy cities you mentioned, I've never heard of them before. Can you tell me about them? Of course, Yin Suer immediately said, Mr. Swordman, you should know that the 9 realms of the Golden Crow is actually made up of 9 realms. Compared to the entire absolute beginning divine realm, the 9 realms of the Golden Crow is nothing. Just in the endless territories beyond the 3rd firmament, places like the 9 realms of the Golden Crow are countless. And the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, before this, Every realm had a world overlord who controlled everything. This world overlord was always held by the undying sage. For example, the previous world overlord of the sacred realm of the Pill Sun was my father. But after my father died, the sacred realm of the Pill Sun no longer had a world overlord. It became the only realm in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow without the undying sage. In fact, since the immortal saint is no longer in charge of the Pill Sun sacred world, we don't have the right to occupy such a large territory. The other major realms can totally divide up the territory of the Pill Sun sacred world. The reason why this didn't happen is that the 9 realms of the Golden Crow had made an agreement a long time ago. What agreement? Jian Wushuang looked at her. This agreement was decided by many world masters of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and the top forces, Yin Suer said in a deep voice. Mr. Swordsman, first of all, you should know the overall structure of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. The 9 realms of the Golden Crow has always been divided into 1 emperor, 4 pavilions, and 8 great worlds. The 8 great worlds here refer to 8 of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. The 4 pavilions are the 4 super forces that live in different realms but do not expand their territory. They are the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the Star Pointing Pavilion, the Thundercloud Pavilion, and the Celestial Pavilion. Their overall strength and heritage are far above that of the other realms. Although they do not compete for hegemony, they have created a sacred city with great means. These 4 holy cities are the most prosperous places in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted. He had heard of the 4 pavilions, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the Star Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was the recognized genius concentration camp in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Those who could enter the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were all dragons and phoenixes among men. The Star Pavilion was the #1 chamber of commerce in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Its power covered all the realms of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. For example, there were many branches of the Star Pavilion in the Pill Sun sacred world. He knew about both of them, but it was his first time hearing about the Thundercloud Pavilion and the Celestial Immortal Pavilion. However, the Thundercloud Pavilion and the Celestial Immortal Pavilion were not weak since they were named after the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Point Star Pavilion. Now that there are 4 pavilions, what does 1 emperor mean? Jian Wushuang asked. 1 emperor means the true overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, the Bone Emperor realm. Yin Suer said, Bone Emperor realm? A realm? Jian Wushuang was stunned. That's right. There are 9 realms in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but there are only 8 of them. The last one is the Bone Emperor realm, Yin Suer said solemnly. Although the Bone Emperor realm is also a realm, its territory is larger than the other 8 realms combined. The realm master of the Bone Emperor realm, Bone Emperor, is recognized as the #1 expert in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Jian Wushuang was shocked. They were both in the same realm, but the territory of the Bone Emperor realm was comparable to the other 8 realms combined? How strong is the Bone Emperor, the #1 expert in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but he is definitely a very strong immortal saint. There have been rumors that when he rose to power, he killed several immortal saints in one go, which made him famous. After he established the Bone Emperor realm and became the emperor of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, he rarely made a move. But every time he made a move, it was earth-shaking. All the immortal saints in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow respected him. For example, the world overlords of the 8 realms and the undying saints of the 4 pavilions are all in awe of this Bone Emperor. As for that agreement, it was actually proposed by this Bone Emperor. Because the 8 realms have always been dependent on the Bone Emperor realm, this Bone Emperor proposed this agreement to maintain the balance of the 8 realms. Yin Suer said. Chapter 2836, Departure, Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. Actually, this agreement is very simple. Without the consent of the Bone Emperor, those sector lords are not allowed to set foot in other realms. In this way, even if the 8 realms want to fight, only the great divine masters and the army of divine masters can fight. However, unless those undying saints have a deep hatred, they will not really fight to the death. This is also to ensure the combat strength of the undying saints of the Golden Crow Nine Realms. After all, there are external enemies in the Nine Realms of the Golden Crow. Once they encounter an external enemy, the Divine Master's battle strength is almost useless. It's all because of the immortal saints, Insur said. Is this the agreement? Jian Wushuang's expression was rather strange. Don't underestimate this agreement. If it weren't for the existence of this agreement, our Pill Sun's sacred world would have been destroyed by the heavenly void world or other realms, Insur said. Jian Wushuang also understood. Indeed, if the realm lords of other realms could freely enter and exit the sacred Sundin world, the immortal saint would have personally arrived. After the sacred Sundin world lost the protection of Saint Crimson Stone, it would have been completely destroyed. The heavenly void world did not need to send such a large army. Moreover, the heavenly void world had suffered a great loss in Jian Wushuang's hands. Therefore, even if they wanted to take revenge, it would be difficult. Lord Mo is in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. So it seems that I have to go to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. When will you leave, Mr. Swordman? Insur asked. I'll go back to the Sword Alliance and make some arrangements. Then, after that, I'll leave directly, Jian Wushuang said. There is a passage leading directly to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City in the Pill Sun Sacred World. Please inform me when you leave. I'll order someone to open it, Insur said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and left. In the lofty hall of the Sword Alliance, many high-level officials gathered together. Listen up. Although the Sword Alliance is extremely powerful and can threaten the status of Crimson Rock Castle, we have always been allies with Crimson Rock Castle. In the future, you must obey this rule and not take the initiative to become enemies with Crimson Rock Castle. In the future, the Sword Alliance will live in the current situation. Without my instructions, it cannot continue to expand, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the experts of the Sword Alliance changed their expressions and felt a little unwilling. The current Sword Alliance had far surpassed the Crimson Rock Castle in terms of overall strength and prestige. Therefore, it would be too easy for them to replace the Crimson Rock Castle at this time. Even if they could not replace Crimson Rock Castle, it would be good if they could continue to expand. However, Jian Wushuang had given such an order. Master, will the Sword Alliance live in the current situation peacefully from now on? Xiao Tiexin looked over with a frown. For now, but not in the future, Jian Wushuang said, looking around. Don't worry, just bear with it for a while. At least a few decades, at most 100 years. After that, I will give you a platform to expand as you wish. Hearing this, the eyes of the people of the Sword Alliance lit up again. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to signal them to leave, leaving Xiao Tiexin alone. Xian heir, I will leave the Pill Sun Sacred World for a while. After I leave, I will leave the matters in the Pill Sun Sacred World to you, Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Xiao Tiexin nodded respectfully. She had been by Jian Wushuang's side for many years. Since the founding of the Sword Alliance, she had been the chief supervisor here. Usually, she had been taking care of many things. Although her strength was not high, she did have great prestige in the Sword Alliance, and many people believed in her. Take this interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and handed an interspatial ring to Xiao Tiexin. After taking it, Xiao Tiexin scanned it with his consciousness, but his eyes suddenly widened. Young master, it's the corpse puppet army? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. I'm leaving this time because I want to explore the Golden Crow Nine Realms more. The corpse puppet army is of little use to me. I'll leave them with you to manage them. On the one hand, it will help you better control the Sword Alliance. On the other hand, although the Pill Sun Sacred World has temporarily calmed down, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any more changes. If anything happens, I might not be able to come back in time. With the corpse puppet army, I can be slightly relieved. That being said, there's no need for you to keep all the corpse puppets, young master. Why don't you bring a few more with you in case you need them? Xiao Tiexin said. The blood-armored corpse puppet is powerful and useful to me, so I can take it with me. As for the other corpse puppets, I don't need them. Jian Wushuang smiled. After saying a few more words, Jian Wushuang set off. Dragon Phoenix Sacred City was the core of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and one of the 4 most prosperous sacred cities. Although it was only a sacred city, in fact, the territory of the sacred city was no smaller than that of the Danyang continent in the Holy Sundin world. There were countless cultivators from various realms in the sacred city, and the quality was very high. In the south of Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, there was a vast open space with many huge, spatial passages in the void. These spatial passageways led to different realms. People often used these spatial passageways to return to their own realms. Naturally, cultivators from different realms also used these spatial passageways to come to the sacred Dragon and Phoenix City. At this moment, the light from one of the spatial passageways had already lit up. In this open space, there were some soldiers wearing unique red battle armor standing guard. When the spatial passageways lit up, some of the soldiers looked over. Someone is coming again. This space passage should lead to the Pil Sun Sacred World. Pil Sun Sacred World? I heard that the realm lord of Pil Sun Sacred World died a long time ago. There hasn't been a second immortal saint born there. The great divine masters in Pil Sun Sacred World have been fighting among themselves. Their overall strength has been greatly weakened. They have long become the weakest sacred world in the Golden Crow 9 realms. This was a long time ago. I just heard that the internal conflict in the Pil Sun Sacred World has ended. The soldiers in red armor were chatting casually. They were responsible for guarding the teleportation point in the spatial passage and were very well informed. Most of them knew about the major events that happened in the various realms. Buzz. The light gradually faded, and a human figure walked out of the spatial tunnel. This person wore a golden robe and carried a long sword on his back. His face was extremely young, and the aura that he emitted was that of a senior great divine master. Chapter 2837. Requesting to see Lord Imo. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City? Jian Wushuang looked around with a faint smile on his face. Whoosh! He turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. The red-armored soldiers guarding the space passage did not stop him. Because he had been guided by Insuer, Jian Wushuang soon found the place where Lord Imo lived after he came to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. It was a huge group of volcanoes. The whole group of volcanoes was surrounded by endless flames all year round. The air was extremely hot, and the ground and the sky were red. However, in the center of this group of volcanoes, there was a huge castle. This huge castle was where the #1 refiner of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow lived. This huge scarlet castle was completely covered by a magic array, and around the magic array, there were many cultivators waiting there. Those cultivators were not very strong. There were Earth Divine Masters and Sky Divine Masters, as well as Great Divine Masters, but there were very few of them. They stood in an orderly manner, waiting to enter the castle. So many people? Jian Wushuang appeared in the void outside the castle. Looking at the long dragon at the entrance, his expression could not help but change. At this time, whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The person who came was wearing the same armor and had a cold expression. He was the guard of the giant castle. However, even though he was just a guard, his aura had reached the level of a junior Great Divine Master. A Great Divine Master is actually a guard here? Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. May I know who you are? What brings you to our Fire Cloud Castle? The guard asked. Although it was just a question, his tone was a little arrogant. This was normal. Fire Cloud Castle was personally founded by Lord Imo. Not only in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, but also in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, it had a very high status. Usually, there were many great divine masters who came to see it. There were even many immortal saints. This guard had seen too many of them. When he faced the immortal saints, he was in awe. When he faced the invincible divine masters and peak divine masters, he was very humble and polite. However, when he faced Jian Wushuang, he saw that Jian Wushuang only had the aura of an advanced great divine master. His attitude became colder. I'm here to see Lord Imo, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. As expected, the guard was not surprised at all. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and asked, "What's your name? And which realm are you from?" Swordsman, From the Pill Sun's sacred world, Jian Wushuang replied. Sword One. The guard shook his head. Obviously, he had never heard of him, but he still said, wait here for a moment. We'll go and inform you. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him slightly. The guard immediately went into the castle to report. In the depths of the giant castle, in a magnificent palace, a middle-aged man in a purple robe sat upright with a smile, holding a cup of tea in his hand. Sir. The guard came to the front of the middle-aged man and said respectfully, a man called Sword One came from outside and asked to see the castle lord. Sword One. The purple-robed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and tried to recall the name in his mind, but he had never heard of him. This was normal. Jian Wushuang's rise was too short. He had reached such an achievement in just a few decades. He was only very famous in the Pill Sun sacred world and the heavenly void world, but he was not very famous in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms. Therefore, not many people had heard of him. What realm is this person at? The purple-robed middle-aged man asked. He's an advanced great divine master. The guard replied. He's just a mere advanced great divine master. I've never even heard of him before. Clearly, he doesn't have any great background. He actually wants to seek an audience with the master. How ridiculous. The purple-robed middle-aged man sneered. Then, he waved his hand. The visitor is a guest. Let junior brother Fan Xian receive him. Yes. The guard immediately left. The purple-robed middle-aged man still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were looking at a young man who was wearing luxurious woolen clothes. His face was cold and stern, and he had a dignified bearing. I'm sorry, young Master Chu, you must have made a fool out of me. Haha, not at all. Fire Cloud Castle is the residence of the #1 refiner master in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. There are naturally many people who come to visit. Chu Yun should have an eye-opening experience today. The young man also had a smile on his face. He even gave a few simple compliments. Young Master Chu, I already know the purpose of your visit. Moreover, the reward you offered is indeed very high. This shows that you are indeed very sincere. However, the thing you want can only be refined by my master personally. However, you should have heard of my master's temper. The purple-robed middle-aged man glanced at the young man. He smiled. If you want the old man to personally refine it, not only do you need to pay a sufficient price, you also need to look at his mood. If he is in a good mood, he might agree to help you refine it. But if he is in a bad mood, no matter how much you pay him, I'm afraid he won't help you. I know this. Hence, mister, please help me put in a few good words in front of Lord Amo after all. Chu Yun will remember it in his heart. The young man said, Haha, that's easy to say. Although it's the first time I've met you, I've known Realm Lord Juchu for many years. Naturally, I know what to do, the purple-robed middle-aged man said with a smile. Thank you, sir, the young man said with a smile. He was in a great mood. Outside the castle, Sword One. The guard appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again. I've reported your request, and Lord Fan Xian has agreed to meet you. Come with me. Lord Fan Xian, who is that? Jian Wushuang asked. He is one of the 6 in-name disciples of our fort master. He has a very high position in Fire Cloud Castle, the guard said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help being stunned. He knew that it would not be easy to meet Lord Amo, but he did not expect that he would be so unpopular. Back then, Insuer had come here to seek an audience for the sake of selling the blood-desolate Emperor crystals. Although she had not met Lord Amo, she had at least met Lord Mo's personal disciple. Furthermore, she had the personal disciple's transmission token. However, the person who had come to greet him was only an in-name disciple. The difference between an in-name disciple and a personal disciple was not small. It was very obvious that the person who had come to receive him in Fire Cloud Castle was someone who looked at his status and status. When he saw that he was only a high-level great divine lord and that he was not famous, he had casually sent an in-name disciple to receive him. Chapter 2838. 10,000 kilograms of blood wilderness emperor essence. If I had known, I would have asked Insuer to say hello for me. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. but he still followed the guard into the castle. On the way, Jian Wushuang looked at the long line at the entrance and could not help asking, "Sir, what do these people do?" "They?" The guard sneered and said, "They are some blacksmiths from different realms. There are blacksmiths of different levels. There are 3rd or 4th grade blacksmiths, 5th or even 6th grade blacksmiths. They come here with only one purpose, which is to become apprentice blacksmiths in Fire Cloud Castle." Apprentice? Why are apprentices so popular? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Of course, although they are just apprentices, they still have the chance to see the scene of top blacksmiths refining weapons. If they are lucky, they might even be chosen by the castle lord and become his in-name disciples. That would be great. The guard continued. The castle lord now has a total of 1 personal disciple and 6 in-name disciples. Except for that personal disciple, the other 6 in-name disciples are all chosen from apprentices. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. He followed the guard into the castle and came to a side hall. "Wait here. Lord Fan Xian is receiving a supreme divine master. He will come to see you when he is done," the guard said. "Thank you," Jian Wushuang thanked him. The guard left quickly, while Jian Wushuang waited quietly in the side hall. After waiting for 4 hours, a middle-aged man with a big belly finally came to the side hall. "You must be Swordsman, right?" The middle-aged man was only a peak divine master, but he stood in front of Jian Wushuang without any respect or humility. On the contrary, he had a lofty attitude. Thanks. These blacksmiths are really arrogant." Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, but he still smiled on the surface. "It's me. You must be Mr. Fan Xian, right?" "Sit." The middle-aged man, Fan Xian, who was one of Lord Mo's in-name disciples, waved his hand. Jian Wushuang immediately sat down beside him. "Are you here to see Master?" Fan Xian glanced at Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Haha, my master is the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. There are too many people who come to see him. He doesn't have the time to meet so many people. Therefore, those who come to see him are usually received by us disciples. Unless some very high-ranking people come to see him in person, my master will personally receive them. So, if you have something to say, just tell me directly." Fan Xian said. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He knew that it would be unrealistic for him to meet Lord Mo directly, so he had to go through Fan Xian. "To tell you the truth, I'm here today because I hope that Lord Mo can personally refine another magic weapon for me," Jian Wushuang said. "Ask Master to refine a magic weapon?" Fan Xian looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and could not help but smile. "Swordsman, you're only an advanced great divine master, right? With your strength, the magic weapon you use is only a superior divine treasure. Even if you have a lot of treasures and want to make a divine treasure, there are others in my Fire Cloud Castle who can do it. Why do you need my master to do it personally?" "No, the magic weapon I want to make can only be made by Lord Mo himself," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "My master must make it himself?" Fan Zin's expression changed, but then he said in a deep voice, "Swordsman, my master is the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It's not easy for him to make the magic weapon, and it will cost a lot of money." "I know. When I came here, I asked around. If you want Lord Mo to make it himself, the price must be no less than 300,000 holy elixirs. Am I right?" Jian Wushuang said. "Well, can you afford 300,000 holy elixirs?" Fan Xian looked at him. "I don't have any ready-made holy elixirs, but I do have treasures that are worth more than 300,000 holy elixirs." Jian Wushuang smiled, and then took out the last piece of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal. The Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal was about the size of an adult and weighed more than 10,000 pounds. However, Jian Wushuang held it in his hand easily and weighed it casually. "Mr. Fan Xian, do you recognize this crystal in my hand?" Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. "This is Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal?" Fan Xian, who was sitting casually on the chair, suddenly stood up. He looked at the crystal in Jian Wushuang's hand with a trace of shock. Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal was one of the most important materials for refining holy treasures. As a weapon refiner, He had been dealing with all kinds of weapon refining materials all year round. How could he not recognize it? How heavy is such a big piece of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal? Fan Xian exclaimed. I estimated that this Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal should weigh 12,000 pounds. On the market, 1 pound of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal is worth 100 holy elixirs. Moreover, it's priceless. Am I right? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Fan Xian could not help but gulp. What Jian Wushuang said was naturally true. Blood Wilderness Emperor crystals were very rare and precious. 1 pound of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal was more than enough to sell 100 sane elixirs. If they met people who needed it, 1 pound of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal could sell for 200 sane elixirs. But 12,000 pounds of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystals, even if it was 100 sane elixirs per pound, it was still 1.2 million sane elixirs. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary immortal saint who was not good at accumulating wealth would only have 500,000 to 600,000 sane elixirs. Many immortal saints could not afford 1.2 million sane elixirs. But now, Ms. Fan Xian, I wonder if my Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal is worth 300,000 sane elixirs. Can I ask Master Imo to help me? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The price is enough, but I don't know if I can ask the master to help me. Fan Xin's face had become extremely serious, and her attitude toward Jian Wushuang had obviously changed. Mr. Swordman, please wait here for a moment. I'll report this matter to Senior Brother Bai Yin and ask him to see you in person. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Judging from Fan Xin's tone, Jian Wushuang knew that Bai Yin was the only personal disciple under Lord Imo. If he wanted to see Lord Imo, he had to go through Bai Yin. Then he'll wait here. Jian Wushuang smiled and put the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal into his interspatial ring. Chapter 2839. The lowest threshold in the main hall of the castle. Lord Mo's personal disciple Bai Yin was casually chatting with the imposing young man. At this moment, Fan Xian walked in and whispered a few words into Bai Yan's ear. Bai Yan's expression immediately changed, and he became a little surprised. Then he stood up and said apologetically, Master Chu, I have something to take care of. Please wait here for a moment. No problem. The young man waved his hand, indicating that he did not care. Bai Yin immediately walked toward the side hall with Fan Xian. When they arrived at the side hall, Bai Yin immediately saw Jian Wushuang, who was waiting quietly. Haha, you must be Mr. Swordman, right? Bai Yin smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. Swordman greets Mr. Bai Yin. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly. Bai Yin was capable of becoming Lord Mo's personal disciple. Jian Wushuang did not know about his weapon refining level, but his strength was not weak. He had already reached the level of a divine master at the peak. He was much stronger than Fan Xian, who was only at the peak of the divine master realm. I heard that you came here to ask Master to refine a magic weapon, and you also brought a 10,000-pound Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal? Bai Yin looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took out the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal. Bai Yan's vision was much higher than Bai Yan's. With just a glance at the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal, he could instantly tell that it was a genuine Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal. Moreover, based on the size of the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal, the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal should weigh about 12,000 kilograms. Bai Yan's eyes immediately lit up. Junior brother Fan Xian, you can leave first. They'll have a good chat with Mr. Swordman, Bai Yin instructed. Yes. Fan Xian nodded. He looked at the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal with a burning gaze, but he still left directly. Only Jian Wushuang and Bai Yin were left in the side hall. The Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal is one of the main materials used to refine holy treasures. It's extremely rare. Usually, it's rare to see a Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal that weighs more than 100 kilograms, and it requires a great opportunity. But the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal in your hand weighs more than 10,000 kilograms. Bai Yin could not help but sigh. As a weapon refiner, what he yearned for the most were rare weapon refining materials. Last time, Insuer came to him and sold him a piece of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal that weighed 230 caddies, which made him quite happy. Now, The Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal weighed more than 10,000 caddies. Even he could not help but feel ecstatic. Mr. Swordsman, the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal in your hand is extremely valuable. If you are willing, you can sell it to my Fire Cloud Castle. I can buy it for 20 Saint elixirs more than the market price. Your piece of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal weighs 12,000 caddies, so you can get 1,440,000 Saint elixirs for it. They'll give you another 10,000 Saint elixirs. How about 1,450,000 Saint elixirs? Bai Yin said. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that Bai Yin was very generous and offered a very high price. Of course, this was mainly related to the great wealth of the Fire Cloud Castle. With the #1 refiner in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, there were too many people who came to Fire Cloud Castle to ask for refining weapons. Every time they refined weapons, Fire Cloud Castle could get a huge commission. After so many years of accumulation, the wealth of Fire Cloud Castle was terrifying. Perhaps the wealth of Fire Cloud Castle was not as rich as the 4 pavilions, but it was not much worse. Mr. Bai Yin, Mr. Fan Xian should have told you just now. My purpose here is not to sell the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal, but to ask Lord Amo to personally refine my magic weapon for me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I heard about it from junior brother Fan Xian, but with all due respect, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to ask Master to refine your magic weapon for you, Bai Yin said. Why? Jian Wushuang asked. To tell you the truth, Master has a very strange temper. Even if he wants to refine a magic weapon, it depends purely on his mood and preferences. As for the so-called 300,000 holy elixirs, it's just a minimum threshold set by the Master. His purpose is to stop some unnecessary visitors, but it's just a minimum threshold. Even if you achieve it, it doesn't mean that Master will definitely refine a magic weapon for you. Right now, besides you, there's another person in Fire Cloud Castle. His father is a world overlord, and he brought 300,000 sacred elixirs to ask the Master to refine a special treasure for him. But I think Master will ignore him, Bai Yin explained. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but be speechless. He could understand the hidden meaning behind Bai Yin's words. Even the young master of a world lord took out 300,000 Saint elixirs, but Lord Amo ignored him. He had no background and was only an advanced great divine master. How could he be taken seriously by Lord Amo? If that's the case, how can I ask Lord Amo to help me? Jian Wushuang asked. 300,000 Saint elixirs is the minimum requirement for the master to refine magic weapons or treasures. Secondly, it depends on the identity of the other party. If it's the immortal saint, my master will give him some face. If it's the powerful immortal saint, my master will give him a warm welcome. Long ago, Lord Bone Emperor personally visited my master and asked me to refine a treasure for him. When Lord Bone Emperor comes, my master will not dare to neglect him, Bai Yin said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. Bone Emperor was the strongest expert in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Who would dare to not give him face? Of course, Lord Amo would not dare to. It was obvious that Lord Mo's refining of treasures was largely determined by his strength and identity. This was normal. In the primordial divine world, experts were respected wherever they went. Only experts would receive sufficient respect. Other than that, there's another possibility that Master can personally take action. That is, the other party can take out a treasure that even my master is interested in. Or, the treasure that he refined has a certain degree of challenge to my master. Master will also take action. Bai Yin continued, the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal that you are taking out is indeed very valuable. It is much more than the entire wealth of many immortal saints. However, with all due respect, even if you give this Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal to Master, he might not be interested. At his level, there aren't many treasures in the Golden Crow 9 realms that can truly make him interested. Chapter 2840. Shock. As for the treasure that my master can refine, it's also very rare in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. The last time it appeared, it was the treasure that Lord Bone Emperor asked my master to refine. The treasure that you asked my master to refine shouldn't be of a higher level than the treasure that Lord Bone Emperor refined, right? Bai Yin teased. Hearing Bai Yan's words, Jian Wushuang's expression became a little strange. However, he could understand that Lord Imo was the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. With such a high level of craftsmanship and great strength, he naturally would not take ordinary items seriously. Although the Blood Wilderness Emperor essence was rare and precious, there were still many in the Fire Cloud Castle. As for the sacred elixir, the Fire Cloud Castle did not lack it. It was too difficult to impress Lord Imo with just a piece of the Blood Wilderness Emperor essence. If I can't impress him with the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal, I might have to rely on that thing. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, but he had already made up his mind. Mr. Bai Yin, in addition to the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal, I have a special item that Lord Imo might be interested in, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Oh, do you have a treasure that is more valuable and rarer than the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal? Bai Yin looked over in surprise. Jian Wushuang did not say anything. He slowly reached out his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. There was a drop of boiling hot, bright red liquid in the jade bottle. Is this essence blood? Bai Yin sensed the liquid in the jade bottle and was stunned. Show me the essence blood. Jian Wushuang handed the jade bottle to Bai Yin without hesitation. Bai Yin took the jade bottle and began to examine the drop of blood essence. It's so pure, so pure. Although the strength of the blood essence is not very strong and its owner is not a high-level divine master, his bloodline is terrifyingly high. The blood essence is so pure that it is at least 1,000 times higher than that of a normal human cultivator. Such pure blood essence, those top-tier beasts, fierce beasts, and even some of the top-tier bloodlines in the absolute beginning divine realm can't have it. Only one kind of existence can have this kind of blood essence, and that is the special life forms born in the vast absolute beginning divine realm. Those innately powerful and unique special life forms. Bai Yan's eyes were shining with excitement, and his body was shaking violently. After a long while, he looked at Jian Wushuang again. Mr. Swordsman, how did you get this essence blood? Bai Yin asked. I found it by chance, but I wonder if this essence blood can interest your master Imo? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Yes, absolutely. Bai Yin nodded solemnly. This is the essence blood of a special life form. The number of special life forms in the absolute beginning divine realm is pitifully few. I've never heard of any special life form in the Golden Crow 9 realms or in the surrounding great realms. It's like ascending to heaven to get a drop of the essence blood of a special life form in the territory near the Golden Crow 9 realms. Master has always longed for a drop, but he only had extravagant hopes. He didn't expect that today. At this point, Bai Yin could no longer hold back his excitement. He took a deep breath. In a deep voice, he said, Mr. Swordsman, can I bring this drop of essence blood to meet Master personally? I can guarantee that Master will meet you personally and refine a magic weapon for you. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Please wait here for a moment, Bai Yin said, and then rushed to the deepest part of the castle. Jian Wushuang continued to wait in the side hall. It's really troublesome to report to Master Imo one by one. Jian Wushuang sat there, feeling helpless, but there was also a strange smile on his face. Such a drop of essence blood has shocked Bai Yin so much. If I take out the complete essence blood, wouldn't he go crazy? Jian Wushuang felt it was funny. He had prepared the drop of essence blood for Bai Yin in advance. The essence blood naturally did not come from some so-called special life form, but from him, a perfect chaotic creature. Of course, it was not his most complete essence blood, but his own essence blood, which he diluted and decomposed. It was only obtained after decomposing a full 100 parts. In other words, he had decomposed his complete essence blood into a full 100 drops, and he had just given 1 drop to Bai Yin. After decomposing 100 parts, the purity of this drop of essence blood was actually only 1% of his perfect chaotic creature's complete essence blood, or even less than 1%. Even so, it still made the Jade Flame so shocked. But Jian Wushuang's most complete essence blood was really amazing. The deepest part of the Fire Cloud Castle was at the bottom of a volcano. The crimson space was extremely hot, and the ground was so hot that it was scarlet red. A naked silver-haired elder held a farm axe in his hand and directly chopped it. Kacha! A piece of firewood in front of him was split in half. The silver-haired old man threw the split firewood into the sea of fire in front of him. Then, he picked up the second piece of firewood and struck out with his axe again. The silver-haired old man was rather thin and weak. His skin was dark, and he did not look like he had much strength. However, as he struck out with his axe, the firewood made of mystical wood was easily split in half. The silver-haired old man continued chopping firewood, one after another. At this moment, the purple-robed middle-aged man, Bai Yin, hurriedly appeared in the crimson-red space. When he saw the silver-haired old man chopping firewood, Bai Yin would normally obediently stand by the side and wait. He would only speak when the silver-haired old man stopped to rest. However, he immediately spoke. "Master, this disciple has an urgent matter." The silver-haired old man who was chopping with the axe paused for a moment before continuing to chop down. Kacha! Another piece of firewood was chopped off. Following that, the silver-haired old man leaned on the axe and turned around to look at Bayan. "Speak." He spoke softly. His voice was cold and emotionless, but it was extremely majestic. "Master, I have brought something. Please take a look." Bai Yin did not waste any words and directly took out the jade bottle. When the silver-haired old man, who originally had a cold expression, saw the jade bottle, or more accurately, the drop of blood essence in it, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 2841. Blood Essence of a Special Life Form. This purity is the blood essence of a special life form? The silver-haired older man suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. "Yes, it's the blood essence of a special life form that you've been longing for, Master." Bai Yin smiled. "Quick, bring it over for me to take a look." The silver-haired older man appeared incomparably excited. Bai Yin immediately brought the jade bottle to the silver-haired older man. After the silver-haired older man received it, he began to observe it. "It's too pure. This blood essence is too pure. It's far more powerful than the blood essence of the two top bloodlines that I've obtained before. Such pure blood essence is definitely from a special life form. But, moreover, even if it's a special life form, it should be one of the stronger ones. It's definitely not an ordinary one." The silver-haired older man carefully looked at the blood essence in the jade bottle. It was as if he was looking at a treasure. In the eyes of an extremely high-level refiner, the most precious things were no different from the materials used to refine divine weapons and treasures. And to refine an extremely high-level divine weapon or treasure, to a large extent, some blood essence was needed. The higher the level of the blood essence, the better. Once upon a time, this silver-haired older man had obtained 2 drops of blood essence from a top-tier bloodline race, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. However, those 2 drops of blood essence were nothing compared to the blood essence of a special life form. What was special about a special life form was something that the world had given birth to on its own. Every type of life form was unique. Even in the vast absolute beginning divine realm, there were too few of such life forms. It wasn't easy to reach the sky to obtain the blood essence of these special life forms. The silver-haired older man had always longed for a drop, but now, without any warning, his disciple had actually delivered a drop of the blood essence of a special life form to him. Bai Yin, who delivered this blood essence? The silver-haired older man immediately asked. "It was an advanced great divine master called Swordsman," Bai Yin said hurriedly. "Advanced great divine master?" The silver-haired older man was somewhat startled. "Master, I've never heard of Swordsman before. He doesn't seem to have any background in the Golden Crow 9 realms, but he has many treasures. From the very beginning, he took out a 12,000-kilogram blood Desolate Emperor crystal. He wanted to use this blood Desolate Emperor crystal to ask the master to refine a divine weapon for him personally. But when I said that a single blood Desolate Emperor crystal wouldn't move master out this drop of blood essence," Bai Yin said. An advanced Great Divine Master can take out 12,000 kilograms of blood, desolate Emperor crystal, and the blood essence of a special life form? Interesting. The silver-haired older man was obviously interested, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Bai Yin, go and invite Sword One over. Remember to invite him, and be polite. Don't neglect him just because he is an advanced Great Divine Master, the silver-haired old man warned. Yes. Bai Yin nodded and left immediately. The silver-haired elder was still looking at the essence blood in the jade bottle, his eyes shining even brighter. Mr. Sword One, as I said before, the master was pleased to see the essence blood. Now he asked me to invite you to see him. Come with me. Bai Yin smiled humbly. In that case, it'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Under Bai Yan's personal guidance, Jian Wushuang soon arrived at the deepest part of the castle and arrived at the crimson space. Jian Wushuang immediately saw the silver-haired old man. However, the silver-haired old man was now wearing an ordinary gray robe, and his expression became calm and unfathomable. Sword One greets Master Mo. Jian Wushuang bowed respectfully. Facing the number 1 blacksmith master in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and a powerful immortal saint, Jian Wushuang still maintained his due respect. Sword One is too polite. Please rise. The silver-haired older man, Master Mo, waved his sleeve, and Jian Wushuang naturally lifted him up. Then Lord Mo glanced at Bai Yin behind him and said, Disciple, you can leave now. I want to have a private chat with Sword One. Yes. Bai Yin glanced at Jian Wushuang and bowed before leaving. Only Jian Wushuang and Lord Mo were left in the crimson space. Judging from your aura, you're only an advanced Great Divine Master, but your attacks are extraordinary. First, you took out 12,000 kilograms of blood Wilderness Emperor crystal, and now you even took out a drop of special life essence blood. Moreover, you brought it to me. Aren't you worried that it'll be greedy and leave you and the 2 treasures behind? After all, this drop of special life essence blood is very attractive to me, Lord Mo said faintly. Ha ha, Lord Mo, as the number 1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, with such a prominent status, how could you do such a thing? Even if you really have such a thought, since I dared to come alone, I naturally have absolute confidence. If you really have such a plan, I guarantee you will regret it. Although, Jian Wushuang smiled. The confidence between his brows was not an act. He was truly confident. He naturally had his own confidence since he dared to come alone and showed the blood desolate Emperor crystal and the processed blood essence to Lord Mo. His confidence came from the fact that he was a perfect chaotic creature. Lord Mo could not kill him at all. If he was really desperate, he would use the will of heaven. He would also directly use the life level suppression to teach Lord Mo a lesson. Lord Mo took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. His vision was very high, and he could see people very accurately. He could tell that Jian Wushuang was indeed very confident. Lord Mo changed the topic and smiled. What kind of magic weapon do you want me to refine for you? I have already refined the magic weapon. However, although this magic weapon is also a natal, it hasn't been added with my blood essence during the refining process. So I want to ask you to refine it again so that it can merge with my blood essence power, Jian Wushuang said. It's that simple? Lord Mo could not help being surprised. It was only a matter of refining a natal magic weapon and infusing it with the power of blood essence. Some 5th or 6th grade blacksmiths should be able to do it easily. Lord Mo, don't think of this as a simple matter. It seems easy, but in fact, the requirements for blacksmiths are very high. It is said that you are a top 7th grade blacksmithing master, but whether you can really meet my requirements and complete this step for me is uncertain, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Oh! Lord Mo narrowed his eyes and glanced at Jian Wushuang without getting angry. Chapter 2842. Lord Mo's excitement. I wonder which magic weapon sword one wants to refine again? Lord Mo asked with a smile. This is it. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand, and the Blood Mountain sword immediately appeared in his hand. Lord Mo stared at the Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand and carefully browsed it for a moment. Finally, however, he frowned slightly. He was the #1 master of blacksmithing in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but at this moment, he did not see anything special about the Blood Mountain sword. It seemed that the Blood Mountain sword was no different from an ordinary magic weapon. "Young friend, can you let me have a closer look at this sword?" Lord Amo asked. "Of course." Jin Wushuang directly threw the Blood Mountain sword in front of Lord Amo. Lord Amo stretched out his hand, and just as his old palm received the Blood Mountain sword, buzz! Instantly, a terrifying sword essence directly surged toward him. This sword intent could be said to be world-shocking. Although Lord Amo was an immortal saint, the instant he felt this sword intent, his body and mind could not help but tremble. At the same time, boundless killing intent spread out. Lord Amo felt a boundless sea of blood from the Blood Mountain sword. The sea of blood surged into the sky, and countless corpses were buried there. It was obvious that this sword had killed countless experts. It was a real killing sword, an unparalleled sword. This sword, after carefully examining the Blood Mountain sword and sensing its structure, Lord Mo's eyes were filled with more and more shock. In the end, the eyes of the #1 refiner of the Golden Crow 9 realms, the immortal saint, were wide open. Perfect. Too perfect. The body of the sword on the outside and the structure on the inside, from the beginning of the refinement to the formation of the sword, and even the control of the fire, are all absolutely perfect. There is not a single flaw. On the contrary, every flaw has been found. How is it possible? How can someone refine a divine weapon so perfectly in this world? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Even though Lord Amo was well informed and had seen all kinds of divine weapons, as well as all kinds of refining methods, he was completely shocked when he carefully felt the structure of the Blood Mountain sword. He was surprised, or even completely shocked. He had never thought that a divine weapon could achieve such perfection. In his opinion, regardless of whether it was refining weapons or pills, no matter how high the standard was, there would still be a slight flaw in the refining process. This slight flaw was not called a flaw in the eyes of many people. Therefore, the divine weapons or elixirs they refined were still perfect. However, the divine weapon in front of him truly made him unable to find a single flaw. Perfect, truly perfect. Who is it? Which almighty expert refined such an incredible divine weapon? Lord Amo exclaimed in surprise. He was a peak 7th grade blacksmith, but when he refined divine weapons, it was already perfect to achieve 70% perfection. As for those 8th or 9th grade blacksmiths who were of a higher level than him, they could at most achieve 80% or 90% perfection. If one wanted to achieve 100% perfection without any flaws, even the legendary blacksmiths at the peak of the 9th grade could not achieve it. But now, this magic weapon. Although I don't know who made it, this magic weapon really opened my eyes. Lord Amo laughed loudly. His entire body was trembling, obviously very excited. He looked at Jin Wushuang and asked, "Sword One, can you tell me who made your sword?" Lord Amo looked at Jin Wushuang with anticipation. Obviously, he wanted to know the answer. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes and said, "I can only tell you his name. His name is Xian Yi. As for the rest, I can't tell you." Xian Yi, Xian Yi. Lord Amo chanted the name and then bowed respectfully to Jin Wushuang. "Lord Amo, what are you doing?" Jin Wushuang was caught off guard. This powerful Lord Amo actually bowed respectfully to him? How could he stand it? "My friend Sword One, am bowing to you to thank you for telling me about this incredible weapon master. Although I can't see the scene of this master Xian Yi refining a magic weapon with my own eyes, I have no regrets just knowing his name. At least I know that in this world, there is an incredible weapon master who can refine the most perfect and flawless magic weapon. From now on, whether I have the chance to meet Master Xian Yi or not, he will be the person I respect and admire the most." Lord Mo's voice was sincere. He truly regarded Xian Yi as his idol. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang could only smile bitterly. He did not expect Lord Amo to be so shocked after seeing the Blood Mountain sword. He did not even care about his status. After a while, Lord Amo finally calmed down. "Sword One, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Lord Amo smiled awkwardly. "Never mind." Jin Wushuang shook his head. Now I finally know why you paid such a high price to ask me to refine this magic weapon for you. You're right. In the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow, no one except me is qualified to refine this magic weapon again. Even for me, this is a great challenge. It can even be said to be the biggest challenge in my life, Lord Amo said seriously. The biggest challenge? Does that mean that even you, Lord Amo, are not sure that you can refine the sword again? Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. Yes. Lord Amo nodded. It's impossible to refine such a perfect magic weapon. Even a top 8th grade or legendary 9th grade weapon refiner can't do it, let alone me. However, my young friend's request is to infuse his own blood essence into the magic sword. So for me, I have a chance to do it. As for my confidence, it's about 60%. Only 60%? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Don't worry, my friend. Although I'm only 60% sure, it won't affect or damage the magic weapon even if I fail. Since such a perfect magic weapon has been created, it's impossible to damage it. Furthermore, I'm just a top 7th grade weapon refiner, so I can't affect it at all, Lord Amo said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. In that case, when will you refine it, Lord Amo? Chapter 2843 Holy Heaven Furnace and Earth Flame. It's not difficult to make this magic weapon. Just give me 3 days to prepare it. By the way, have you prepared the essence blood? Lord Amo asked. I have prepared the essence blood, but not much. I don't know if it can satisfy my appetite for this magic weapon, Jian Wushuang said. It doesn't matter. If it really doesn't work, I have accumulated a lot of blood essence from a powerful bloodline. I will just take some out. Lord Amo smiled and said, in that case, please wait here quietly for 3 days. No problem. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Lord Amo began to prepare carefully, while Jian Wushuang waited quietly in the scarlet space. 3 days passed quickly. Lord Amo appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again. Sword One, everything is ready. Come with me. Lord Amo smiled and led the way. Jian Wushuang followed Lord Amo and continued to walk toward the depths of the castle, or to be exact, the deepest part of the underground. After walking for about an hour, Jian Wushuang finally came to a vast open space. This open space was a high platform. If Jian Wushuang did not expect it, it should be at the core of a giant volcano. Beneath it and around it, there was red magma. It must be known that the volcanoes in the mountain range occupied by Fire Cloud Castle were hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. Jian Wushuang was now in the oldest volcano among the volcanoes, which had existed for more than 30 million years. The temperature of the lava in the deepest part of the 30-million-year-old volcano was frighteningly high. Jian Wushuang was able to stand in the open space in the center of the volcano due to his powerful body protection ability. However, if it were an ordinary great divine master, he would have to exert all his divine power to resist the scorching temperature. However, it would consume too much divine power. Under normal circumstances, even a great divine master would not stay in the open space for long. Lord Amo was a powerful immortal saint, so he did not care about the temperature. Sword One, how do you feel? Have you adapted to this place? Lord Amo asked with a smile. Not bad. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly, but it was extremely relaxed. After coming to this open space, Jian Wushuang's eyes had already locked onto the thing in the center of the open space. It was a huge fiery red cauldron. Yes, it was a cauldron. It was used to refine elixirs or weapons. The reason why this cauldron attracted Jian Wushuang's attention was that the aura it emitted was very strong. With such a strong aura, this cauldron should be a holy treasure, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, it's a holy treasure. Lord Amo smiled. This cauldron is called the Holy Heaven Furnace. Many years ago, I spent a lot of effort and money to get it. Although it doesn't have any offensive or defensive power, if I use it to refine weapons or elixirs, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Naturally, it will be very useful to me. I am only a top 7th grade blacksmith, but if I use the Holy Heaven Furnace to refine weapons, I can barely reach the 8th grade level in a short period of time. Naturally, I have a greater chance of refining treasures. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and nodded inwardly. The holy heaven furnace was indeed very helpful to refining weapons, as it could make a top 7th grade blacksmith exert the abilities of an 8th grade blacksmith. This old man hasn't opened this sacred heavenly furnace for many years. Normally, even if I were to refine a divine weapon for someone, an ordinary cauldron would be sufficient. However, this time, Lord Imo faintly smiled and fiercely waved his large hand. A special seal smashed towards the holy heavenly furnace. Bang! The holy heavenly furnace also violently shook, as if it was responding. Rise the furnace! Lord Mo's voice sank, and a majestic divine power instantly surged out. The moment these two words left his mouth, the volcano that had existed for 30 million years, which was originally incomparably calm, began to roar crazily. The entire empty land, including the entire volcano, was shaking crazily, and the shaking was becoming more and more intense. While it was shaking crazily, fire pillars swept toward the holy heaven furnace from all directions. There were 9 fire pillars, and the most important thing was that the flames contained in the 9 fire pillars were purple-black. They were purple-black. The 9 purple-black fire pillars completely covered the holy heaven furnace, and in an instant, the entire open space turned into a sea of purple-black flames. Good boy. Jin Wushuang was also standing on the open space, but he happened to be outside of the sea of purple-black flames. He looked at the sea of flames in front of him with a trace of shock. These flames are so terrifying, Jin Wushuang exclaimed. It was indeed terrifying. Although he did not personally feel the power of the purple-black flames, he could vaguely feel that the purple-black flames had the power to burn down all living things. If I don't have the strength of an immortal saint, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist the flames. Even an invincible divine master would die if he was trapped in the sea of flames for 10 breaths. Jin Wushuang sighed. Then he looked at Lord Imo. Lord Imo, what are these flames? Jin Wushuang asked. This is the earth flame. Among all the natural flames in the divine beginning world, it's just an ordinary one. But although it's ordinary, it can accumulate temperature according to its existence. An ordinary earth flame that is tens of thousands of years old or hundreds of thousands of years old is not terrible, but an earth flame that is more than 1,000,000 years old is very impressive. But the earth flame you see now has existed for 30 million years. Lord Imo said, 30 million years of earth flame? No wonder. Jin Wushuang secretly exclaimed. The reason why I chose to put my castle in this group of volcanoes is that there are all kinds of earth flame in the volcanoes. There are hundreds of thousands of years and millions of years of earth flame. The most important thing is the 30 million years of earth flame. This earth flame is definitely a dream for me, a blacksmith, Lord Imo said with a smile. Jin Wushuang also understood. In the open space in front of them, the purple-black flames formed a huge sea of fire. The holy heaven furnace, which had been standing quietly, turned red, and the aura it emitted became stronger and stronger. Finally, bang! The huge lid of the furnace was thrown away, and the holy heaven furnace rose up. Chapter 2844. Opening of the Holy Heavenly Furnace. Boom. Boom. As the holy heavenly furnace was opened, this enormous volcano began to shake violently. One had to know that this volcano was the largest and the most core of this group of volcanoes. As it shook, immediately, the entire group of volcanoes began to shake violently. Endless flames erupted from the mouths of the volcanoes. The entire sky was dyed red. The noise was no less than that of countless volcanoes erupting at the same time. In an instant, the entire Fire Cloud Castle was shaken. In the main hall in the depths of Fire Cloud Castle, the purple-robed middle-aged man, Bai Yin, brought Jin Wushuang to meet Master Imo and then returned here. He was still talking with Master Chu. Master Chu, the master is meeting a distinguished guest. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to give an answer. So I have to trouble you to wait here for a while, Bai Yin said to Master Chu. Since Master Imo is busy with something, as a junior, it's only right for me to wait here. Young Master Chu did not have any temper. What a joke. Even if his father came to pay a visit personally, When Master Imo had something important to do, he could only wait obediently. How could he dare to have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction? It had already been 3 days since they had waited like this. Young Master Chu was not in a hurry. He seemed to be very patient. But at this moment, boom boom, the entire fire cloud castle, along with the huge group of volcanoes, began to shake violently. Endless flames filled the entire world. This huge commotion was noticed by Bai Yin and young Master Chu in the main hall. What's wrong? What's going on? Young Master Chu was puzzled, but Bai Yin suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. This is the holy heavenly furnace? The holy heavenly furnace has opened? Bai Yin's voice was filled with shock. Holy heavenly furnace? Young Master Chu was also shocked when he heard these 3 words. The #1 master craftsman in the Golden Crow 9 realms, Lord Imo, was too famous in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms. Many experts knew of Lord Mo's craftsmanship. At the same time, they had also heard of the holy heavenly furnace. Young Master Chu naturally knew of it. As for the holy heavenly furnace, it was a sacred treasure that was used to refine weapons or elixirs. This treasure was especially important to Lord Imo. Moreover, it was not easy to activate this treasure. Not only did it require flames, but it also consumed a huge amount of Lord Mo's divine power and mental energy. Because of this, Lord Imo rarely used the sacred heavenly furnace when refining weapons. For example, the last time Lord Imo used the holy heavenly furnace to refine weapons was a long time ago. The most powerful expert of the Golden Crow 9 realms, the Bone Emperor, personally came to ask Lord Imo to refine a special treasure. At that time, Lord Imo had just used the holy heavenly furnace. It had been hundreds of thousands of years. And now, Lord Imo had actually used the holy heavenly furnace to refine weapons again? Master has been staying with that Swordsman for the past 3 days, and now he's using the holy heavenly furnace to refine weapons. It seems like he's refining a divine weapon for that Swordsman. But no matter what, that Swordsman is only an advanced great divine master. What kind of divine weapon does he want Master to refine for him? It's actually worth Master using the holy heavenly furnace? Bai Yin growled in his heart. Who invited Lord Imo to personally refine a divine weapon, and even let Lord Imo use the holy heavenly furnace to refine it? Young Master Chu's heart was shaken, and his heart was filled with doubts. He tried to ask Bai Yin, but Bai Yin only gave him a few prevarications and did not tell him who invited Lord Imo. Young Master Chu could only investigate on his own. It was not just Bai Yin and young Master Chu. Many experts and blacksmiths in the Fire Cloud Castle were also shocked. But other than surprise, there was more ecstasy and excitement, especially those blacksmiths. The reason why they came to the Fire Cloud Castle was to observe the bloodbath blacksmithing technique. And now, although they could not see the scene of Lord Imo controlling the holy heavenly furnace to refine elixirs, they could only feel the holy heavenly furnace being activated. Feeling the great power of the blacksmithing was of great use to them. In the vast open space under the largest volcano in the center, the holy heavenly furnace was surrounded by a purple-black sea of fire. The aura of the holy treasure level had completely erupted. The holy heavenly furnace has been opened. Little friend Swordsman, send your magic weapon over, Lord Imo shouted in a low voice. Jin Wushuang did not hesitate. He waved his hand and threw the blood mountain sword into the holy heavenly furnace. As soon as it entered the holy heavenly furnace, the purplish-black flames around him suddenly soared. Lord Imo stared at the divine power defense shield and directly rushed into the sea of flames and came to the holy heavenly furnace. Then he began to slap all kinds of handprints on the holy heavenly furnace. These handprints were very unique, and they were a special tool refining method. Jin Wushuang could not understand this tool refining method, but he could feel that as the handprints were made, the temperature of the flames in the holy heavenly furnace became higher and higher. While using the tool refining method, Lord Imo kept throwing some auxiliary materials into the holy heavenly furnace. Time passed slowly. Lord Imo was using the holy heavenly furnace to refine the blood mountain sword with all his strength, while Jin Wushuang was watching quietly. Although he did not know how to refine weapons, the skills of a superior 7th grade weapon refiner were worth watching. In a flash, 9 days passed. During these 9 days, Lord Emo had been using the holy heavenly furnace with all his strength and did not stop for a moment. After 9 days, Jian Wushuang could clearly sense that Lord Emo had used up a lot of divine power and mind power, and he looked a little tired. Because the holy heavenly furnace had been activated, the giant volcano had been shaking violently. The entire fire cloud castle had been shaking for 9 days without any weakening. After 9 days and 9 nights of continuous refining, Lord Emo finally completed the refining step. Little friend Swordman, get ready. We are going to use the essence blood soon, Lord Emo said solemnly. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and his face became extremely solemn. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. Buzz. A faint sword hum suddenly sounded from the holy heavenly furnace. The sound was not loud and did not stand out in the sea of fire. However, both Lord Emo and Jian Wushuang heard it clearly. Especially Jian Wushuang, who was connected to the Blood Mountain sword Heartblood. He could clearly feel the throbbing of the Blood Mountain sword at this moment. Young friend, quickly send the essence blood into the holy heavenly furnace, Lord Emo shouted. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He turned his palm and a drop of scarlet essence blood appeared in his palm. Chapter 2845. Four-sided vibration. What appeared in Jian Wushuang's palm was the most complete blood essence that his perfect chaotic creature possessed. Because he had come to look for Lord Emo in order to merge his blood essence into the Blood Mountain sword, he had prepared his blood essence. This drop of blood essence was completely different from the one he had taken out in order to see Lord Emo. Lord Emo had been using the holy heavenly furnace for 9 days and 9 nights, so he was mentally exhausted, but his consciousness was very clear. He had also been staring at Jian Wushuang, wondering what level of blood essence Jian Wushuang had prepared for the most perfect magic weapon. Could it be the blood essence of a special life? Lord Emo was indeed a little curious. So when Jian Wushuang took out the blood essence, he immediately looked over. But when he saw the blood essence in Jian Wushuang's hand, Lord Emo was stunned. That drop of blood essence. Lord Mo's eyes were like two lanterns, staring at the drop of blood essence in Jian Wushuang's palm. Even from a certain distance, he could still feel how pure and powerful the drop of blood essence was. How is it possible? It's dozens of times purer than the drop of blood essence of the special life I received before, or even hundreds of times purer. Lord Emo was completely stunned, or rather, completely stunned. He had met Jian Wushuang because of the drop of blood essence that Jian Wushuang had brought. He was sure that the drop of blood essence was from a special life form. It was much purer than the blood essence of many bloodline races in the divine beginning world. That was what he had always dreamed of. But now he found that the drop of blood essence that he had dreamed of was like the sky and the earth compared to the drop that Jian Wushuang had brought out. It was too pure. Lord Emo had never thought that there was such pure essence blood between heaven and earth. The previous drop was the essence blood of a special life, and it should be very strong among special life forms. This drop of essence blood seems to be 100 times purer than that one. What level is this essence blood? Lord Emo was stunned. At this time, Jian Wushuang had already waved his hand, and this drop of pure and perfect essence blood was immediately thrown toward the holy heavenly furnace. When the essence blood fell into the holy heavenly furnace, it was quite calm at first, but this calm only lasted for a moment. Buzz! A loud and clear sword cry suddenly sounded. The sword cry was extremely ear-piercing. It went along the passage of the volcano above and instantly shot to the 9 heavens, resounding throughout the entire sky. The entire world was stunned by this ear-piercing sword chime. In the next moment, a sword intent suddenly erupted from the holy heavenly furnace. This sword's intent was not that majestic or that powerful. However, the level of this sword intent, or more accurately, the will contained within the sword intent, was enough to shock the heavens. It was a supreme sword intent that looked down on the world and looked down on all living beings as ants. It represented the peak of Sword Tao, the pinnacle of Sword Tao, and also the pinnacle of sword Tao. Supreme. Buzz. The supreme sword intent shot into the sky and spread out unscrupulously. The area is spread out was extremely wide. The Dragon Phoenix Sacred City had always been under the control of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's nest, in an ancient secret room, an old man dressed in a yellow Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyes were closed as he meditated quietly. However, when that supreme sword intent swept out without restraint, the old man instantly sensed it even though he was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Immediately, the old man's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of deep eyes that pierced through the secret chamber and looked into the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures appeared in the secret chamber almost immediately. The auras of these two people were ethereal, but they were far superior to divine masters. They were clearly two true undying saints. However, these two undying saints were clearly in awe of the aged old man sitting on the futon. What's happening in that direction? The aged old man asked faintly. That direction should be where the Fire Cloud Castle is. I received news a few days ago that Old Man Imo has already started to refine treasures. This time, he even used the sacred heavenly furnace to refine them. From the looks of it, he should have refined an extraordinary treasure, a woman in green said. It seems so. However, the Fire Cloud Castle is extremely far away from our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The treasure that Old Man Imo refined over there actually has a great deterrent effect on us, who are hundreds of millions of miles away. What exactly did he refine? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately get someone to investigate carefully and find out what he refined. Also, Elder Chin, you have to make a trip there yourself. All right. The green-robed woman nodded slightly. With a flash of her figure, she disappeared from the secret chamber. This was a nameless mountain peak in Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. A handsome and cold man was standing on the peak. This cold and handsome man looked very young, but his silver-white hair almost reached his waist. His figure was also ethereal, and his aura seemed to be indistinct. However, his eyes were bright and full of spirit, as if they were exploding. At this moment, this cold and handsome man with silver-white hair looked directly into the distant void. Sword intent. What a sword intent! This sword intent must have come from a place billions of miles away, an extremely distant place. It's clearly not too powerful, but the will contained in the sword intent actually made me want to submit. With such a terrifying sword intent, could it be that a true treasure has been born in that place? The silver-haired man muttered to himself, and his voice was also illusory. Supreme treasure? Master, where did you say a supreme treasure was born? Next to the handsome man was a teenager who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. This teenager carried a long sword on his back and held one in his hand. When he heard the former's words, he immediately became excited. Shut up. The handsome man berated. That sword intent is supreme. It has a certain effect on you right now. Calm down and carefully sense it. With your current sword Tao cultivation, it's very difficult for you to sense the existence of that sword intent. However, as long as you sense even a little bit of it, your sword Tao cultivation will be able to increase by a lot. Can you improve your swordsmanship cultivation? The 15-year-old stared at him, his interest immediately piqued. Then, he sat cross-legged next to him and began to meditate and experience it. Chapter 2846. Hungry? The supreme sword intent contained within the ear-piercing sword chime was earth-shattering. The commotion it caused was simply too great. In the sacred dragon in Phoenix City, those who stood at the peak were all alarmed, and their gazes all focused on the Fire Cloud Castle. They all knew that a great change had occurred within the Fire Cloud Castle. However, although the top super existences were shocked, the ordinary cultivators were not affected except for those around Fire Cloud Castle. They did not even notice the change. Fire Cloud Castle, at the bottom of the largest volcano. This sword essence is so high level. Jin Wushuang was still standing outside the Fire Sea. In the holy heavenly furnace at the center of the Fire Sea, He could clearly feel the shocking sword essence from the Blood Mountain sword. Naturally, he was even more shocked. A single drop of blood essence is not the limit of this divine sword. My friend, do you still have blood essence? Lord Mo, who was standing beside the holy heavenly furnace, looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not say anything. With a flip of his hand, 2 more drops of blood essence appeared in his hand. Looking at these 2 drops of blood essence, Lord Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. These 2 drops of blood essence were clearly the same as the one that had just been dropped into the holy heavenly furnace. Go! Jian Wushuang sent the second drop of blood essence into the holy heavenly furnace. In an instant, the supreme sword essence that had already been extremely powerful burst out from the holy heavenly furnace once again soared. And it soared several times. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang did not stop and continued to send the third drop of blood essence into the holy heavenly furnace. After the blood essence was absorbed by the Blood Mountain sword, the sword essence that burst out from the Blood Mountain sword soared to another level. Hasn't it reached its limit? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He was connected to the Blood Mountain sword's heart blood, so he could clearly sense the desire of the Blood Mountain sword. It was obvious that the Blood Mountain sword wanted more. It wanted more of his essence blood. However, this made Jian Wushuang worried. After all, there was not a lot of essence blood like ordinary blood. Essence blood required a long time for a cultivator to accumulate and condense. It took a lot of time. When he was refining the golden armor in the Witch Desert Wilderness, Jian Wushuang knew that he would be able to use his essence blood to fuse with the Blood Mountain sword. Therefore, he began to condense and accumulate his essence blood. Even so, he had only condensed 4 drops of essence blood. He had diluted 1 drop of the 4 drops of essence blood into 100 drops. The quality was not up to standard. He had given the remaining 3 drops to the Blood Mountain sword, but they still could not meet the requirements of the sword. There is no more complete blood essence. Try the defective one. Jian Wushuang immediately waved his hand and took out a jade bottle, which contained drops of broken blood essence. Each drop was no better than the one given to Lord Imo. Master Imo was shocked to see this. Then Jian Wushuang threw the drops of essence blood into the holy heavenly furnace. However, when the essence blood was thrown into the holy heavenly furnace, it only made the flames in the holy heavenly furnace abnormally strong. Jian Wushuang found that the Blood Mountain sword did not absorb the essence blood at all. It could have absorbed it, but it deliberately did not. It was as if the Blood Mountain sword despised the blood essence. Yes, it despised it. The Blood Mountain sword had absorbed 3 drops of perfect blood essence in a row. How could it be willing to absorb the defective blood essence? This little thing, Jian Wushuang felt bitter in his heart. He did not continue to throw the blood essence into the Blood Mountain sword. It was purely a waste. The Blood Mountain sword did not absorb it at all. Sword 1. Do you have the higher level blood essence from before? Lord Imo looked at Jian Wushuang. I only have 3 drops, and I have used them all. However, my magic weapon has not absorbed it to its limit. Its intelligence tells me that it is still very hungry. Jian Wushuang said, Very hungry? Lord Imo frowned. Then he said in a low voice, The weapon spirit of your magic sword is very smart. After absorbing the 3 drops of essence blood, it no longer cares about the other essence blood. Now, it's impossible to absorb the essence blood for it. Why don't you try to absorb some other treasures, such as some genius earthly treasures? Genius earthly treasures? Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and then he took out the 12,000-pound Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal. This Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal should be the most precious genius earthly treasure in his hands. It was extremely expensive and could be exchanged for 1.5 million sane elixirs. If it were any other time, Jian Wushuang would not be willing to take it out. But now, he was not stingy with the Blood Mountain sword, which had been with him for God knows how many years. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang threw the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal into the holy heavenly furnace. After the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal entered the holy heavenly furnace, Jian Wushuang immediately found that the Blood Mountain sword had begun to absorb the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal. Sure enough, It's not interested in blood essence, but it's interested in other treasures. A smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. Little guy, eat up. Eat more. The more you eat, the stronger your power will be. Jian Wushuang was full of expectation. However, this expectation only lasted for a moment, and then he was stunned. The 12,000-pound blood wilderness emperor crystal that he threw into the holy heavenly furnace had been completely devoured by the blood mountain sword. But the blood mountain sword sent him a message. He was still very hungry. Is he still hungry? Jian Wushuang said with a bitter face. The blood wilderness emperor crystal is already the most precious treasure in my hands. As for the other treasures that can be given to you, although there are some, they are not very valuable. You can eat them yourself. With a wave of his hand, Jian Wushuang took out one treasure after another and threw them directly at the holy heavenly furnace. Over the years, he had fought everywhere, killed countless experts, and even killed many great divine masters. These experts had all kinds of treasures on them, so naturally, there were many natural treasures. Jian Wushuang put all these natural treasures together. He had planned to sell all of them in the future in exchange for some holy elixirs. But now, in order to satisfy the blood mountain sword, he threw all these natural treasures into the holy heavenly furnace without any pity. As soon as the treasures entered the holy heavenly furnace, the higher level ones were immediately devoured by the blood mountain sword. As for the lower level ones, the blood mountain sword did not bother with them at all. He has a big appetite, and he is very crafty. Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh when he saw this scene. After a long time, all the treasures in Jian Wushuang's body had been thrown into the holy heavenly furnace. However, they still could not satisfy the blood mountain sword's appetite. Chapter 2847 was done. After absorbing 3 drops of perfect blood essence and devouring so many treasures, including a 12,000-pound blood wilderness emperor crystal, you still can't satisfy your appetite? Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. He had nothing left for the blood mountain sword to continue devouring. At this moment, Lord Amo, who had been standing beside the holy heavenly furnace, frowned slightly. Then, he flipped his hand and took out all kinds of treasures from his interspatial ring. Lord Amo? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Lord Amo did not pay much attention to Jian Wushuang. He just kept throwing those treasures into the holy heavenly furnace. But Lord Amo was the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He was also a powerful immortal saint who was rich, especially in all kinds of materials and treasures. Therefore, under Jian Wushuang's shocked gaze, Lord Amo took out one after another precious materials and treasures. Each of these treasures was extraordinary. Many of them were priceless. There were several treasures that were comparable to the blood wilderness emperor crystal, and some were even more precious. In addition, there were some treasures that Jian Wushuang did not know and could not name. However, they were obviously extraordinary treasures. Lord Amo threw them into the holy heavenly furnace, and all the treasures that he threw into it were devoured by the blood mountain sword on the spot. Jian Wushuang saw them and could not help but feel sorry for Lord Amo. However, Lord Mo's expression was very calm, as if what was thrown into the holy heavenly furnace were not priceless treasures, but just pieces of ordinary firewood. After nearly half an hour, Lord Amo had thrown at least hundreds of treasures into the holy heavenly furnace. The blood mountain sword finally stopped absorbing. Finally full? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and stared at the holy heavenly furnace. Buzz. There was still a loud sword chime. The sword chime also carried a supreme sword essence. But the difference was that this sword's intent was more than 10 times stronger than the previous sword's intent. This sword intent truly shook the past and the present. Inside and outside the Fire Cloud Castle, countless cultivators stood there in shock. Feeling the sword intent that had increased by more than 10 times, they were all stunned. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the weathered old man had already stood up. With his hands behind his back, he looked in the direction of the Fire Cloud Castle, but his frown deepened. On the nameless peak, the silver-haired handsome man narrowed his eyes. The youth who had been sitting cross-legged by the side was suddenly overjoyed. Master, I can sense it. I can sense it. There's nothing to be proud of, the handsome man said in a low voice. If you could sense it before, it would be considered powerful. But now, that sword intent has increased by dozens of times. If you can't sense it again, you're not qualified to be my disciple. Hearing this, the young man curled his lips, but he did not know what to say. Under the huge volcano. Is it done? Lord Amo was a little excited, even more excited than Jian Wushuang. He stared at the holy heavenly furnace in front of him and then made a few more handprints. The purple-black flames around the holy heavenly furnace swept crazily, and a magic sword slowly rose from the holy heavenly furnace. Condense. Lord Amo struck out his last hand seal. The supreme sword essence emitted by the divine sword was instantly withdrawn, and the light on the long sword slowly faded. The Blood Mountain sword also returned to its original appearance. As Jian Wushuang waved his hand, the Blood Mountain sword immediately rushed toward Jian Wushuang and was once again in Jian Wushuang's hand. As soon as he held the sword, he immediately noticed that it was different from before. Previously, although the Blood Mountain sword was his natal magic weapon and connected with his heart and blood, it was not perfect. But now, Jian Wushuang felt that the Blood Mountain sword was completely one with him. It was as if the Blood Mountain sword was already a part of his body, like his hands and feet. He could use it perfectly. As expected, after merging with my blood essence, my control of the Blood Mountain sword has become even more perfect. Moreover, after absorbing 3 drops of my perfect blood essence and devouring so many rare and precious treasures, the power of the Blood Mountain sword should have been greatly enhanced. Jian Wushuang slightly tightened his grip on the divine sword. Then he carefully examined the Blood Mountain sword. Just as he had expected, the power of the Blood Mountain sword had been greatly enhanced. Previously, the power of the Blood Mountain sword in his hand was only at the superior heavenly treasure level. But now, although he had not really attacked, Jian Wushuang could still feel that the true power of the Blood Mountain sword had reached the level of a holy treasure. And it was definitely much stronger than an ordinary holy treasure. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang found that the sword edge of the Blood Mountain sword had become sharper. To be exact, it was extremely sharp. This sword edge, Jian Wushuang touched the sword edge with his fingers. He had an illusion that as long as the Blood Mountain sword exerted a little force, his palm would be directly cut off, no matter how strong his protective ability was or what kind of defensive means he had on the surface of his body. Jian Wushuang even subconsciously felt that even if the cultivator in front of him was wearing a body protection armor at the level of holy treasure, the sword edge of the Blood Mountain sword was enough to tear apart the body protection armor at the level of holy treasure. Then he continued to kill his opponent. It was this sharp feeling that could tear apart and cut through all obstacles. As for how sharp it was, Jian Wushuang had to experience real combat and kill a cultivator with the Blood Mountain sword before he knew. Its power has become much stronger, and its blade is much sharper than before. Compared to before, the transformation of the Blood Mountain sword is indeed huge, but that should not be all. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. The Blood Mountain sword had fused with 3 drops of his perfect blood essence. According to the effect of 3 drops of blood essence, it should be more than that. Jian Wushuang immediately continued to study it. As he studied it, he soon found the deepest thing hidden in the Blood Mountain sword. This is sword essence? Jian Wushuang's expression had become extremely stunned. It was not his fault, because he felt the existence of a sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. This sword essence was none other than the supreme sword essence that the Blood Mountain sword had wantonly released. That sword intent was not too strong, but it was too detached. It was so detached that it made one's hair stand on end. But this sword intent was completely preserved in the Blood Mountain sword. Chapter 2848. 8th grade, this sword essence. Jian Wushuang carefully felt the sword essence. He could see that it had completely integrated into the Blood Mountain sword and became a part of it. As the master of the Blood Mountain sword, he could naturally use this sword essence. Jian Wushuang immediately tried to communicate with the sword essence, trying to guide it. But in the end, he only managed to guide a bit of the sword essence. This sword essence is too extraordinary. With my current comprehension of sword principle, it seems very difficult to guide this sword essence. Jian Wushuang frowned, but soon relaxed. There's no rush. This sword essence has just merged with the Blood Mountain sword. I'll study it when I have time. Jian Wushuang exhaled slightly, but a smile appeared on his face. In general, he was very satisfied with the transformation of the Blood Mountain sword, especially the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang had a feeling that it would be very useful to him. After briefly checking the changes in the Blood Mountain sword, Jian Wushuang looked at Lord Emo again. However, at the sight of Lord Emo, Jian Wushuang's expression became strange. After the refinement and the transformation of the Blood Mountain sword, Lord Emo closed his eyes and stood there without moving. It seemed that he had understood something. Jian Wushuang also knew this, so he just stood quietly by the side and did not disturb him. After a long time, Lord Emo, who was standing motionlessly, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an unprecedentedly fierce light turned into two bolts of lightning and suddenly shot out. Lord Mo's expression also instantly became pleasantly surprised. Haha, I finally made it. After so many years, I finally made it. God really treats me well. Lord Emo laughed loudly with a hint of madness in his voice. This madness was completely caused by surprise and joy. Jian Wushuang stood aside and listened, but his expression changed. He could see that Lord Emo was so pleasantly surprised because he had made a breakthrough. And the breakthrough was not about strength, right? Lord Emo, what are you? Jian Wushuang said. My friend Sword One, I have to thank you and the magic weapon in your hand. Lord Emo smiled and said, I have become a 7th grade weapon refiner and even reached the peak of the 7th grade. I haven't had the chance to advance for many years. It has been too long. I have dreamed of taking that step and becoming a true 8th grade weapon refiner. After all, the path of weapon refining is different from cultivation. The peak of the 8th and 7th grades may seem like a step away, but they are two completely different levels. They are two completely different worlds. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, I once met a true 8th grade weapon refiner. At that time, I was completely convinced by his weapon refining methods. I even wanted to become his disciple, but that person was only a low-grade 8th grade weapon refiner. I really yearned for that level, but unfortunately, that step is extremely difficult. Other cultivators encounter their own bottlenecks, and it is much more difficult. Moreover, there are no shortcuts. I have been stuck on this step for so many years. I originally thought that I would never be able to break through again in this lifetime, but today, haha, I broke through. I finally took that step and became a true 8th grade weapon refiner. Lord Mo's laughter reverberated throughout the entire open space. It was indeed filled with joy. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly when he heard it. He guessed that Lord Mo's breakthrough was not due to his own strength. Perhaps his strength had also improved, but what truly made him so ecstatic and even made him disregard his status at the peak? It could only be a breakthrough in the weapon refining Tao. As expected, Lord Emo was a top 7th grade weapon refiner, and he had truly reached the 8th grade. 8th grade weapon refiner was an extremely respected figure even in the vast third heaven, not to mention in the remote territory of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Congratulations, Lord Emo, Jian Wushuang said, congratulating him. This time, I can advance one step further by refining again. Thanks to your help, you don't need to call me Master Emo anymore. My name is Emo Tao. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Emo, Emo Tao said. This, Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. What? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Emo Tao pretended to be unhappy. I wouldn't dare, Brother Emo. Jian Wushuang quickly changed the way he addressed him. Haha, that's more like it. Emo Tao smiled again, feeling very happy. In fact, if it was an ordinary person, even some powerful immortal saints, Emo Tao's strength and identity might not be taken seriously. As for calling him brother, it was even more impossible. The reason why Emo Tao was willing to make friends with Jian Wushuang in such a way was that Jian Wushuang had indeed helped him a great deal this time, which made him very surprised. Secondly, he also saw that Jian Wushuang was extraordinary. From the beginning, when Jian Wushuang took out the drop of blood essence, which made him think that it was the blood essence of a special life, he had already seen that Jian Wushuang, an advanced great divine master, was not simple. However, when Jian Wushuang took out the blood mountain sword, Imo Tao felt even more incredulous. As for what really shocked him, it was the 3 drops of blood essence that Jian Wushuang took out one after another during the refining process. The 3 drops of blood essence were completely beyond Imo Tao's understanding. However, he could see that the 3 drops of blood essence did not come from any other place, but Jian Wushuang's own blood essence. Who was Jian Wushuang to have condensed such incredible essence blood that was completely beyond his knowledge? Imo Tao did not know. He could not even guess it, but he knew that Jian Wushuang's origin must be shocking. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to put on any airs? Similarly, he did not dare to put on airs, which was why this scene happened. My friend Swordsman, after refining, absorbing 3 drops of your blood essence and so many treasures, your sword must have changed a lot. How does it feel? Imo Tao asked. It's a big change, and it feels good, but how much has changed? I have to find time to study it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Your sword has an amazing origin and great potential, Imo Tao said with a sigh. I have refined many divine weapons for many years, including many natal divine weapons. The natal divine weapons I have refined can at least become supreme-grade holy treasures in the future. If I'm lucky, they might even become supreme treasures in the future. Chapter 2849. Potential. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Magic weapons and treasures were divided into earthly treasures, heavenly treasures, holy treasures, and legendary supreme treasures. Among them, earthly treasures and heavenly treasures were only ordinary to the top, but at the level of holy treasures, the division was even more obvious. Holy treasures were divided into 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and supreme grade holy treasures. Each level was also divided from ordinary to the top. For example, the holy treasure level saber that Jian Wushuang had gotten from the secret realm and given to Insuer to handle was only a 3rd grade holy treasure. The Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand, in terms of power, should be at the top of the 3rd grade, barely reaching the 2nd grade. However, because of the sharpness of the Blood Mountain sword, it would be more effective in Jian Wushuang's hand than many 2nd grade holy treasures. As for the potential mentioned by Imo Tao, any natal magic weapon had potential. This potential depended on many factors, such as the materials used to refine it, the level of the blacksmith, the strength of the blood essence, and so on. The greater the potential, the greater the room for the natal magic weapon to grow in the future. For example, the golden armor that Jian Wushuang had refined from Master Kuan, a 4th grade weapon refiner, in the Witch Desert waste domain was only limited to an ordinary waste domain. The materials used to refine it was very ordinary, so a 4th grade weapon refiner's standard was naturally not that high, even if the golden armor had undergone a substantial transformation and possessed a certain potential because of the integration of Jian Wushuang's own blood essence. According to Jian Wushuang's estimation, it would at most reach the level of a supreme grade holy treasure. In other words, no matter how much Jian Wushuang's strength increased in the future, the golden armor would at most reach the level of a supreme grade holy treasure. It was impossible for it to become a legendary supreme grade holy treasure unless it was reforged. This was the potential of a natal weapon. Imo Tao used to be a top-notch 7th grade blacksmith. When he forged a natal weapon, the materials used to forge it was also very rare. Naturally, the natal weapons he forged had extraordinary potential. Even the weakest could reach the level of a supreme grade holy treasure. This could already be considered very impressive. The strongest treasure that I refined before was something that the Bone Emperor asked me to refine. That treasure has great potential. As long as the Bone Emperor's own strength can reach it, he has a chance to become a supreme grade treasure. Unfortunately, that treasure of the Bone Emperor is far, far inferior to this divine sword of yours. Imo Tao sighed. This magic weapon of yours has no flaws. It's the most perfect natal magic weapon. Now that it's fused with your 3 drops of essence blood, its potential has been stimulated. In the future, as long as you keep up with your strength, it can continue to grow and become a supreme treasure, even a top-notch supreme treasure. Moreover, this is far from the limit of your magic sword. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked at Imotao. Sword 1, you should have noticed that the essence blood you have absorbed during the refining process is far from the true requirements of your magic sword, Imotao said. I noticed. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. During the refining process, he had only absorbed 3 drops of his own essence blood for the Blood Mountain sword, which was obviously not the limit of the sword. However, he had already used up his own essence blood. He had intended to use the diluted essence blood to replace it, who knew that the Blood Mountain sword's appetite was so bad that it no longer cared about the low-end blood essence. Therefore, in the end, he could only feed the Blood Mountain sword with a large number of weapon-making materials and some natural treasures. Those weapon-making materials and natural treasures are just to satisfy your sword's appetite, but you haven't really developed the sword. Therefore, there is still a lot of room for your sword's potential in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have more blood essence, Imotao said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. He also saw that there was still room for further development of the Blood Mountain sword. However, the Blood Mountain sword was only interested in his perfect blood essence. However, it was not easy to condense his blood essence. He needed a lot of time to accumulate it. Moreover, he was only a divine master, so it did not take him too long to condense his blood essence. However, as his realm continued to improve and the strength of his divine power continued to increase, it would become more difficult to condense his blood essence. When that time came, just condensing a drop of blood essence, it would take thousands of years to condense a drop of blood essence. At that time, it would not be easy for him to accumulate enough blood essence for the Blood Mountain sword. Not only do you need enough blood essence, but after this refinement, it will be impossible for me, a mere 8th-grade blacksmith, to infuse blood essence into the sword again. Even a 9th-grade blacksmith might not be able to do so. Therefore, you can only go to the 3rd heaven and look for rare blacksmiths who have surpassed the 9th grade. They might have a way, Imotao said. So troublesome? Jian Wushuang frowned. After all, the accumulation of blood essence only needed time, and he could accept it. But to merge the blood essence into the Blood Mountain sword again, he needed a weapon refiner of the 9th grade and above. The highest level of weapon refining was the 9th grade. The primordial divine world was vast, and there might be weapon refiners above the 9th grade, but it was not easy to find them. Even if he found them, it would be very difficult to get them to agree to help him refine weapons. It would also be extremely difficult. There's no rush. The current potential of the Blood Mountain sword is enough for me. As for further improvement, I'll think of something later when my strength continues to increase and I have sufficient capital, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. My young friend Sword 1, there's something. Imotao continued to look at Jian Wushuang, but he wanted to say something, but he hesitated, and his expression was clearly a little awkward. Brother Imo, what's the matter? Just tell me, Jian Wushuang said. It's like this. I saw that you took out a lot of blood essence during the refining process, and the purity of the blood essence seems to be the same as the drop you gave me. If I'm not wrong, you used your own blood essence to decompose the blood essence, right? Imotao asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Well, do you have any more of this decomposed blood essence? Imotao looked at Jian Wushuang eagerly. Seeing Imotao's expression, Jian Wushuang instantly understood what he wanted. Brother Imo, do you want this blood essence? I do have some. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and one jade bottle after another appeared. The jade bottle contained drops of essence blood that were less than 1% of his original purity. Chapter 2850. Conditions. Previously, Jian Wushuang had diluted his perfect essence blood to a total of 100 drops. He had a total of 100 drops of essence blood. Although he had given 1 drop to Imotao and wasted some during the refining process, he still had enough. Now, he had taken out 10 drops. Looking at the essence of blood, Imotao's eyes immediately became fiery. My friend, can you give me some of this essence blood? Of course, I want to take it for free. If you have any conditions, feel free to ask. I will try my best to satisfy you, Imotao said. Brother Imo, this essence blood is not very useful to me. Since you want it, I will give you 10 more drops. Jian Wushuang smiled and directly threw the 10 jade bottles to Imo Tao. This is too much. Imo Tao took the jade bottles and looked at the drops of essence blood that he could not get even in his dreams. He was very excited. After a while, he took 8 bottles. He returned the other 2 bottles to Jian Wushuang. 8 drops, plus the previous one. 9 drops of this essence blood is enough. Imo Tao said with a smile. Brother Imo, don't be polite with me. I do have a lot of essence blood like this, Jian Wushuang said and waved his hand again. Immediately, more jade bottles appeared. Looking at these jade bottles, the corner of Imo Tao's mouth twitched slightly. He once wanted to get a drop of essence blood like this, but he could not get it no matter how much he paid. But now, seeing Jian Wushuang take out such a drop of blood essence, it was as if he was taking something that could be easily seen. Naturally, he was not happy. 9 drops of blood essence is indeed enough. Any more and the blood essence would not be precious, Imo Tao said. Any one of these 9 drops of blood essence is worth more than 1,000,000 saint elixirs. I took 9 drops at one go, which is equivalent to tens of millions of saint elixirs. But I don't know what conditions you have. If I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. No need. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. Brother Imo, you have already merged your blood essence into my magic weapon for me. In the process of refining it, you have also spent a lot of materials and treasures to satisfy its appetite. That's enough for the 9 drops of blood essence. That's different. The materials and treasures used in the process of refining the magic weapon are of great use to me. Because of that, I was lucky enough to break through to become an 8th grade weapon refiner. This is more important to me than the treasures I used. Now I can't take your blood essence for free, Imo Tao said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help smiling bitterly. How about this, my friend Swordsman? Do you have any treasures at the level of holy treasure that you can use? If you do, I will make another one for you. I will provide you with the materials and various things you need to make the magic weapon. You just need to tell me what you want, Imo Tao said. This? Jian Wushuang frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head again. I already have my natal magic weapon and natal armor, so I don't need them for the time being. If Brother Imo really feels bad, you can make a domain-type treasure for me. Domain-type treasure? Imo Tao's expression changed. Yes. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had many skills, and one of the most powerful was his domain. He had a total of 4 domains, and when they worked together, they were extremely powerful. Especially during the battle between the 2 camps, his domain skill was enough to change the situation of the entire battlefield. However, the domain-type treasure, the Golden Feather Illusionary Light Mirror, was only a top-tier heavenly treasure. Although its power was quite impressive, as Jian Wushuang encountered stronger opponents, the effect of this domain was greatly reduced. Naturally, Jian Wushuang wanted a more powerful holy treasure. That way, his many domains would be terrifying. Domain-type treasures are the most complicated and difficult among all the treasures. If I had not taken this step before, I would have to activate the Holy Heavenly Furnace to refine a decent domain-type holy treasure. But now, even without the Holy Heaven Furnace, I can still refine it. However, I need some time to prepare the materials. I'm afraid I can't refine it in a short time, Imo Tao said. There's no hurry, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. In that case, I'll have to ask you to wait a little longer, Imo Tao said with a smile. Then he continued, in addition, although domain-type holy treasures are precious, their prices are still far inferior to those 9 drops of essence blood. So, how about this? I'll add 2 million holy elixirs to this domain-type holy treasure for you. Okay? 2 million holy elixirs? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Sure. This time, he did not choose to refuse. Instead, he directly agreed. After all, he needed holy elixirs. He needed a large number of holy elixirs to improve his realm. After all, his current realm was only that of a peak divine master. Previously, he had planned to get rid of the 12,000 pounds of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystals while refining the Blood Mountain sword. That way, he could get a large number of holy elixirs to break through. He did not expect that the Blood Mountain sword would directly swallow the Blood Wilderness Emperor crystals during the refining process. Besides the treasure he needed, all the other treasures in his hands had been used up. He really did not have much wealth. At this critical moment, Imhotep agreed to give him 2 million holy elixirs. This was tantamount to timely help. Jin Wushuang certainly would not refuse. Imhotep took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Jin Wushuang. There are 2 million sane elixirs in this interspatial ring and my communication token. When I am ready to refine the domain-type holy treasure, I will send a message to you. No problem. Jin Wushuang smiled and gave the result of the interspatial ring. By the way, Imhotep said, Swordman, the blood essence in your hand is extremely valuable, especially your own blood essence. It is even more incredible. But don't take it out in the future, and don't be stupid enough to sell it for sane elixirs or other treasures. If you are not careful, you might even be killed. Yes, I know. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. Of course, he knew that the blood essence was very important, especially his own blood essence, the most perfect blood essence. If it really spread, it would attract many experts. Chapter 2851. Troublesome. Because he knew this, he had only used 1% of his blood essence after diluting it in order to meet Imhotep, and he had only taken out 1 drop. Until he had no way to take out his perfect blood essence in order to fuse it into the Blood Mountain sword, and only in front of Imhotep. As for selling his blood essence in exchange for a large number of holy elixirs or other treasures, if it was the decomposed blood essence, he could try 1 or 2 drops, but there were too many of them, and he would never sell them. As for his own blood essence, he would never give it to anyone. Blood essence was a symbol of life. Therefore, selling blood essence was a violation of one's dignity. No one, no expert of any bloodline, would sell their essence blood or give it to others unless they were really at the end of their rope. Imhotep wanted to say something, but suddenly his expression changed, and he frowned slightly. Swordman, we are in trouble, Imhotep said. What's wrong? Jin Wushuang looked over. You know how loud the noise was when we were refining the weapon, especially the Supreme Sword Essence. It was so loud that some old men in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and a few top experts of sword principle sensed it. As for the surroundings of my Fire Cloud Castle, they are all guessing that I should have refined a great sword principle weapon or treasure. Even the Bone Emperor sent a message to me personally, Imhotep said with a bitter smile. Bone Emperor sent a message personally? Jin Wushuang was stunned. He knew that the disturbance caused by the artifact refinement would definitely attract the attention of some experts. However, he did not expect that Bone Emperor would be alerted and ask about it personally. It's normal for Bone Emperor to ask about it personally. After all, he was the only one who asked me to refine a treasure using the holy heavenly furnace for so many years. So this time, of course, he wants to know who asked me to refine a treasure using the holy heavenly furnace and what level of magic weapon it is. Imhotep smiled. It's just a casual question from Bone Emperor. I just need to find a reason to tell him about it. The trouble is that the experts who have arrived in my Fire Cloud Castle will definitely find out about it. They might even find a way to find out about it. By then, they might be able to trace it back to you. Jin Wushuang's face darkened. He had come to look for Imhotep to refine a treasure. If it was just an ordinary treasure, it would be fine. However, the commotion this time was so big. Once people found out that he had asked Imhotep to refine a treasure, all the experts would definitely target him. By then, there would be a lot of trouble. Imhotep naturally knew of this, so he immediately sent a message to his personal disciple Bai Yin. Not long after, Bai Yin arrived at this empty space. Master! Bai Yin was incomparably respectful in front of Imhotep. Disciple, how is the situation in the Fire Cloud Castle right now? Imhotep directly asked. Replying, Master, ever since you activated the sacred heavenly furnace and started to refine a weapon, the entire Fire Cloud Castle has been shaken. The various powers also quickly received the news. The world overlords of the 4 pavilions, the various realm lords of the various realm verses, as well as the rulers of some of the major powers in the Golden Crow 9 realms, all sent messages to ask me about the cause of this matter. However, I only gave them a few words of prevarication and didn't explain it to them. These people are just here to ask questions, but some experts from the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City have come to visit, especially a Supreme Elder from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Bai Yin said. A Supreme Elder from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was one of the 4 pavilions, and its geniuses were as numerous as clouds. To be able to become a Supreme Elder, he must be a genuine immortal saint. How many people in the Fire Cloud Castle know that Sword One came to see me? Imotao asked. There should only be 4 people who know about it, Bai Yin said solemnly. The first one is a guard at the level of a novice great divine master. He brought Mr. Sword One into the Fire Cloud Castle. Kill him, Imotao said directly. Bai Yin and Jian Wushuang were both stunned. The former nodded slightly, then he said, the second one is junior brother Fan Xi. I thought that Sword One was just an ordinary advanced great divine master, so I let junior brother Fan Xi pick him up. It was not until Mr. Sword One took out the 12,000 pounds of Blood Wilderness Emperor crystal that I personally went to receive him. Fan Xian? Imotao narrowed his eyes. Tell him that from today on, he will go into closed-door cultivation and cannot come out for 10,000 years. Yes. Bai Yin accepted the order and continued, the third one is me. Bai Yin was a little shocked, but he still had some confidence. He was different from the guard in Fan Xian. He was Imotao's personal disciple and could be said to be Imotao's successor. Imotao would not go so far as to deal with Jian Wushuang in order to cover up his existence or ask him to enter closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years. As expected, Imotao only exhorted him, you should know the severity of the matter. You must not reveal the existence of little friend Sword One, and you must not let anyone know that it was little friend Sword One who asked me to refine that magic weapon. Otherwise, even if you are my personal disciple, I will not show mercy. I understand. Bai Yin heaved a sigh of relief. You just said that there should be 4 people who know of little friend Sword One's existence, but you only said 3. Who else is there? Imotao looked over. There's still one more. Bai Yin frowned. Master, the last person who knows of little friend Sword One's existence is young Master Chu. Young Master Chu? Which young Master Chu? Imotao asked. He's the young master of the heavenly Chu realm lord. Bai Yin replied softly. It's him? Imotao's expression changed. Why would he come to my Fire Cloud Castle, and how would he know about this matter? Replying Master, 16 years later, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will open the Dragon Phoenix rankings for the young Phoenix. At that time, countless experts would dare to go. And this young Master Chu has a special liking for the young Phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He wanted to take the opportunity to send a huge gift to that young Phoenix in order to gain the favor of that young Phoenix. Hence, he specially rushed here. His motive is the same as Mr. Sword One. He also wanted Master to personally refine a special treasure for him. Bai Yin spoke. When Mr. Sword One came to my Fire Cloud Castle, I happened to be in the middle of a conversation with young Master Chu. When the guard came to report, he did not lower his voice, so young Master Chu heard that Mr. Sword One had come to visit. However, when the guard reported, it also showed that Mr. Sword One was only an advanced great divine master. I also instructed Fan Xian to receive him in front of that young Master Chu. Chapter 2852. Little Phoenix, Bastard. In order to gain a good impression of the current Little Phoenix, he actually wants me to personally refine a treasure for him. The young master of the Tianchu Realm Lord. What great ability! Imotao's voice was obviously filled with anger at the same time. He also blamed Bai Yin, you two. You actually let that young Master Chu hear about the matter of Sword One paying a visit. Bai Yin immediately lowered his head, not daring to look into Imotao's eyes. Brother Imo, young Master Chu only heard about my visit, but in a place like Fire Cloud Castle, people come to visit every day. I'm only an advanced divine master, so he wouldn't think about it. Even if he did, he wouldn't be sure and wouldn't bring me too much trouble, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He spoke casually, But Bai Yin was shocked when she heard what he said. Brother Imo? He, he actually called Master Brother Imo? And Master clearly doesn't have any dissatisfaction? Bai Yan's face was filled with disbelief. He knew his master's identity. Even if the other party was an immortal saint, he would not be able to address his master so intimately. However, Swordsman had only asked his master to refine a divine weapon, yet his master's attitude had changed so drastically. Furthermore, in order not to let others know of Swordsman's existence, he had directly executed a guard and had Fan Exine enter seclusion for 10,000 years. It was very obvious that Swordsman's status was in his master's heart had reached an extremely high level. I hope that Master Chu doesn't think too much about it, or else, Imo Tao's face darkened slightly, and then he glanced at Bai Yin. Take Swordsman and leave the underground palace immediately. Don't let anyone know. As for the other matters, leave them to me. Yes. Bai Yin nodded respectfully. Swordsman, leave with him first. When the time is right, I will personally send a message to you, Imo Tao said. Okay. Jin Wushuang smiled and then followed Bai Yin. Fire Cloud Castle was located in a huge group of volcanoes, and many places led to the underground of the volcanoes. Deep underground, there was an extremely hidden underground palace, which could directly lead to the outside world. Imo Tao and Bai Yin were the only two people in Fire Cloud Castle who knew about the existence of this underground palace. Now Bai Yin was leading Jin Wushuang in this underground palace. Mr. Swordsman, it's thanks to you to excuse me in front of Master just now. Otherwise, if my master was angry, he would have punished me, Bai Yin said humbly. Before, although Bai Yin did not dare to underestimate Jin Wushuang, he was not so humble. But now, when he heard Jin Wushuang call his master Brother Imo, his attitude toward Jin Wushuang had completely changed. He became very warm and even respectful. It's just a small matter. Mr. Bai Yin, don't take it to heart. Jin Wushuang smiled and said, By the way, I just heard from you that in 16 years, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will open the Dragon Phoenix list for the young Phoenix? What's going on? This matter has been widely spread in the Dragon Phoenix sacred city. How could you not know about it, Mr. Swordsman? Bai Yin looked at Jin Wushuang in surprise. To tell you the truth, I just came to the Dragon Phoenix sacred city, so I don't know much about it, Jin Wushuang said. No wonder. Bai Yin understood and then explained, this matter has to start with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is one of the 4 pavilions in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It has a deep foundation and is recognized as the cradle of geniuses in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Those who can enter the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and become its disciples are all dragons and phoenixes among men. It's true. Among the genius disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the male disciple with the highest talent is called the Hidden Dragon, and the female disciple with the highest talent is called the Young Phoenix. There are many geniuses in this generation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Hidden Dragon Chun Hao has reached the limit of the supreme divinity with outstanding talent. He is an invincible divine master who is extremely powerful. He is widely recognized as the #1 supreme divine master of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. His strength is almost as powerful as the immortal saint. Qian Hao is strong, but in terms of talent, the #1 genius in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Golden Crow 9 realms is the Young Phoenix. She is known as the #1 genius in the history of the Golden Crow 9 realms. The #1 genius in the history of the Golden Crow 9 realms? This young phoenix is so powerful? Jin Wushuang was secretly surprised. Back in the Sacred Sun world, he had heard that there was a super genius in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even when he rose to prominence, there were people in the Sacred Sun world who compared him to that super genius. In the end, many people thought that the super genius was still better than him. This super genius must be very amazing. And this super genius was, as expected, this young phoenix. This young phoenix is indeed very talented. I heard that she has been cultivating for less than 200 years, but her cultivation has already stabilized to the peak of Divine Master. She is even on the verge of breaking through to Great Divine Master. The most important thing is her comprehension of the rules. Her comprehension of the rules is too fast. She is only a Divine Master, but it is said that her comprehension of the rules has already surpassed that of an ordinary immortal saint, Bai Yin said. What? Even Jian Wushuang was shocked to hear this. A divine master's comprehension of the rules has surpassed that of the immortal saint? How is this possible? Jian Wushuang muttered. His current realm was that of a divine master, and his talent was impeccable. He also had a treasure like a seal of heaven scroll, but his comprehension of the rules was only at the limit of a divine master. He was still one step away from the immortal saint. The young phoenix from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a higher comprehension of the rules than him. The young phoenix had also cultivated for a very short time, less than 200 years, which was not much longer than him. How can her comprehension of the rules be so high? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked. I don't know, but there is a rumor that the young phoenix has an extremely special physique, which is unique and far beyond the ordinary people. For an ordinary cultivator, it is extremely difficult to comprehend the rules, but for her, it is as easy as eating and drinking. She doesn't need to cultivate carefully. She just stands there, and her comprehension of the rules is constantly improving. That's why her comprehension of the rules is so strong, Bai Yin said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. He would never believe that an ordinary cultivator could reach such a level in less than 200 years unless he was also reincarnated. But if he had a unique physique, it would be another story. Chapter 2853, Dragon Phoenix List. No wonder he is known as the #1 genius of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. His comprehension of the rules is so high that no one can compare to him, Jian Wushuang thought. Although he was a perfect chaotic creature with infinite possibilities and great potential, no one could compare to him. However, his comprehension of the rules was obviously slower than the young phoenix. What about the Dragon Phoenix list? Jian Wushuang asked. The Dragon Phoenix list has been passed down by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for a long time. It's an extremely special list for experts who have made great contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has been established for countless years, but only 8 people have been listed on the list. Each of these 8 people is very important to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They are the top 8 contributors to the Dragon Phoenix list. They are recorded on the list and will always be respected by the younger disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Bai Yin said. So, the Dragon Phoenix list is the list of contributors to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Yes, as far as I know, the 8 experts on the Dragon Phoenix list seem to be immortal saints who have made great contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the current leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion are also on the list. Many genius disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also take pride in being on the list in the future. Therefore, every time the Dragon Phoenix list is opened, it is a great event for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. On the way to the launch of the Dragon Phoenix list, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would invite many experts to watch it. It would be a very big event, Bai Yin said. But this time, it's a little strange. Why is it strange? Jian Wushuang asked. Mr. Swordsman, I just said that the Dragon Phoenix list is specially opened for the young phoenix. Although the young phoenix is extremely talented and is known as the #1 person in the history of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, she is too young and not very strong. Moreover, she stays in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and hardly goes out. Under such circumstances, how can she contribute to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? How could she be qualified to be on the Dragon Phoenix list? Bai Yin said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Indeed, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, only those who had made great contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were qualified to be on the Dragon Phoenix list. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been established for so many years, but only 8 people were on it, and they were all immortal saints. As for this young phoenix, how was she qualified? So it's a bit strange, but the rules of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion won't change because of this young phoenix. So this young phoenix must have made great contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but I don't know what the great contribution is. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion hasn't announced it to the public. Bai Yin smiled. Maybe so. Jian Wushuang also nodded. Mr. Sword One, you should be interested in that young phoenix, right? Bai Yin suddenly looked over. What do you mean? Jin Wushuang asked in surprise. Haha, Mr. Sword One, don't pretend to be confused. Bai Yin smiled. It is said that young phoenix is not only talented but also beautiful. In the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, not many people have seen her face, but all the cultivators of the opposite sex are impressed by her. As the young Master Chu mentioned before, he is a young master of a realm master. But because he was lucky enough to see the young phoenix, he has been longing for her ever since. This time, he came to my Fire Cloud Castle to ask Master to refine treasures for him to win the young phoenix's smile. Mr. Sword One, don't you have any interest in such a peerless beauty? Really? Jin Wushuang was stunned. I've only heard that this young phoenix is extremely talented, and no one in the Golden Crow 9 realms can match her. As for her beauty, I've never heard of her. But now that you've mentioned it, I'm really interested in her. When the Dragon Phoenix list is opened, if I have time, I can go and take a look. Jin Wushuang was indeed a little interested. But his interest was not because of the young phoenix's beauty. He had been through endless trials and tribulations in 2 lifetimes. His heart was like a stone, and he was completely immune to beauty. In terms of feelings, the only person in the entire divine beginning world and the entire world who could be moved was his wife, Long Rushuang. He was not interested in anyone else except Long Rushuang. Jin Wushuang and Bai Yin chatted as they walked. They walked into the underground palace for nearly an hour before they finally arrived at the exit. Mr. Sword One, they'll send you here. You'll be in a barren mountain when you leave from this exit. It's quite a distance from Fire Cloud Castle. No one will notice you leaving from here. As for the rest of the matter, leave it to me and Master. Fire Cloud Castle will do its best to ensure that no one knows that you came to our Fire Cloud Castle to ask Master to refine a treasure personally, Bai Yin said. In that case, thank you. Jin Wushuang smiled and immediately walked toward the exit. Bai Yin went back the way he came. Not long after, Bai Yin returned to the main hall of Fire Cloud Castle. In the main hall, Master Chu was still waiting. However, although Master Chu was waiting, he could not calm down for a long time. After all, when Imo Tao used the sacred heavenly furnace to refine the treasure, he had stayed in the Fire Cloud Castle and personally felt that terrifying sword intent. Right now, the entire Dragon Phoenix Sacred City and even the top experts of the Golden Crow 9 realms all knew that Imo Tao had refined an extremely powerful Sword Dao divine weapon. They were all guessing who had asked Imo Tao to refine it and what kind of divine weapon it was. Young Master Chu's father, the world overlord Tian Chu, also directly sent a message over to ask him about it. Young Master Chu naturally wanted to find out more. The Fire Cloud Castle is the residence of that Lord Imo usually. There are too many experts who come here to visit. In addition, these experts are all received separately. Outsiders have no way to guess. However, there's one point. Whenever those with higher statuses come to visit, they would definitely be received by Bai Yin. In fact, Lord Imo would even personally come out to welcome them. But according to the information I received, in these past 100 years, that Lord Imo has never personally appeared. In other words, that person must have met Bai Yin first before Bai Yin brought him to meet Lord Imo. I didn't know the person who let Bai Yin receive him personally before me, but there was only one person after me, and that person was Sword One. Young Master Chu narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. Chapter 2854. Supreme Sword Intent. While he was conversing with Bai Yin, he did hear someone come in to report that Sword One had come to pay a visit. At first, Bai Yin had only casually instructed Fan Xian to receive him. However, not long after, he saw Fan Xian arrive and whispered a few words into Bai Yin's ear. Bai Yin immediately left. Not long after that, Lord Imo began to activate the holy heavenly furnace. Therefore, in young Master Chu's eyes, Sword One was indeed suspicious. Sword One is from the Pill Sun Sacred World and is recognized as the #1 expert in the Pill Sun Sacred World. He is only an advanced Great Divine Master, but he is strong enough to fight against an invincible Divine Master. This Sword One is indeed extraordinary. Young Master Chu's face was solemn. While he was waiting in the main hall, he had sent people to investigate and find out some information about Jian Wushuang. He knew Jian Wushuang's origin and strength level. A monster who was only an advanced Great Divine Master, but was strong enough to fight against Invincible Divine Master. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate him. Because of this, he became more suspicious of Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Bai Yin walked over. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Master Chu. Bai Yin smiled apologetically. No, I didn't wait too long either. Master Chu did not care. Master Chu, I just asked my master. Unfortunately, my master just activated the holy heavenly furnace and refined a special treasure. His mind has been consumed too much, so he can't refine other treasures in a short time. Therefore, I'm afraid that your request can't be fulfilled, Bai Yin said. It doesn't matter. Since Lord Mo's mental energy has been consumed, as a junior, how would I dare to disturb him again? Young Master Chu smiled slightly. Oh right, I wonder who is so capable to actually invite Lord Mo to use the holy heavenly furnace? This master has personally instructed that no one is allowed to know about this matter. Young Master Chu, if you don't want Master to personally blame you, it's best that you don't probe further. Bai Yin said. I see. In that case, I'll take my leave. Master Chu did not stay any longer and left directly. However, even though he left, he still kept an eye on Jian Wushuang. In a barren forest in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City, Jian Wushuang had temporarily opened a cave mansion. In the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang set up a restriction and then sat down cross-legged. In front of him, the Blood Mountain Sword was floating quietly. After this refinement, the Blood Mountain Sword had undergone tremendous changes. The most important thing was the Supreme Sword Essence hidden in the sword type. Previously, Jian Wushuang had sensed the existence of this sword essence in Fire Cloud Castle, but because of the occasion, he did not spend time studying it carefully. But now, he calmed his heart and began to study it carefully. This sword essence is really powerful and can be used by me, provided that I can guide it out, Jian Wushuang muttered, but he had already begun to try. He tried to rely on his comprehension of the sword principle to communicate with this sword essence and guide it. Under this attempt, gradually, he had a certain connection with this sword essence. He was not surprised. In the Fire Cloud Castle, he found that he could guide the sword essence in such a short time. However, he could only guide a tiny bit of the sword essence. Now, he was trying to guide more sword essence. Time passed. Jian Wushuang had fully displayed his comprehension of sword principle and tried to guide it as much as he could. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. No, I've reached my limit. Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes in the cave mansion. His eyes were fixed on the Blood Mountain Sword in front of him, but his expression was extremely strange. Over the past 10 days, he had tried to use all the means he could, but in the end, he was still able to guide only a few sword essences. If I try my best to guide the Blood Mountain Sword, I'm afraid it's not even 1,000th of this sword essence. Jian Wushuang sighed. 1,000th, or even less. But this was indeed the limit that Jian Wushuang could reach. If he wanted more guidance, he would have to improve his comprehension of the sword principle. However, even though it was only 1,000th of the sword essence, its power was still extraordinary. Let's find a place to test how strong this 1,000th of the sword essence is. Jian Wushuang immediately stood up and walked out of the cave mansion. He came to the vast void and looked at the vast ancient forest in front of him. Towering trees stood in front of him. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and waved his sword in the next moment. He did not use any swordsmanship. He just waved his sword in an ordinary way. He did not fully utilize his divine power. Even so, the moment he waved his sword, a crack appeared in the void in front of him. Then the towering trees in front of him fell one after another. The sword light cut dozens of trees in one go before it stopped. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was a little happy. Sure enough, after adding my blood essence, the power of the Blood Mountain Sword has reached the top of the 3rd grade holy treasure. It's almost a 2nd grade holy treasure. If I use my swordsmanship, the power will be different and much stronger than before, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Just now, it was just an ordinary sword swing. I haven't activated the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, but now, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He clenched his hands and in a flash, a terrifying sword essence burst out from the Blood Mountain sword. This sword essence was not very powerful, but it was extraordinary. It was a supreme sword essence with a shocking will. The sword essence swept across the world, and all the ants in the world were turned into ants. This feeling, Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword tightly and felt the sword essence burst out from the Blood Mountain sword. In an instant, he felt as if all the people in the world were under his feet. His heart became extremely excited. Let's see how much more powerful my swordsmanship has become. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and then waved his sword forward. Buzz! It was also an ordinary, casual sword move that used the same divine power as the previous one. However, under the influence of the superior sword essence, a cold sword light swept out directly. The power of this cold sword light was obviously much stronger than the previous one. The sword light swept across. It tore through everything in its path, directly cutting apart the towering trees in front of it. It was an ordinary and extremely casual attack. However, after slashing down hundreds of towering trees, it finally stopped. Chapter 2855. The great divine master Jian Wushuang was still standing in the same spot, looking at the scene in front of him, but his mind was in a daze. This power is too strong. Jian Wushuang's body began to tremble. The same sword move just now had only directly cut down dozens of towering trees. But after activating the sword essence, it swept across and cut down hundreds of trees. The difference in power between the two was more than 10 times. I only activated less than 1,000th of the sword essence, but it has increased the power of my swordsmanship so much. Jian Wushuang was so shocked that he could not speak, but at the same time, he was ecstatic. Of course, he was ecstatic. After activating the sword essence, the power of his swordsmanship increased tenfold, which meant that his overall strength had also increased by nearly tenfold. His battle strength had been at the level of invincible divine master. After the Blood Mountain sword was reforged, its power had increased dramatically, which had greatly increased his battle strength. Now, because of the supreme sword essence, his overall strength had increased by nearly 10 times. With the addition of the two, his battle strength was much stronger than when he had fought the Marquis of 3 in the Pill Sun Sacred World. If I go all out and activate this sword essence, he'll definitely be able to crush the Marquis of 3 easily. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Suddenly, he raised his head again. The Blood Mountain sword has changed a lot since it merged with my blood essence, and it has greatly improved my overall strength. However, I didn't only get the Blood Mountain sword, but I also got 2 million Saint Elixirs from Brother Imo. 2 million Saint Elixirs. Such a large amount is enough for me to advance from a peak divine master to something even higher. In this way, my strength will soar again. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. Then, he returned to the cave mansion. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged with an interspatial ring floating in front of him. There were 2 million Saint Elixirs in the interspatial ring. The average immortal saint was only worth about 500,000 to 600,000 Saint Elixirs. Only a rich immortal saint like Imo Tao could afford 1,000,000 Saint Elixirs. The immortal saint, who was also the #1 blacksmith, could afford so many Saint Elixirs. These Saint Elixirs were of great help to Jian Wushuang. I've already swallowed a large number of Saint Elixirs, and I've already accumulated more than half of my divine power. I only need to absorb another 200,000 Saint Elixirs to make a breakthrough. These 2 million Saint Elixirs will not only allow me to smoothly make a breakthrough to become an advanced divine master, but also allow me to accumulate more than half of my divine power. They'll be very close to becoming an advanced divine master, Jian Wushuang muttered. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Let's begin. Without much hesitation, Jian Wushuang began to absorb the Saint Elixirs. 2 million Saint Elixirs was a huge amount. Even with Jian Wushuang's terrifying refining speed, it took him nearly 10 years to absorb all 2 million Saint Elixirs. As Jian Wushuang had expected, After absorbing 2 million Saint Elixirs, not only did he break through to the level of a junior Great Divine Master, but he also accumulated a great amount of divine power at the level of a junior Great Divine Master. He was not far from a senior Great Divine Master. It was not too far away. There was a huge barrier between the Divine Master and the Great Divine Master. At this level, his divine power was nearly 10 times stronger. Now, if he used all his secret skills and fully activated the sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, no one among the Divine Masters would be able to compete with him in terms of power alone. Even the invincible Divine Masters would probably be far inferior to him. Jian Wushuang was curious about the gap between his full power and that of the immortal saint. Of course, he was just curious. He could not solve this problem until he fought with the immortal saint. After reaching the Great Divine Master level, his strength had reached a whole new level. However, Jian Wushuang regretted that his secret skills had already reached a higher level. It was almost impossible for him to improve himself as a divine master. Therefore, even though he had made a breakthrough, the secret skills still did not change anything. It's a pity that Brother Imo had spent a lot of mind and energy to activate the holy heavenly furnace in order to fuse the Blood Mountain sword with my blood essence. He hasn't recovered yet, and he hasn't started to refine domain-type holy treasures. If I can get the domain-type holy treasure that Brother Imo has refined, the power of my domain will soar again, and my strength will be even stronger, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. However, he was not in a hurry. With his current strength, as long as he did not meet a real immortal saint, he could do whatever he wanted. There are still 6 years before the Dragon Phoenix list opens. I have nothing to do in these 6 years. Let's continue cultivating. Jian Wushuang quickly closed his eyes. 6 years passed in a flash, and Jian Wushuang set off for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was located in the core of the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. It was located in a huge ancient mountain range and occupied an extremely vast territory. The entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was enveloped by a huge formation, which was set up by several blacksmiths above the 7th grade at great cost, as well as several immortal saint experts. It was extremely powerful. This array formation was also one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strongest pillars. With the existence of this array formation, even the number 1 expert of the Golden Crow 9 Realms, the Bone Emperor, would not be able to break through this array formation. With the protection of this array formation, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been able to rest peacefully for a long time. The huge mountain gate was majestic and magnificent. This was the only way to enter the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Beside the mountain gate stood a huge stone tablet. The words Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was engraved on the stone tablet. There was a golden dragon and a fire phoenix sculpture around the stone tablet, which looked majestic. In front of the mountain gate, dozens of people from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were standing there, welcoming the experts who came to observe. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he looked at the ancient and towering mountain gate at the top. He could clearly see the sculptures of the golden dragon and the fire phoenix, and he could not help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. As expected of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, one of the 4 pavilions in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It's really majestic and magnificent. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and immediately walked up. Chapter 2856. Outside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion today, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would hold a grand opening of the Dragon Phoenix list, inviting various forces and experts of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow to attend the ceremony. The news had long since spread, and many forces in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, including those experts, would also attend the ceremony. Now, in front of the majestic mountain gate, an endless stream of experts came to attend the ceremony. Jian Wushuang followed closely and soon arrived at the mountain gate. Sir, I wonder which realm or force you are from. Do you have an invitation letter from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? A great divine master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion stopped Jian Wushuang and asked with a smile. My name is Swordsman, and am from the Sword Alliance of the Pill Sun Sacred World. As for the invitation letter, I don't have one, Jian Wushuang said. Sword Alliance? The great divine master frowned slightly. What? Do I have to have an invitation letter to attend the ceremony? Jian Wushuang asked. Not really. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is inviting experts from all over the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. As long as they have reached a certain level of strength, they can participate, the great divine master said with a smile. In that case, Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and a powerful divine power aura immediately erupted from his body. He had already broken through to the initial great divine master level, so the divine power aura he emitted under cover of black rock was that of a peak great divine master. When his divine power aura erupted, the surrounding people were immediately attracted to him. A peak great divine master? This person is actually an expert at the level of a peak great divine master. There are not many peak great divine masters in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? Many people began to discuss. The great divine master from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately smiled. Since you are a peak great divine master, you are naturally qualified to participate in this ceremony. However, since you have entered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I hope you can fully abide by the rules of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and not act rashly. Of course, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Please. The great divine master waved his hand. Jian Wushuang smiled and was about to walk into the mountain gate. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the steps below. Jian Wushuang looked over and saw a handsome young man in luxurious woolen clothes slowly walking toward the mountain gate, surrounded by a group of people. The young man was not very strong and was only at the advanced divine master level. However, the people around him were emitting powerful auras, all at the peak divine master level, especially the cold middle-aged man standing next to him. The divine power aura emitted by the cold middle-aged man was above that of a peak divine master. It's young Master Chu, the young master of the Heaven Curve World Lord. The person beside him, oh my God, it's the Black Blood Emperor. That Heaven Curve World Lord really dotes on young Master Chu. Although the Heaven Curve world is relatively large in the Golden Crow 9 realms, it only has 2 unrivaled reverent deities. But now, this Heaven Curve World Lord actually sent an unrivaled reverent deity to protect young Master Chu personally. This treatment, thanks. The experts in the surroundings all sighed. For these experts to come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to attend the ceremony, they all had a certain background or strength. Naturally, their knowledge was extraordinary as well. For example, young Master Chu and the Black Blood Emperor all knew about this. Young Master Chu did not need to say much. He was the only son of the Skysong Realm Lord. Also, everyone knew how much young Master Chu adored that young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. So it was only natural for him to attend this ceremony. But what truly shocked everyone was the arrival of the Black Blood Emperor. The Black Blood Emperor was an invincible divine master. In the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, there was only a handful of invincible divine masters. Any one of them had an extremely high status, and even the Undying Sage would not look down on an invincible divine master. After all, the various realms of the Golden Crow 9 realms had long agreed. Nevertheless, there were some things that the Undying Sage could not do personally, and he could only rely on the invincible divine master under him. Therefore, even the immortal saint would be very polite to these invincible divine masters under normal circumstances. But now, everyone knew why Master Chu came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the Realm Lord Tian Chu had arranged for an invincible divine master to accompany him, showed how much the Realm Lord pampered him. At the same time that Master Chu arrived, 2 figures flew over from the void in the distance. These 2 figures were more high-profile than the others. Most of the experts who came to watch the ceremony, such as Jian Wushuang, first rushed to the foot of the mountain and then walked up the stairs step by step. However, these 2 people did not have any scruples. They landed directly in front of the mountain gate. One of them was old, and the other was young. The young man was handsome and elegant, and the aura he emitted was also powerful. Although he had not reached the level of invincible divine master, he was definitely solid among the peak great divine masters. He was very close to invincible divine master. As for the older man next to him, he was even more impressive. The older man was dressed in a black robe. His face was cold, and his eyes were extremely turbid. There was no aura emanating from his body. Yet, at first glance, he looked like an ordinary older man. However, seeing the black-robed older man, not only the experts present, even Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, because he felt tremendous pressure from the elder. With his current strength, the elder's identity was beyond doubt. Immortal Saint. The black-robed elder was a genuine immortal saint. The Starpoint Pavilion is from the Starpoint Pavilion. The leader was the young master of the Starpoint Pavilion, Qi Ming. It was said that he was an out-and-out genius. In the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, except for the young phoenix and hidden dragon of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he was the most talented. In addition, Qi Ming seemed to be one of the admirers of the young phoenix. Thanks. Both young Master Chu and Qi Ming are the pursuers of the young phoenix. So now, these two people actually came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion at the same time. This is really interesting. Many people in the surroundings revealed excited expressions and were waiting to watch the show. As expected, Qi Ming appeared in front of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's mountain gate. His gaze swept over and soon froze on young Master Chu. Isn't this young Master Chu? You also came to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and coincidentally bumped into me. It's quite a coincidence. Qi Ming smiled, but there was a hint of amusement on his face. Humph, you and I came to watch the ceremony. We just happened to bump into each other. So what's there to be a coincidence? Young Master Chu snorted coldly, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jian Wushuang could see that there was some fear in his eyes. Chapter 2857. Chu sure it was very normal. Qi Ming was the young pavilion master of one of the 4-star pavilions, and his strength was infinitely close to that of an invincible reverent god. Whether it was in terms of identity or his own strength, he was slightly stronger than young Master Chu. After comparing the two of them, young Master Chu definitely could not compare to that of Xian Ming. Haha, young Master Chu, I heard that you went to Fire Cloud Castle not long ago and wanted to ask Lord Amo to refine a special treasure for you. That special treasure should be for young Phoenix, right? Qi Ming said with a strange smile. It has nothing to do with you, right? Young Master Chu said in a low voice. Qi Ming raised his eyebrows but did not ask any more questions. Instead, he walked directly into the mountain gate. The experts in front of the mountain gate immediately went up to welcome him. Jian Wushuang watched the scene from the front to the back and smiled playfully. The young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is really attractive. The young master of Realm Lord Tianchu and the young master of the Star Pavilion is both her suitors? Jian Wushuang did not linger and directly walked into the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as he entered the pavilion, someone immediately led him to a huge martial arts practice field. The martial arts practice field was boundless and was the place where the disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion usually competed. This time, the Dragon Phoenix list was held here. On the martial arts practice field, a large number of experts stood there. These experts came from all over the world. There are a lot of people. Jian Wushuang smiled. He also noticed that most of the people who came to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to attend the ceremony were not weak. At least, more than 90% of the experts in the martial arts practice field were experts above the Great Divine Master level. Only a few Divine Masters were involved. However, most of the Divine Masters here had a certain background. It could be said that this ceremony was an extremely high-end event in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. It would take some time before the Dragon Phoenix list was officially opened. Jian Wushuang found a random corner and waited there quietly. However, not far from him, a black-clothed girl with a slightly evil face opened her eyes wide and looked at the crowd in front of her. There are so many people, and most of them are experts at the Great Divine Master level. There must be hundreds of Great Divine Master level experts here, right? The black-clothed girl exclaimed in surprise. There are true. Beside the black-clothed girl, a burly man carrying a dark golden stone staff on his back nodded slightly. The opening of the Dragon Phoenix ranking has an extraordinary meaning to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. This time, Lord Pavilion Master has specially released the news long ago and sent out invitations widely. Experts from various forces in the Golden Crow 9 realms will mostly give our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion face, so there will naturally be many people who will come to watch the ceremony. Junior Sister Gu, today's ceremony will be held in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It represents the face of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Pavilion Master has specially instructed us to follow the rules. You must not cause trouble here. The burly man warned again. Don't worry, Senior Brother Tianqin. I know what to do. The black-clothed girl smiled, but her eyes kept wandering around. Suddenly, the black-robed girl's expression changed. Senior Brother Skyheart, quickly look over there. Look at that person. The black-robed girl pointed in a direction. The burly man immediately looked over and saw a young man dressed in golden robes. When he saw the golden-robed young man, the burly man's pupils constricted. It's him? He actually came to participate in this ceremony? The burly man muttered. But the black-clothed girl did not say anything and directly ran toward him. Junior sister. The burly man was shocked and immediately followed her. The two soon appeared in front of the golden-robed young man, who was surprisingly Jian Wushuang. Sword one. The black-clothed girl called out. Oh, it's you two. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at the two. Jian Wushuang knew both of them, and he had interacted with them many times, especially the black-clothed girl. He first interacted with the black-clothed girl, Demoniscu. Later, he met her again in the Crimson Rock Castle Sacred Palace. At that time, the burly man, Tian Xian, was also with him. At that time, they had a gambling match. In the end, Jian Wushuang won a big victory and obtained a lot of sacred elixirs. Now, he had just arrived at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and met with Demoniscu and Tian Xian again. Sword one. Long time no see. Tian Xian gave Jian Wushuang a deep look. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang had deliberately revealed his divine power aura before entering the mountain gate. However, after entering the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had completely restrained his divine power aura. Tian Xian could not tell Jian Wushuang's specific realm at all. However, in Tian Xin's opinion, since Jian Wushuang was able to attend the ceremony, his strength must not be much weaker. Sword one, how dare you to come to my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? The black-clothed girl, Demoniscu, stared at Jian Wushuang angrily. I don't have any great enmity with your Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The only thing that I have ever crossed paths with in the gambling match with you. However, it was a fair match after all, and both sides are willing to admit defeat. Your disciples would not be so stingy as to hold a grudge against me, right? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. You, Demoniscu was anxious, but she did not know how to say it. It was Tian Xian who said, Mr. Sword One, don't misunderstand. A guest is a guest. Not to mention that you don't have any enmity with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even if there is, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would never attack its own guest today. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. But at this moment, Junior Sister Gu, Junior Brother Tianqin, what are you two doing? A bright voice suddenly sounded. Then, a purple-haired handsome young man floated over. This purple-haired handsome young man was like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This is... The purple-haired handsome young man looked at Jian Wushuang. Senior Brother Chu Shi, you came at the right time. This is the same Senior Brother Tian Xian who suffered a loss when he went to the Pill Sun Sacred World with this sword. He lost a lot of sacred elixirs and even lost a lot of faces. Today, you have to help us vent our anger by using sword principle again, Demoniscu immediately said. Oh? You bullied my junior sister in the Pill Sun Sacred World? The purple-haired handsome young man Qi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Haha, it's just a fair fight. I didn't bully her, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Really? Chu Shi's eyes turned slightly cold. Senior Brother Chu Shi, Tian Xian, who was beside him, was a little anxious. Don't worry. Since it's the day that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion opens the Dragon Phoenix list, I naturally want fight in front of all the experts. However, after the ceremony is over, Sword One, do you have the guts to fight with me? If you win, they'll give you 5,000 sacred elixirs. As for your loss, you don't have to pay anything. Just take it as me venting my anger for my junior sister. How about it? Chapter 2858 was breathtakingly beautiful. Chu Shi looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile, but there was absolute confidence between his brows. He did have the right to be confident. After all, he was a genuine peak divine master, and his talent was extremely high. His comprehension of the rules and Tao was extremely strong. In addition, there were some unique secretaries in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. His battle strength was definitely at the top among the divine masters. Even if he met an ordinary invincible divine master, he could try to fight him. With such strength, he naturally would not care about Jian Wushuang. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly in his heart, but he nodded on the surface. Sure. Well, I'll wait for you after the ceremony. Chu Shi revealed a playful smile. As for Demoniscu, she gloated at Jian Wushuang and said, Swordman, you're really brave to accept the challenge. Just you wait, you'll suffer. With a snort, Chu Shi, Demoniscu, and Tian Xian left. Jian Wushuang just shook his head and smiled, but he did not care at all. As time passed, more and more experts came to the martial arts practice field. At first, only a few great divine masters appeared on the martial arts practice field, but as time passed, the immortal saints who came to attend the ceremony also arrived. When the ceremony was about to begin, there were already 7 immortal saints gathered on the martial arts practice field. Among the 7 immortal saints, 2 came from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and one of them was the current pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Long Xingzi. The Heaven Immortal Pavilion and Thundercloud Pavilion were on par with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in terms of both strength and status. This time, each of them sent an immortal saint to participate. The Star Point Pavilion also sent an immortal saint. And this immortal saint came together with the young pavilion master, Qi Ming. In addition, the true overlord of the Golden Crow 9 realms, Lord Bone Emperor, although he did not personally come, he still sent an immortal saint under his command to attend the ceremony. The last immortal saint was a realm lord of a region. This realm lord just happened to have nothing to do, so he came personally to attend the ceremony. The realm lords of other regions mostly sent their experts to attend the ceremony, but they did not attend in person. In these regions, experts from the Pill Sun Sacred World and the Heavenly Void World also came. In Sewer, who was the master of the Pill Sun Sacred World, had sent Yun Shan, who was in seclusion because she had recently obtained a Saint Ascension elixir from Jian Wushuang. The experts from the Heavenly Void Palace had arrived. They were Jian Wushuang's acquaintances, Marquis of 3 Marquis of 3 was the first invincible divine master to fight with Jian Wushuang. He was also the right-hand man of the master of the Heavenly Void Palace. Marquis of 3 had come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to observe the ceremony. Marquis of 3 had also noticed Jian Wushuang's presence. Swordman, the Marquis of 3 glared at Jian Wushuang, but he did not move. He knew very well that Jian Wushuang's strength was no weaker than his. In the entire Heavenly Void world, unless the master of the Heavenly Void Temple came, no one could do anything to Jian Wushuang. Therefore, no matter how angry he was at Jian Wushuang, no matter how much he wanted to kill Jian Wushuang, he could do nothing to Jian Wushuang. On the martial arts practice field, almost all the experts had arrived. At this moment, in the nearby void, surrounded by nearly 10 female disciples, a woman slowly walked over. She's coming. She's coming. With the appearance of the woman, the entire martial arts practice field instantly became noisy. Countless experts raised their heads and looked in that direction, and most of their eyes were burning. The young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Her fame was simply too great, and as the #1 genius, she also had another identity, and that was the #1 beauty of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. If she was just the #1 genius, although she would also attract a lot of attention, she definitely would not attract so much attention to the experts present. However, the #1 beauty was different. On the martial arts practice field, the experts from various realms and forces all wanted to know how beautiful the #1 beauty of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow was. What did she have to deserve the title of #1 beauty? Everyone was eagerly waiting to see the true face of this young phoenix. Senior Sister Long Demonisque stood in the middle of the crowd, a hint of excitement in her eyes. But more than that, she was filled with admiration. Beside her, Chu Shi and Tian Xian were incomparably fanatical. They were both heaven's favored children of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and naturally, they had seen the young phoenix before. It was because they had seen it that they were impressed. Within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, there were too many people who viewed the young phoenix as a goddess, and there were too many people who adored and pursued her. Chu Shi and Tian Xian were only two of them. However, they knew that with their status, they were not worthy of the young phoenix. Hence, they could only watch from afar. The two of them were like this, while Xin Ming and young Master Chu, who was publicly pursuing the young phoenix, were burning with passion. Countless gazes and everyone's attention were focused on the young phoenix. As the woman slowly walked over, her figure and appearance finally appeared in front of everyone. She was dressed in snow-white clothes, and her clothes were inlaid with the image of a phoenix. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. She had an elegant temperament, causing people to be stunned, ashamed of their inferiority, and not dare to desecrate her. However, that cold and arrogant spirit had a soul-captivating aura, causing people to be unable to not be mesmerized. Looking at her face again, beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating, so beautiful that it was impossible to describe her with words. It was as if there was no way to describe this woman's appearance, even if she was as beautiful as a celestial being. However, everyone who saw her face felt their hearts tremble. Such an incredible appearance, coupled with that cold and arrogant temperament that made people not dare to desecrate her. The countless cultivators present were all impressed by her appearance. Good fellow, I've long heard that the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is the #1 beauty in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Seeing her today is indeed extraordinary. This old man has experienced many storms to become the undying sage. But even so, when this old man saw this young phoenix, his heart actually felt a trace of palpitations. Shame, truly shameful. The undying sage under the Bone Emperor's command sighed softly. Of course, although this immortal saint's words were somewhat exaggerated, it was enough to fully explain the beauty of the young phoenix. On the martial arts practice field, everyone was stunned. Even if it was the same, the reason why he was stunned was not that he was shocked by the young phoenix's beautiful face. It was because of that face. He was too familiar with it. Chapter 2859. See you again. This beautiful face, which could not be described with words, had appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind countless times, making him yearn for it day and night. But now, this face appeared in front of him with this identity. Shuang it's Shuang. Jian Wushuang was roaring in his heart, and his whole body was trembling crazily. He looked at the peerless beauty who had become the focus of the world, but his eyes were filled with unprecedented ecstasy. He had waited for this ecstasy for too long, and he had longed for it for too long. Lung Rushuang, his wife. Not only did she look exactly the same, but the extremely cold aura on her body was also exactly the same. Jian Wushuang was sure of her just by looking at her. The woman in front of him was the recognized #1 genius and beauty of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. She was his wife, Lung Rushuang. He could not be wrong. Shuang, I've finally found you again. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. His fingertips were bleeding, but he was very excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. It was in his previous life, a long time ago. Lung Rushuang had left after his wedding night in the Green Fire World. From then on, he had been waiting, but he was looking for a chance to meet Lung Rushuang again. But after nearly 100,000 years, all he found was the body occupied by Lung Rushuang. As for Lung Rushuang's soul, it had been sleeping for a long time. She had never met him. Even when both of them were sent into reincarnation by his master Xian Yi, he had never met Lung Rushuang. Until now, in this life, in the absolute beginning divine realm, he had finally met Lung Rushuang again. He was so excited that he wanted to rush up and hug Lung Rushuang. However, his reason calmed him down. He stood in the crowd and stood in a corner, quietly looking at the peerless beauty who had become the focus of countless experts. Deep in his heart, he was full of thoughts. According to what Bai Yin told me, the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has been cultivating for less than 200 years, which means she is less than 200 years old, just like me. Apparently, Shuang Er and I entered the reincarnation passage and reincarnated together. However, I was born in the Pill Sun sacred world, while Shuang Er was born in another place. But why is Shuang Er so talented? This was what Jian Wushuang was most puzzled about. In my previous life, although Shuang Er had a body of destiny, her body of destiny was occupied by Lung Rushue. She only retained a soul. Even after she entered the reincarnation passage, she could only cultivate normally like an ordinary cultivator. But in fact, her talent is so high that it's enough to scare people to death. Lung Rushuang's talent in this life was too high. Although Jian Wushuang was a perfect chaotic creature with unlimited potential, he was inferior to Lung Rushuang in terms of the comprehension of rules. However, Lung Rushuang had been in a deep sleep in her previous life and was not qualified to touch the power of rules. Logically, her cultivation speed should not be so fast. Unless Jian Wushuang had already thought of a possibility. This possibility came from his master Xian Yi. It was master who sent Shuang Er's soul and mine into the reincarnation passage, which means that everything is under master's control. Moreover, the master has deliberately left a backup plan in the primordial divine realm. I'm afraid that Shuang Er's incredible talent in rules is also related to master. It's very likely that master used some special means, Jian Wushuang thought. In his opinion, only his master Xian Yi could make Lung Rushuang's talent change so much. No matter what, it's a good thing that Shuang Er is talented, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lung Rushuang had arrived at the martial arts practice field. Lung Er, come and sit here. Among the two immortal saints of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Elder Qin, the easy-going woman, besides the pavilion master Long Xingzi, said with a smile. Yes, master. Lung Rushuang nodded slightly. Then, she landed beside Elder Qin and sat down on a futon. At this moment, all the experts present let out a sigh of relief, but the fervor in their hearts did not diminish in the slightest. Everyone. Long Xingzi stood up, and his grand voice echoed throughout the entire martial arts practice field. Welcome, everyone, to take time out of your busy schedules to come to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to observe the ceremony. This old man is extremely grateful. Pavilion Master Long, let's not talk about such pleasantries. We are here for the Dragon Phoenix ranking. Open the ranking quickly. I am very curious about the rank of this young phoenix in the Dragon Phoenix ranking. It was the immortal saint from the Thundercloud Pavilion who spoke. This immortal saint was tall and sturdy, and his aura was extremely violent. It was obvious that he was an impatient person with a very bad temper. Haha, that's right. If that's the case, then let's begin. Let's invite the Dragon Phoenix list. Long Xingzi waved his hand, and a special fluctuation spread out. In an instant, the void shook violently, and a spiral tunnel appeared out of thin air in the void above the huge martial arts practice field. The spiral tunnel was only about 10 feet wide at first, but as the tunnel continued to expand, it reached 100 feet wide in the blink of an eye, and it was still expanding rapidly. At this moment, roar, roar. A dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry suddenly reverberated throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In front of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's mountain gate, the two towering golden dragons and the fire phoenix sculptures directly came to life. The golden dragons emitted an endless golden light as they stepped on the 7-colored auspicious clouds. Meanwhile, the fire phoenix released flames that filled the sky, causing the sky to turn red. The golden dragon and the fire phoenix rushed over at the same time and appeared under the enormous spiral passageway. Under the simultaneous cries of the dragon and the phoenix, an ancient and enormous scroll slowly descended from the enormous spiral passageway. This scroll was originally open, and as the scroll descended from the passageway, the contents of the scroll slowly appeared before everyone. From the beginning, It was the three large golden words, Dragon Phoenix ranking. These three words contained an endless might that was not inferior to the might of an undying saint. They intimidated everything below. The experts who were able to attend the ceremony were all powerful, and there were many experts present. However, they were able to easily withstand the might of these three large golden words. Not long after the three words, Dragon and Phoenix ranking, the first name appeared, Ancient Saint. Upon seeing this name, many people in the martial arts practice field who knew about it immediately revealed a look of reverence. This was especially so for the few undying sages on the field. They were all extremely respectful. Chapter 2860, ranked third on the Dragon Phoenix list after the name. There was an introduction to the Ancient Saint's deeds. The introduction was also very simple. Ancient Saint, the founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, rose up in the wilderness and established the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion by great means and laid the foundation for thousands of generations. The simple introduction made everyone present respect him. So he is the founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. No wonder he is ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list. Jin Wushuang sighed. He also knew that the ranking of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was determined by its contribution to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The Ancient Saint created the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion from scratch and established the foundation of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for thousands of generations. Of course, he could be ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list. After the Ancient Sage, the second on the Dragon Phoenix list was the third Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. According to the introduction on the Dragon Phoenix list, after the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a certain foundation, the Ancient Saint went to the third heaven to explore. There was no news of his whereabouts. Although the second Pavilion Master was an extremely powerful undying sage, an accident happened because of him. The Pavilion Master fell immediately, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion encountered a great crisis as a result. At this juncture, it was the third Pavilion Master who had single-handedly turned the tide and helped the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion tide over the crisis. As a result, he was ranked second on the Dragon Phoenix list. Following that, he was ranked third, fourth, and finally eighth on the Dragon Phoenix list. These 8 people were all immortal saints and had made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. For example, the previous Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the current Pavilion Master, Long Xingzi, were also on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, ordinary immortal saints, such as that young Phoenix's master, Elder Qin, did not have many contributions, so they could not be listed on the Dragon Phoenix list. Many experts present were also curious about this. Even his master, Elder Qin, was not qualified to be listed on the Dragon Phoenix list. What contribution did this young Phoenix make to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? How could she be qualified to be listed on the Dragon Phoenix list? In the air, the Dragon Phoenix ranking had already been completely opened. The 8 names and their deeds were recorded on the Dragon Phoenix ranking and displayed in front of everyone. At this moment, Long Xingzi faintly smiled. Following this, his figure directly rushed forward. He appeared in front of the huge Dragon Phoenix ranking. Immediately, he waved his finger, and divine power burst forth. A 9th name immediately appeared on the Dragon Phoenix ranking. This name was Long Air. Long Air was the name of the young Phoenix. However, what shocked all the experts present was the position where this name appeared. One had to know that the Dragon Phoenix ranking board was ranked based on contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Whoever had greater contributions to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be ranked higher. But now, Long Air's name appeared in the 3rd position on the Dragon Phoenix ranking board. Yes, she was in the 3rd place, just behind the 3rd Pavilion Master. She was even higher than the previous Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the current Pavilion Master, Long Xingzi. How is this possible? 3rd place? She's actually in the 3rd place? Are you kidding me? Although this young Phoenix is extremely talented, she's still only a divine master. It's already incredible that she could be ranked on the Dragon Phoenix ranking. Now, she's actually ranked 3rd in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, just behind the Ancient Saints and the 3rd Pavilion Master. The experts on the training ground were all at a loss. They did not understand why Long Xingzi would rank her like this. One had to know that the ranking on the Dragon Phoenix list was directly proportional to their achievements. It was also absolutely convincing. For example, Ancient Saint and the Third Pavilion Master. One of them was the founder of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, while the other saved the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion at a critical moment. No one dared to question their ranking, but now, the young Phoenix was ranked third. This made many people question. I would like to see just what kind of contribution this young Phoenix has made to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Many gazes immediately turned to look at them. Under normal circumstances, if Long Xingzi had written the name of the young Phoenix on the Dragon Phoenix list, he should have written down some of the contributions she had made to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as well. Only then would she be remembered by future generations. However, after Long Xingzi finished writing Long Er's name, he paused for a moment and then wrote 2 words at the back. These 2 words were opportunity. Opportunity? Just these 2 words? What opportunity? What on earth is going on? The people on the martial arts practice field were all baffled. They did not know what Long Xingzi meant by leaving these 2 words. However, some of the more intelligent people on the field slightly narrowed their brows. Most of them had already guessed something. Jian Wushuang stood in the corner, and his pupils constricted. It's impossible for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to list Shuang Er on the Dragon Phoenix list for no reason, and she's ranked third. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has done so, it means that Shuang Er has indeed made outstanding achievements for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At the very least, it has benefited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion greatly. However, due to some special reasons, it's impossible to explain the reason. So Long Xingzi replaced it with the word opportunity. In other words, Shuang Er must have gotten a great opportunity. She must have benefited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a lot. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, this was the biggest possibility. However, he did not know what great opportunity Long Wushuang had gotten. In the void, Long Xingzi did not continue writing after he finished writing the word opportunity. Instead, he looked at Long Wushuang. Long Er, leave your life aura on the Dragon Phoenix list, said Long Xingzi. Okay. Long Wushuang nodded slightly. She raised her hand slightly, and a unique life aura swept out and finally merged into the Dragon Phoenix list. After doing all this, Long Xingzi slowly waved his hand and closed the Dragon Phoenix list again. After it was closed, the Dragon Phoenix list once again disappeared into the spiral tunnel. The world became quiet again. Is it over? It's over so soon? Many people on the martial arts practice field were stunned. Of course, this was their first time attending the ceremony. In fact, the opening of the Dragon Phoenix rank was just a moment. The purpose of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was to enhance Long Wushuang's reputation. On the other hand, it was to let the other forces witness the ceremony. There was no other purpose. Now, the ceremony was over. Master, the ceremony has ended. This disciple will return first. Long Wushuang stood up. Her voice was cold and indifferent. Yes. Elder Qin nodded. Long Wushuang's figure blurred, preparing to leave. Wait. A voice suddenly sounded. The person who had uttered this voice was surprisingly young Master Chu. He rushed out from the crowd and stopped in front of Long Wushuang. He first bowed humbly, and then said gently, Miss Long Er, I am Chu Hong. Many years ago, you and I met once. I wonder if Miss Long Er still remembers? Chapter 2861. Netherworld Fire Phoenix. Young Master Chu looked at Long Wushuang in front of him. There was a burning desire in his heart, but on the surface, he was trying his best to maintain the appearance of an elegant young master. Long Wushuang glanced at young Master Chu and nodded slightly. Young Master Chu was immediately overjoyed and said, This time, I heard that Miss Long Er is going to be listed on the Dragon Phoenix list. I specially prepared a generous gift for you. I hope Miss Long Er won't mind. After saying that, young Master Chu waved his hand. In an instant, a silver-white stream of light streaked across the sky. The stream of light dissipated, and a silver-white robe with a round collar that was clearly exquisitely carved appeared in front of the many experts. At a glance, this robe was incomparably luxurious, dignified, and grand. On the surface of the robe, there were two phoenixes embedded. These two phoenixes were lifelike and intertwined together as if they were competing for beauty. It was beautiful, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. Most of the experts present could not help but exclaim in admiration the moment they saw the clothes. Young Master Chu smiled and said, "The name of this clothes is Heavenly Phoenix Silver Snow Garment. It is also a top-tier heavenly treasure with extremely great power. Moreover, these clothes can be said to be the most beautiful ones I have ever seen. As soon as I saw it, I immediately paid a great price to buy it. This time, I specially sent it over, because in my opinion, in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, no one other than Miss Long Air has the qualifications to own such a beautiful dress." Young Master Chu's words were very pleasant to hear, and the surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The gift young Master Chu had prepared was indeed very special and unique. This Heavenly Phoenix Silver Snow dress was indeed very beautiful. As the saying goes, good wine goes with beauty. Beautiful clothes could only be worn by real beauty. No matter how talented Lung Rushuang was, she was still a woman. Moreover, she had only cultivated for a short period of time and did not have much experience. It was possible for her to be moved by some beautiful things. But at this moment, haha, young Master Chu is really tactful. A voice that clearly carried a hint of hostility sounded. Everyone immediately looked towards the source of the voice and saw a handsome young man slowly walking forward. Seeing this person, many people present revealed playful smiles. This young man was the young master of the Star Point Pavilion, Qi Ming. Qi Ming and young Master Chu were both pursuers of the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, they were the two most fanatical people. This matter had long been known by everyone. Now that young Master Chu had brought out the gift that he had meticulously prepared in front of everyone, Qi Ming naturally could not fall behind. "Qi Ming, what do you mean by me being tactful?" Young Master Chu looked at Qi Ming with a slightly cold gaze. "Isn't it? As far as I know, this Heavenly Phoenix Silver Snow Garment was clearly refined by young Master Chu after you spent 10 years and hired more than 10 refiners. I even heard that young Master Chu even went to the Fire Cloud Castle to ask Lord Amo to personally take care of it. Unfortunately, Lord Amo rejected it. But even so, this garment still cost you a lot of energy and price. Yet, you are telling Miss Long Air that you just happened to come across this dress and bought it. Isn't this a euphemism?" Qi Ming sneered. "Humph, so what if it's like this? I just don't want Miss Long Air to have too many worries." Young Master Chu snorted coldly. Immediately after, he shouted in a low voice, "Qi Ming, don't say such sarcastic words. I know that you must have prepared a gift. Take it out for everyone to see." "Haha, today is a great day for Miss Longru to enter the Dragon Phoenix list. Naturally, I have prepared a gift as well. Miss Long Air, please take a look." Qi Ming directly pointed to the empty space beside him. Everyone immediately looked in the direction Qi Ming pointed to and immediately saw a red that appeared at the end of that direction. That red was still continuously magnifying. When it really appeared on this training ground, it had already turned into a huge object. It was a phoenix that was completely bathed in black flames. Fire phoenix? Black flames. Could it be one of the top-tier beast bloodlines, the immortal phoenix? No, that's not right. This fire phoenix's black flames aren't very pure. It's not an immortal phoenix, but the Netherworld Fire Phoenix. Right? It's the Netherworld Fire Phoenix, and its strength has already reached the level of a high-level Great Divine Master. The martial arts practice field was already in an uproar. Countless experts were discussing animatedly. These experts were all extremely knowledgeable and had already recognized this Fire Phoenix. They were all extremely shocked in their hearts. The Netherworld Fire Phoenix was a branch of the Immortal Phoenix. Although it did not belong to the top-tier mutant beast bloodline, it was still considered extremely outstanding among the mutant beasts. At least in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, it was absolutely not easy to find a mutant beast bloodline of the Netherworld Fire Phoenix's level. And now, this Qi Ming had actually brought a high-level Great Divine Master-level Netherworld Fire Phoenix to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, looking at the Netherworld Fire Phoenix's appearance, It was obvious that it had already been tamed and had become incomparably docile. Heavenly Phoenix Silver Snow Dress. Hee hee, no matter what, it is only a piece of clothing. How can it compare to a real phoenix? The corners of Qi Ming's mouth carried a trace of a sneer. However, his gaze turned towards Long Rushuang. Miss Long Air is a young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a phoenix among men, and this netherworld fire phoenix can be your mount. Hearing Qi Ming's words, many experts on the martial arts practice field secretly exclaimed, "Big spending, really big spending." A netherworld fire phoenix at the senior Great Divine Master level. I wonder how the Star Pavilion obtained it and tamed it. This Scarlet Nether is really willing to spend a lot of money to win the smile of a beauty. Whether in terms of value or rarity, the Netherworld Fire Phoenix mount of a high-level Great Divine Master was naturally far from what Heavenly Phoenix Silver Snow Garment could compare to. After all, in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, other than this Netherworld Fire Phoenix, it was likely that there would not be a second exotic beast that possessed the bloodline of the immortal phoenix. Bastard, that damned Qi Ming. Young Master Chu's expression had already become incomparably gloomy. It was very obvious that he was once again inferior to Qi Ming. Miss Long Air, this Netherworld Fire Phoenix has already been completely tamed. You just need to make it acknowledge its master. Qi Ming said with a smile. However, Long Rushwang's expression had always been cold. She glanced at the Netherworld Fire Phoenix and shook her head slightly. A phoenix is the empress of all beasts. It should be high and mighty, comparable to a true dragon. However, this phoenix has completely lost its dignity and pride. Such a phoenix can no longer be called a phoenix. Calling it an ordinary bird is more like it. I appreciate young Master Qi Ming and young Master Chu's good intentions. However, you should bring the Heavenly Phoenix, In Shueshang, and the Netherworld Fire Phoenix back yourself. After saying that, Long Rushuang directly flew to the side of the void. Chapter 2862. Who are you, Miss Long? Qi Ming and young Master Chu's expressions changed. The two of them did not expect that the treasure they had carefully prepared would not catch the phoenix's attention. Surrounded by many female disciples, Long Rushuang flew to the side. However, after just 2 steps, another figure appeared in front of her. He wore a golden robe and stood there quietly with a long sword on his back. His body was slightly trembling, and there was a gentle smile on his extremely cold and young face. His gaze was extremely gentle and filled with endless love as he looked at Long Rushuang. Unlike the gentleness that young Master Chu and Qi Ming deliberately showed, the gentleness and love of this golden-robed young man were not the slightest bit fake. He looked at Long Rushuang as if he was looking at the person he loved the most. And this person was Jian Wushuang. In the martial arts practice field, many experts looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. Who is this person? Is he also a pursuer of young Phoenix? Haha, not only is young Phoenix's talent unparalleled, but her beauty is also shocking. It's normal for her to have a few pursuers. However, young Phoenix has very high standards. She doesn't even care about young Master Qi Ming and young Master Chu. She doesn't even care about the gifts they prepared. It's not easy to impress her. Just wait and see. This guy is probably asking for trouble. Everyone was discussing. Qi Ming and Master Chu's faces also darkened. Where did he come from? Qi Ming's eyes were cold. As for Master Chu, he had already recognized Jian Wushuang. It's him. Master Chu's eyes narrowed. Previously in Fire Cloud Castle, he had set his eyes on Jian Wushuang. He had also carefully investigated Jian Wushuang's information. Of course, he had also obtained some of Jian Wushuang's battle scenes. Those who remembered Jian Wushuang's appearance could now recognize him. Why is Swordsman here? And his gaze. This kid is also interested in young Phoenix? Young Master Chu was secretly surprised. Jian Wushuang's gaze was too eye-catching. There was no hiding the tenderness and love in his gaze. Almost everyone present could see it. Naturally, they immediately thought that Jian Wushuang was also pursuing Long Rushuang. But they did not know that Jian Wushuang was completely different from those so-called suitors. In the void, Jian Wushuang was still gazing at Long Rushuang from a certain distance. Finally, after a long time, he opened his mouth slightly. Shuang air. The two words, which were soft and gentle, also sounded on the martial arts practice field, but everyone present was stunned. Shuang air? Was this how the golden-robed young man addressed the young phoenix of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Was the young phoenix not called Lung Air? Shuang Air. Lung Rushuang's face, which had always been as cold as ice, slightly changed. This name is very familiar. Who are you? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Who are you? Lung Rushuang was asking him who he was? How could it be? How could it be? Shuang Air, how can you not recognize me? Jian Wushuang's heart was roaring crazily, and his body was also trembling crazily. Countless thoughts had already formed in his mind. He and Long Rushuang were both sent into the reincarnation passage by his master Xian Yi. Under normal circumstances, keeping one's soul in the reincarnation passage was equivalent to reincarnation. Although everything had started over again, it still retained the memories of his previous life, so Long Rushuang must have remembered him. But now, who are you? These three simple words made Jian Wushuang's mood fall to the bottom. Don't you recognize me? Jian Wushuang asked. Your appearance gives me a sense of déjà vu. I also feel very familiar with the name Shuang Air, but I really don't know who you are. Lung Rushuang shook her head slightly and paused, then she asked again, Can you tell me your name? My name? Jian Wushuang felt bitter in his heart. Obviously, Lung Rushuang did not remember him. She did not even know his name. She just felt that he was somewhat familiar. Did something happen when I entered the reincarnation passage, or did Shuang Air's soul sleep all the time in my previous life, causing her memory to become blurry? Jian Wushuang pondered. In the outside world, the experts on the martial arts practice field all had strange expressions. As a matter of fact, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young phoenix expression had never changed since she appeared on the martial arts practice field. She had always been as cold as ice. Even though young Master Chu and Qi Ming had offered generous gifts to her, her expression did not change at all. But now, the sudden appearance of the golden-robed man and the way he addressed Shuang Air caused the expression of the young phoenix to change. What's more, young phoenix had taken the initiative to ask for his name. I spent more than 10 years preparing the heavenly phoenix silver snow gown just to make her smile, but she didn't even bother to look at me. But now, she has taken the initiative to ask for Swordsman's name? After that, young Master Chu's long and narrow eyes became unusually cold and stern. Qi Ming, who was beside him, also had an extremely ugly expression. In the void, Jian Wushuang's heart was struggling. He really wanted to rush forward and hold Lung Rushuang in his arms, but he was afraid of scaring her. Moreover, the situation in front of him did not seem to be the same as what he was doing. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang raised his head again, but he had already made a decision in his heart. Without any warning, Jian Wushuang's figure directly floated toward Long Rushuang's position. Qi Ming and young Master Chu were both shocked by this scene. How dare you? Qi Ming shouted angrily, and his body instantly rushed forward. Damn it, he got there first. Young Master Chu also rushed forward, but he was obviously behind Qi Ming. After all, his strength was far inferior to Qi Ming's. Jian Wushuang approached Long Rushuang, but Qi Ming had already blocked him before he could reach her. Where did this idiot come from? Miss Long Air is also someone like you who can get close to her. Give me. Qi Ming was about to say the word, get lost, when Jian Wushuang looked at him directly. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying sword essence rushed toward Qi Ming. Qi Ming's last word was stuck in his throat, but he could not utter it again. He was still standing in front of Jian Wushuang, but his eyes were wide open. He stared at Jian Wushuang, and his body was trembling. In a split second, the moment Jian Wushuang's sword essence burst out, a thought appeared in Qi Ming's heart. If he dared to utter the last word, his throat would be cut by his opponent in the next moment. There was no room for struggle. Although it was just an illusion, Qi Ming was still terrified by it. Chapter 2863, Past Life and Present Life in the Void. Qi Ming had completely stopped. Jian Wushuang floated past him and continued toward Long Rushuang. Finally, he arrived in front of Long Rushuang. When he was less than 10 meters away, he finally stopped. Then he slowly reached out and took out a jade slip. He looked at Long Rushuang with deep affection and threw the jade slip to her. Long Rushuang hesitated for a moment, then took the jade slip and began to read it with her consciousness. There was only one paragraph in the jade slip. In my previous life, I chased you for 100,000 years. My heart was broken, and I missed you. I entered the reincarnation with you in this life. I promise you 100 million years, and we will be together until death. When we meet today, you will be my companion. Jian Wushuang. Long Rushuang moved for a moment and then looked up at Jian Wushuang. But she found that Jian Wushuang had already turned around and left. Long Rushuang could only look at Jian Wushuang's back and mutter to herself, Jian Wushuang, is this his name? Why does this name feel so familiar to me? In my previous life, in this life, who is he? Long Rushuang was also puzzled. She shook her head after a long while. Let's go, Long Rushuang said. Then she returned to her residence with many female disciples. Until Long Rushuang completely disappeared from everyone's sight. The people on the martial arts practice field were in an uproar. In the center of the training grounds, the few undying saints had been quietly watching this scene. They did not express any opinions, but now they were all laughing and chatting. Ha ha, as expected of the young phoenix of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There really are quite a few suitors. Yeah, the young master of the Heavenly Melody Realm Lord and the young pavilion master of the Star Pavilion aren't ordinary people. There's also that little fellow who appeared at the end. He seems to be quite extraordinary as well. He is indeed extraordinary. Everyone should have noticed that in that instant, right? The several immortal saints exchanged glances and nodded. Sword intent. An extremely sharp sword intent that contains boundless killing intent. This sword intent isn't too strong. Logically speaking, Qi Ming should be the young pavilion master of the Star Pavilion, and his strength should be infinitely close to that of an invincible divine master. This sword intent shouldn't be able to do anything to him. But in the end, he was so frightened by that sword intent that he couldn't even speak. Haha, the sword essence is only secondary. The key is the overwhelming killing intent contained in the sword essence. If I didn't guess, the little guy should be a real killing god. Although he looks young, he has killed many cultivators in his life. Only the terrifying killing intent condensed under the overwhelming killing and the sword essence released at the same time can shock Qi Ming. This little guy is not simple. The immortal saints were all talking about Jian Wushuang. By the way, do you know that little guy? Long Xingzi, the pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, asked with a smile. No. There are many experts in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but not many can have such powerful sword essence and killing intent like this little guy. He's only a peak divine master. I've thought about it, but he's not one of them. It seems that he is a reclusive expert, or someone who has just risen. We haven't heard of him yet. None of the immortal saints present recognized Jian Wushuang. On the martial arts practice field, a few people recognized Jian Wushuang, but they did not hear about it. Since you don't know him, then forget it. Long Xingzi waved his hand. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence today, but the viewing ceremony has already ended. If you have nothing else to do, you can drink a few times more in my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion before leaving. If you have something to do, you can leave first. As Long Rushuang left, the viewing ceremony had already ended. Many experts in the martial arts practice field also began to leave. In a corner of the martial arts practice field, Senior Brother Chu Shi, that sword one seems to have left. Should we immediately chase after him? Demoniscu asked. There's no need. Chu Shi shook his head. Junior Sister Gu, your strength is still too weak. Perhaps you still don't understand, but I saw it very clearly. Although Sword 1 didn't make a move in that instant, he was at an absolute advantage in the confrontation with Qi Ming. Qi Ming was even completely intimidated by him. Qi Ming is the young master of the Star Point Pavilion. Even he is no match for Sword 1, so I'm no match for him. It seems that I was a bit rash to challenge him. Sword 1 is so powerful? Demoniscu was rather surprised but more shocked. The last time they met, Jian Wushuang's cultivation was only at the peak Earth Divine Master level, and his battle strength was only at the Divine Master level. However, it had only been a short while, and Jian Wushuang's strength was already so strong that he could not even deal with Chu Shi, who was at the peak of the Great Divine Master level. In another corner, Chu Hong, are you disappointed that Miss Lung Er did not take your Phoenix Silver Snow garment? Qi Ming appeared in front of young Master Chu and mocked. Humph, didn't Miss Long Er also not take your Netherworld Fire Phoenix? What are you so proud of? Young Master Chu said coldly. That's right. Miss Long Er didn't accept the gifts that the two of us had meticulously prepared. She didn't even take a look at them. On the contrary, that person who appeared out of nowhere actually caused Miss Long Er's expression to change. Miss Long Er even took the initiative to ask for the other party's name. Hee, young Master Chu, it seems that both of us have no hope. Qi Ming said self-mockingly. There's no hope? Young Master Chu's expression changed. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Qi Ming waved his hand and left. Young Master Chu still stood there, but his expression had already become extremely gloomy. Black Blood Emperor, I told you to keep an eye on Sword 1. How is it now? Young Master Chu asked. Young Master, I've already sent someone to follow. Black Blood Emperor said. That's good. Young Master Chu's gaze was extremely cold. Sword 1, previously in Fire Cloud Castle, after me, only Sword 1 came to pay a visit to Lord Imo. The Sword Dao treasure that Lord Imo used the holy heavenly furnace to refine is very likely to have been refined for Sword 1. And now, Sword 1 has actually come to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to compete with me for the fledgling Phoenix. Humph, he's just a peak Divine Master. How dare he try to get his hands on a young Phoenix? If I don't remove all his claws, I won't be called Master Chu. Black Blood Emperor, let's go and find Sword 1. Master Chu shouted. Yes. Black Blood Emperor nodded. Immediately, Master Chu led his invincible Divine Master, Black Blood Emperor, and several peak Divine Masters to chase after Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2864. Arrived after leaving the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Jian Wushuang flew in the void alone. Shuang Er actually lost her memory, but she still feels familiar with me, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion purely to join in the fun. But, on the other hand, he was also a little curious about the favored son of heaven, Xiao Feng. However, he did not expect that the young phoenix would be his wife, Lung Rushuang. The moment he saw Lung Rushuang, he was ecstatic. However, Lung Rushuang lost her memory and could not recognize him. It was like giving him a bucket of cold water, which made Jian Wushuang pleasantly surprised. In any case, I have seen Shuang Er again. As for her memory, as long as she is familiar with me, it should not be difficult for her to recover it, Jian Wushuang thought. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He had already reached some movement in the void behind him. Jian Wushuang remained calm and continued to move forward. He did not stop until he was a certain distance away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and reached a desolate and vast plain. Then, he turned around. Don't hide anymore. Come out. Jian Wushuang's bright voice spread. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, several figures rushed over from the distant sky and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang instantly. 6 people came, and the leader was young Master Chu. Jian Wushuang also recognized the cold middle-aged man standing next to young Master Chu. He was the Black Blood Emperor. In addition to the 2 of them, there were 4 other people. Their auras were also very impressive. They were all peak Great Divine Masters. An invincible Divine Master, 4 peak stage Great Divine Masters, and Master Chu himself was also an advanced Great Divine Master. Such a lineup was indeed not weak. So it's you, Master Chu. I wonder why you have followed me all the way here. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm. He did not change because of the powerful lineup of Master Chu and the others. Sword 1. Master Chu stared at Jian Wushuang. You know me, Master Chu? Jian Wushuang was surprised. I know you. When you visited Lord Emo, I happened to be in Fire Cloud Castle and heard about your visit. At that time, I heard that you were only an advanced Great Divine Master. But now, in less than 10 years, you have already reached the peak Great Divine Master. Your breakthrough speed is quite fast, isn't it? Master Chu said. I was just lucky, Jian Wushuang said casually. Well, cut the crap. I came to you today for two things. The first thing is to hand over the sword principal treasure that Lord Emo refined for you. Young Master Chu shouted. The sword principal treasure that Lord Emo refined? Jian Wushuang looked puzzled. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? In that case, I don't have to say the second thing. They'll kill you, and then he'll go to your interspatial ring to find it. Kill him. Young Master Chu shouted in a low voice. The Black Blood Emperor did not move, but the four peak Great Divine Masters behind him immediately moved. Boom, 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 boom. For powerful auras burst out in an instant. Peak Great Divine Masters was definitely the top expert in the sacred world. In the Pill Sun sacred world, there were only a few peak Great Divine Masters, and each of them could be considered the strongest battle strength. But now, the four peak Great Divine Masters attacked simultaneously. The four peak Great Divine Masters were mighty, because they sensed that Jian Wushuang's aura was also at the level of a peak Great Divine Master. They did not underestimate Jian Wushuang. Instead, they attacked with all their strength. One of the four peak Great Divine Masters suddenly grew to 30 meters, like a mountain. Behind him, a huge phantom of a strange beast appeared. His aura was monstrous, and his feet stepped on the void as he crazily charged toward Jian Wushuang. The second person was a green-clothed woman. She held a dark green whip in her hand, and with a fierce swing of the whip, Jian Wushuang could vaguely hear the sound of flowing water. Large waves spread wildly toward him. The third person was a short, thin man. Although he was short, his violent aura was the strongest among the four people present. He held a golden-red sledgehammer, shining with golden light. He looked like a god who had descended from heaven. He swung the sledgehammer and smashed it into the void. Immediately, large waves spread out in the space. The last person was an older man with messy hair. The older man stood where he was and did not rush out. However, there was a layer of flame in his eyes. A strange power silently attacked Jian Wushuang. This power was a soul attack. The four Great Divine Masters attacked with all their strength, vowing to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly, and then he flew out. He did not use any secret skills. He did not use 7-star secret skill, Penal Law Divine Realm, or 9 Luminaries Star Armor. He just relied on his current divine power and the Blood Mountain Sword in his hand. Boom! A powerful soul attack came at him at once. However, after passing through his Bodhis defense and hitting the exquisite pagoda, it only shook the pagoda slightly and easily blocked it. Then, the towering mountain formed by the 30-foot-tall burly man came straight at him. Jian Wushuang casually struck out with his sword. That's right. He struck with the body of the sword, not with the blade. Although it was just a casual strike, with Jian Wushuang's own strength and the power of the Blood Mountain Sword, the strike's power was still at the peak of the Great Divine Master level. Bang! The towering mountain that came crashing toward him was instantly sent flying. Then, Jian Wushuang gently slashed with his long sword. It was as casual as before, but it blocked the long whip of the cyan-robed woman and the giant hammer of the skinny man. Jian Wushuang easily neutralized the four peak Divine Master's full-strength attacks. This kid seems to be quite strong. Be careful. The elder who used soul attacks said. The other three looked very serious. Then the four attacked Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry. Since the Blood Mountain Sword had been infused with his blood essence, its power had soared. He had not used the Blood Mountain Sword to fight with anyone since then. Now was a rare opportunity, so he was not in a hurry to finish off his opponent. He still wanted to get used to the power of the lower Blood Mountain Sword. Chapter 2865 had underestimated him. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The four peak divine masters attacked Jin Wushuang with all their strength. However, Jin Wushuang only casually attacked the four peak divine masters. Although he looked calm, he was able to withstand their attacks. My divine power has increased dramatically since I became an initial great divine master. The power of the Blood Mountain Sword is dozens of times stronger than before. Now, my divine power is at least 100 times stronger than when I fought Marquis of 3 Even though I haven't used any secret skills, the power of my divine power and the Blood Mountain Sword is still much stronger than that of a peak great divine master. Even if I don't use any sword skills, I can still fight against the four great divine masters with my brute strength. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. He could fight with the four peak divine masters with just a casual move of his sword. If he used his sword skills seriously, I've already felt the power of Blood Mountain Sword. There's no need to waste time with them. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes and moved forward like a ghost. He appeared in front of the burly man who was as tall as a mountain. The burly man looked extremely sturdy, as if he was covered by a layer of rock. He immediately rushed toward Jin Wushuang when he saw him. However, this time, Jin Wushuang did not use his sword. Instead, he swung his sword. Whoosh! A beautiful sword light swept out. The sword light was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. This sword was the seventh move of the space-time swordsmanship created by Jin Wushuang, the intoxicated one. The sword light flashed out, but it contained an extremely terrifying strangling power. This strangling power was formed by the hundreds of space-time blades that Jin Wushuang had comprehended the space-time rules. Of course, the most important thing was that it was the Blood Mountain Sword that performed this move. The sword light collided with the burly man's mountain-like body without any hindrance. The burly man thought that his secret skill was strong enough to fight against Jin Wushuang's sword light. However, when the two collided, the burly man's hair stood on end. The towering mountain formed by the burly man was cut in half by the beautiful sword light. The sword light passed through the center of the mountain and cut it in half. Naturally, it divided the burly man's divine body in half. Even so, the beautiful sword light did not disappear. Instead, it rushed out at an amazing speed and swept toward the messy-haired old man who had been attacking Jin Wushuang with soul attacks. What? The messy-haired old man was shocked. He did not expect the sword light to continue slashing at him. The distance was too close, and the speed of the sword light was so fast that the messy-haired elder did not have time to block it. He could not even put up some defense on his body. He could only watch as the sword light struck his divine body. It passed through his divine body. Chi. The beautiful sword light finally disappeared completely. However, two of the four peak divine masters who had surrounded Jin Wushuang were killed in an instant. How is this possible? The remaining two people, the green-clothed woman wielding the dark green whip, and the short and thin man wielding the sledgehammer, were all shocked. They were both peak divine masters, but Jin Wushuang had killed two of them with one strike. Did this mean that they could not withstand one strike? Run! Without hesitation, they turned around and tried to run away. Jin Wushuang glanced at them and slowly raised his palm. Buzz! A tremendous force of space-time rules swept away in an instant. The heaven-designated skill, with Jin Wushuang's great improvement in the space-time rule and the power of his divine power, he could use this skill again. Even an invincible divine master could not be underestimated. He had almost no ability to resist. Without any warning, the void where the cyan-robed woman and the short and skinny man were standing completely froze. The cyan-robed woman and the short and skinny man were also completely frozen, not moving at all. Jin Wushuang's figure flashed and appeared beside the two of them. Then he casually waved his Blood Mountain Sword, and two heads were immediately thrown away. In the blink of an eye, all the supreme divine masters who had surrounded Jin Wushuang were dead. Too fast. The four supreme divine masters had been able to fight Jin Wushuang with equal strength, but in the blink of an eye, they were killed by Jin Wushuang in less than half a breath. In the void beside the battlefield, young Master Chu stood side by side with the Black Blood Emperor. When the Black Blood Emperor saw Jian Wushuang kill the two peak Great Divine Masters with his sword, he realized that something was wrong and wanted to help. However, he was too slow. He had just moved when the four peak Great Divine Masters were all dead. Damn it! The Black Blood Emperor's expression changed. How could it be? Young Master Chu was stunned. They had long noticed that the divine power emitted by Jian Wushuang was only at the level of a peak Great Divine Master. Logically speaking, Jian Wushuang would have been completely defeated in a 4-on-1 fight. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it at the beginning and only let the four peak Great Divine Masters fight while the Black Blood Emperor watched from the side. However, because of this slight underestimation, he lost four peak Great Divine Masters for nothing. This was a peak Great Divine Master. Even though the Heaven Curve world was larger than the Pill Sun Sacred World, it did not have many peak Great Divine Masters. It was a great loss to lose four at once. I underestimated him. Master Chu stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold face. He's only a peak Divine Master, but his battle strength is almost comparable to an ordinary invincible Divine Master. No wonder Qi Ming couldn't stop him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He seemed to be intimidated. I thought he used some special method, but now it seems that his strength is indeed above Qi Ming's. Qi Ming must have realized this and chose to retreat. The Black Blood Emperor's voice was cold. In the void ahead, Jian Wushuang, who had easily killed the four Great Divine Masters, looked at young Master Chu and young Master Chu with his cold eyes. Young Master Chu, didn't you want to kill me? It seems that these four people are not enough. Chapter 2866, Black Blood Emperor, Master Chu, didn't you want to kill me? It seems that these four people are not enough. Jian Wushuang's voice slowly echoed between heaven and earth. Hearing it, Master Chu's face immediately turned cold. Boy, don't be too proud. It's just killing four Great Divine Masters at the peak. So what's the big deal? Master Chu's voice was shallow, but he looked at the Black Blood Emperor. I'll leave it to you. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take him down, right? Yes. The Black Blood Emperor nodded slightly, but his eyes gradually turned cold. Black Blood Emperor? Jian Wushuang also glanced at the Black Blood Emperor. When he left the Pill Sun Sacred World, he also got some special information from Insuer. Among them was the Black Blood Emperor. The Black Blood Emperor had been an invincible Divine Master for a long time. There were different levels of invincible Divine Masters, and the Black Blood Emperor was one of the most powerful among them. Marquis of 3-een, who had fought with Jian Wushuang, was also an invincible Divine Master, but he was not as famous or powerful as the Black Blood Emperor. It was said that the Black Blood Emperor's comprehension of the rules, in fact, he was even comparable to an ordinary immortal saint. Under normal circumstances, as long as one had accumulated divine power to the limit of a divine master and knew some secret skills to increase the power of his power, in addition to his comprehension of the rules and Tao, he would be an invincible divine master. To be able to create an ultimate skill, one could be considered an invincible divine master. When one's comprehension of the rules exceeded that of a divine master and reached the level of an immortal saint, one could be considered an invincible divine master in the second stage. The Black Blood Emperor was an invincible divine master who had entered the second stage. Therefore, Jian Wushuang did not underestimate the Black Blood Emperor. After my realm broke through and my strength soared, I was worried that I would not have a suitable opponent to fight with. However, although the Black Blood Emperor is not a true immortal saint, he is not weak either. So it's a good test of my current strength. Jian Wushuang smiled. Come on, let me see what level you can force me to. Jian Wushuang was full of expectation. The Black Blood Emperor's face was cold, and his eyes were icy. He stared at Jian Wushuang, but there was already vast darkness spreading out from his body. This darkness was boundless and covered the vast world. An extremely oppressive aura instantly swept out, suffocating people. The Black Blood Emperor slowly raised his right hand and pointed in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Go! He spat out a word. The boundless darkness directly covered Jian Wushuang. The boundless dark airflow surged wildly in the void and condensed into a huge dark vortex instantly. The dark vortex was at least 300 meters wide. As soon as it appeared, it began to spin crazily. As it spun, a world-shaking devouring power suddenly erupted. Heaven devouring earth. The huge dark vortex mercilessly devoured everything in the void. The dark vortex continued to expand and slowly approached Jian Wushuang. As expected, looking at the huge dark vortex in front of him, Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. To be able to form such a huge dark vortex with just a raise of his hand, his comprehension of the dark rules must have reached an incredible level. At the very least, it's not something that a divine master can achieve. Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. However, he was not afraid at all. When the huge dark vortex engulfed him, a shocking sword essence rose from Jian Wushuang's body. This sword essence wanted to tear the world apart. A thick divine power slowly surged out of Jian Wushuang's divine body. Then, Jian Wushuang struck out. He just struck out casually, looking like an ordinary person wielding a wooden sword. However, when he swung his long sword, a sword light immediately lit up. This sword light was feeble, dim, and incomplete. It was a broken light, a remnant light. However, when this remnant light appeared, at least 100 and thousands of remnant lights were everywhere in the blink of an eye. Even Jian Wushuang's body turned into hundreds and thousands of people at this moment. Thousand-sided remnant light. The ultimate skill created by Jian Wushuang was also his most powerful sword move. Buzz. The seemingly dim remnant light actually contained a terrifying power. The remnant light charged into the majestic dark vortex, as if the dark vortex had mercilessly devoured it. However, in just a moment, the dazzling light in the majestic dark vortex became brighter and brighter. Finally, the endless sword light completely exploded, along with hundreds of space-time blades hidden under the sword light. These sword lights and space-time blades frantically swept out in all directions. The vast and majestic dark vortex was torn into pieces by these sword lights and space-time blades. The entire dark vortex completely collapsed, and the dark airflow that filled the sky also scattered wildly in all directions. However, the dark vortex had just been defeated. Whoosh! A figure silently appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly constricted, and he had already sensed the figure's arrival from the corner of his eye. Whoosh! The dark saber light did not stir up any momentum at all. Instead, it also silently slashed toward Jian Wushuang. Although the saber light did not carry much power, Jian Wushuang had already sensed the terrifying power contained in the dark saber light the moment it was swung. Jian Wushuang immediately raised his hand and waved his sword to block it. Clang! A low collision sound was heard. Jian Wushuang's body slightly sank. Before he could fight back, the owner of the dark saber light, the Black Blood Emperor, once again released his saber. This saber move was completely different from the first one. This saber move brought about the entire world and the endless darkness in the surroundings. The power it carried was shocking, and the saber light was extremely domineering. Rumble. The saber light descended. Jian Wushuang could even sense that the surrounding void was trembling crazily, as if it could not withstand the power of the saber light. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Then, under the surge of divine power, he swung the Blood Mountain sword directly. Clang! The two collided, and the power completely exploded. However, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang was at an absolute disadvantage. What a strong power! Jian Wushuang's eyes focused. He had already felt a strong power coming from the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. His body slightly trembled, and he could not help but retreat. But at this time, the Black Blood Emperor raised his hand and swung it down. In a flash, the third slash came. And the power of the third slash was obviously more powerful and terrifying than the previous two. Chapter 2867. Fierce Battle. This saber light. Jian Wushuang looked at the dark saber light that was slashing toward him in surprise. It was the same dark saber light, but this saber light was several times stronger than the first and second saber light. The ultimate skill, and it's a terrifying ultimate skill. In terms of power, it's much stronger than the ultimate skill, Blood Coagulation Claw, created by my 1,000 square-shaped light and the Marquis of 3 Jian Wushuang praised. He immediately placed the Blood Mountain sword in front of his chest. Bang! The terrifying power completely exploded from the saber light. The boundless dark air current crazily surged toward Jian Wushuang, drowning him in the blink of an eye. Is he dead? Standing in the void not far away, young Master Chu revealed a cold smile when he saw this scene. Black Blood Emperor's expression was also extremely cold. Nevertheless, he had absolute confidence in his own strength, especially his saber skills. Each of the 3 saber strikes was an ultimate skill, especially the third one. When the power of the third saber strike was strong enough to withstand the previous 2 saber strikes, he believed that even if Jian Wushuang was an invincible divine master, even if he did not die, he would at least be severely injured. Hum 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 hum, the terrifying saber light and the darkness in the sky finally disappeared, and the void where Jian Wushuang finally appeared in front of Black Blood Emperor. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Black Blood Emperor immediately frowned. In the void not far away, young Master Chu's expression changed. He didn't die. What is he doing? Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void. There was a layer of purple barrier on his body, which was naturally formed by the Purple Emperor Bell. Jian Wushuang was covered by the Purple Emperor Bell. There was no injury on his body, nor was he in a sorry state. Even his aura was at its peak. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang was not injured at all. Black Blood Emperor, I've long heard that you're very strong. You're already at the 2nd stage among the invincible divine masters. Now it seems that it's true. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had already recognized Black Blood Emperor's strength, and it was indeed, as the rumors said, it was even slightly stronger than the rumors said. It's true that you're strong, but it's a pity that the person you're meeting today is me. Jian Wushuang laughed strangely. At the same time, his aura soared at an astonishing speed. He was originally at the level of a junior great divine master. Under the cover of the black stone, he emitted the divine power aura of a peak great divine master. But now, as he used the 7-star secret skill, his realm instantly rose from a junior great divine master to a senior great divine master. His divine power aura also soared, and he had also reached the invincible divine master level. He was even stronger than Black Blood Emperor. With the help of the 7-star secret skill, my divine power has increased by several times. And then, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He suddenly rushed forward and appeared in front of Black Blood Emperor in the blink of an eye. He waved the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. He swung the sword in an overbearing manner. It seemed that he was going to use his power to suppress his opponent. Black Blood Emperor was not afraid at all. He stepped forward, condensed his endless saber essence, and slashed out. In an instant, the sword shadow and the saber light collided head-on, and the power of the two completely exploded. What? Black Blood Emperor's face suddenly changed. How can it be? The power of Sword One has become stronger? And so much stronger? Black Blood Emperor was shocked. When he fought with Jian Wushuang just now, Jian Wushuang's strength and power were on par with his. But now, when they fought again, he felt the power from Jian Wushuang's sword. It was much stronger than his. It was at least several times stronger. Haha, Black Blood Emperor, let's compete in strength. Jian Wushuang laughed. He did not care about fighting skills anymore. He just swung his Blood Mountain sword. He swung his sword at the Black Blood Emperor again multiple times, each of which contained a power that shocked even an invincible divine master like Black Blood Emperor. Damn it! How could he be so strong? Black Blood Emperor's expression changed drastically. His comprehension of the rules was much stronger than Jian Wushuang's, and the ultimate skill he created was obviously stronger. Even so, under Jian Wushuang's overwhelming strength, he could barely hold his own against Jian Wushuang. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang waved his left hand. Swish, 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 swish. Streams of black light shot out like black lightning. These black streams of light were extremely fast and powerful. In an instant, they appeared in front of Black Blood Emperor. Black Blood Emperor was shocked. Immediately, a majestic black airflow burst out from his body and turned into saber shadows. They collided with the black streams of light and sent them flying. After the black streamers were sent flying, they soon floated in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. It was then that they could clearly see that the black streamers were black magic swords emitting a powerful aura and the power of reincarnation. The black magic swords were arranged in a row and floated in the air. There were a total of 18 of them. The 18 underworld blood magic swords, which had reached the level of a superior divine treasure, floated in the air. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, the 18 black magic swords condensed together at an amazing speed. Buzz. A faint hum, like the sound of a sword, slowly sounded in the world. A brand new, 5-meter-long black divine sword with a very thin body suddenly appeared in the world. The 18 black divine swords condensed into one. Black Blood Emperor, try the power of my sword formation. Jian Wushuang smiled and pointed in the direction of the Black Blood Emperor. Go! In an instant, the 5-meter-long black divine sword, which was emitting a shocking power, pierced through the void and shot out. The black divine sword left a perfect arc in the void, giving people the feeling that it was a beautiful black sword light. The sword light was absolutely beautiful and intoxicating. It was the third level of the Samsara sword formation, Samsara intoxication. When Jian Wushuang was only at the peak divine master level in the Pill Sun sacred world, he had relied on the third level of the sword formation to fight against the Marquis of 3 Now that he had broken through from the peak divine master level to the initial great divine master level, the power of the sword formation had been greatly enhanced. Chapter 2868, Killing on the Spot. The moment the third reincarnation sword formation was completely formed, the Black Blood Emperor had already sensed the terrifying power contained within the sword formation. When the sword formation truly attacked, the Black Blood Emperor's expression had already become extremely grave. His body was suffused with a large number of black air currents, and boundless darkness once again swept out. Amidst the darkness that filled the sky, a dark giant that was 1,000 feet tall appeared out of thin air. This dark giant's aura was majestic. He held a black battle saber tightly in his hand. As the battle saber in the hands of the Black Blood Emperor waved, the dark giant raised the battle saber in his hand at the same time and suddenly slashed out. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The dark giant was shaken by the terrifying power of the sword formation and staggered back a few steps. However, the reincarnation sword formation only lasted for a moment before the 5-meter-long black divine sword once again shot out explosively. Bang! 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 The dark giant tried his best to resist the onslaught again. However, after only 5 onslaughts, the dark giant could not withstand the powerful impact and directly collapsed. The 5-meter-long black divine sword continued to charge toward the Black Blood Emperor with shocking power. This sword formation is so powerful. Although the Black Blood Emperor was shocked, he did not panic. He quickly retreated and slashed out with his saber, repelling the sword formation again. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been controlling the reincarnation sword formation in the void in front of him, also moved. He appeared in front of the Black Blood Emperor and unleashed his space-time swordsmanship. He fully displayed his swordsmanship while the reincarnation sword formation charged at the Black Blood Emperor again and again. The perfect combination of the two. The Black Blood Emperor instantly felt the pressure multiply. I'm in big trouble. This kid's strength is extremely powerful and his swordsmanship is extremely high. He won't be at a disadvantage when fighting me in close combat. His sword formation is also extremely powerful. When the two combine, I'm no match for him. The Black Blood Emperor's expression had become quite unsightly. If Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship could be separated from the reincarnation sword formation, he would not be afraid of either. But now, with the perfect combination of the two, he could withstand Jian Wushuang's close-range swordsmanship, but it was difficult for him to defend against the attack of the Samsara sword formation. The Black Blood Emperor was completely suppressed by Jian Wushuang. He had tried his best to exert his strength to the maximum, but he was still suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's advantage was still expanding under this suppression. Oh no, I can't hold on any longer. The Black Blood Emperor's face changed drastically. He could barely withstand the impact of the reincarnation sword formation, but at this time, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword came straight at him, but he did not have time to swing his saber to block it. He had no choice but to rely on his powerful body protection to find a way to take this sword head-on. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. The black robe on the Black Blood Emperor's body instantly turned into black armor. The black armor covered the Black Blood Emperor's entire body. There were even some black halos around his body. The aura of a top-tier heavenly treasure was emitted from the armor. The Black Blood Emperor relaxed slightly when he saw the powerful power of the black armor. He had obtained the black armor by chance. Although it was only at the superior divine treasure level, it was definitely the best of the best among the superior divine treasures. Its value was almost comparable to a special treasure at the superior divine treasure level. The black armor was his most powerful protective means, and he was quite confident in its protective ability. He believed that no matter how powerful Jian Wushuang's next attack was, after being weakened by the black armor, it would at most be able to injure him, but not seriously. As for killing him, it was impossible. But soon, his expression completely froze. As soon as the blade of Jian Wushuang's scarlet longsword touched the protective armor on his body, his extremely confident protective armor was immediately torn apart like a piece of paper. The protective armor was torn apart, so it did not pose much of an obstacle to the scarlet longsword. The scarlet longsword mercilessly cut through the divine body of the Black Blood Emperor and flew out from the other end. In an instant, the divine body of the Black Blood Emperor was cut into two pieces. His vitality had begun to dissipate. The Black Blood Emperor's eyes were still wide open, but his face was filled with horror and disbelief. Yes, it was unbelievable. He could not imagine that Jian Wushuang's sword could kill him directly. He also did not expect that his protective armor, which was considered the best among the top-tier heavenly treasures, would be so vulnerable to Jian Wushuang's sword light. It's a sword. It's his sword. Before he died, the Black Blood Emperor looked at the scarlet longsword in Jian Wushuang's hand. The scarlet longsword looked ordinary, but it did not emit much aura or power. Even during the battle, the Black Blood Emperor could feel that the scarlet longsword's power was extraordinary, but he did not think too much about it. But now, before he died, the Black Blood Emperor understood. Holy treasure! This sword is a holy treasure, and it's extremely sharp and extremely powerful. The Black Blood Emperor growled in his heart, but his eyes dimmed completely. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked down at the Black Blood Emperor's corpse, which had been broken into two pieces. His face was extremely cold. Marquis of 3 who fought with me in the Pill Sun Sacred World, was not weak in the first stage of the Invincible Divine Master, but I could still fight with him. Now that I've broken through to the level of an elementary Great Divine Master, the Blood Mountain Sword has undergone a transformation. Its power has increased tenfold, and its overall combat strength is dozens of times stronger than before. Especially the Blood Mountain Sword. It has more than the power of a holy treasure. The most important thing is that its blade is too sharp. A protective armor at the level of a superior divine treasure is like a piece of paper in front of my Blood Mountain Sword. There's no way to defend against it. After killing the Black Blood Emperor, Jian Wushuang was not too excited. After all, he knew that his current combat strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary invincible divine master. Even if the Black Blood Emperor had reached the second stage among invincible divine masters, he was still no match for Jian Wushuang. Moreover, he had not used his full strength just now. He had not used many of his trump cards. He had only relied on his swordsmanship and the reincarnation sword formation to kill the Black Blood Emperor. His real combat strength could be even stronger. Chapter 2869. Young Master Chu's trump card, the Black Blood Emperor is dead. Next, it's him. Jian Wushuang looked at young Master Chu coldly. He knew very well that the four Divine Masters and Black Blood Emperor were just following orders. Young Master Chu was the one who wanted to kill him. Jian Wushuang had thought that young Master Chu would be terrified after seeing him kill the Black Blood Emperor. However, what surprised him was the look on his face. He was indeed very surprised that Jian Wushuang could kill the Black Blood Emperor. However, he was not too frightened. What kind of trump card does young Master Chu have? Jian Wushuang could not help thinking. At this moment, young Master Chu's eyes were fixed on the Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. It's this sword. It's so sharp and terrifying. I know how strong the Black Blood Emperor's body protection is. The body protection armor on his body is an absolute top-grade heavenly treasure, but in front of this sword, it was torn apart like a piece of paper. This sword, young Master Chu's eyes lit up. He had already thought of a possibility. It seems that the sword principal weapon you asked Lord Amo to refine should be this sword in your hand. Young Master Chu said excitedly. Master Chu, I'm very curious. What else can you rely on to face me so calmly without running away? Aren't you afraid that it'll kill you? Jian Wushuang also looked at Master Chu. Kill me? Do you dare? Master Chu smiled coldly. Jian Yi, don't forget that my father is World Lord Tian Chu. He's an extremely powerful immortal saint, and his methods are very good. Although he'll be furious that you killed the Black Blood Emperor, he might not kill you personally. But if he dares to attack me again, I dare to say that my father will kill you at all costs. Do you think you can escape then? This is what you rely on. Do you want to use your father to intimidate me? Jian Wushuang's face was very cold. Of course not. Young Master Chu shook his head slightly and then took out a token. The token looked ordinary, and when it appeared in young Master Chu's hand, Jian Wushuang immediately sensed an extremely terrifying aura from it. This aura made his heart palpitate. There was no doubt that this aura came from the immortal saint. Jian Yi, you should be able to see what this token is. Young Master Chu smiled. That's right. This token is a life-saving token that my father personally refined for me. During this period, it contains the power of one blow from my father. It's enough to kill any Divine Master, including the invincible Divine Master. If you have the guts, you can give it a try. Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He finally understood why young Master Chu was so confident. It turned out that he had such a trump card. The token that contained the power of one strike from Realm Lord Tian Chu was the power of one strike from the immortal saint. Realm Lord Tian Chu was well known in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow and was an extremely powerful immortal saint. His power was below that of the immortal saint. Not many people could survive. After all, the gap between the immortal saint and the Divine Master was too big. Jian Wushuang had already possessed the combat strength of an invincible Divine Master when he was in the Pill Sun Sacred World. Now that his realm had broken through and his Blood Mountain sword had undergone a transformation, his overall strength had increased by nearly 100 times. But even so, he did not think that he was qualified to fight with an immortal saint. However, that did not mean that Jian Wushuang was afraid of Realm Master Tian Chu. Master Chu, it seems that Realm Master Tian Chu really dotes on you. He just came to Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to attend the ceremony. Not only did he arrange for you to be protected by an invincible Divine Master and 4 peak Divine Masters, but he also refined a life-saving talisman for you. However, you are destined to be disappointed. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. A majestic killing intent slowly rose from his body. Sensing this majestic killing intent, young Master Chu's expression could not help but change. Jian Yi, do you really want to die? Although young Master Chu had absolute confidence in his life-saving command talisman, to be exact, he had absolute confidence in his father. However, even with his father's ability, it was not easy for him to personally refine such a life-saving command talisman. Therefore, he hoped that Jian Wushuang would give up so that he could not use this trump card. But now, courting death? Haha, young Master Chu, you think too highly of yourself. Jian Wushuang sneered. The majestic killing intent had completely covered young Master Chu. At the same time, a large amount of golden divine power surged out from the surface of Jian Wushuang's body. In an instant, it formed a huge golden emperor phantom behind Jian Wushuang, which was at least 30,000 feet tall. Jian Wushuang finally used his secret skill, Divine Punishment. As soon as Divine Punishment was used, Jian Wushuang's strength soared again, but his body had already rushed out. Seeing this, young Master Chu finally did not hesitate anymore. Go to hell. With a powerful shout, young Master Chu directly crushed the life-saving token in his hand. In an instant, a world-shaking and terrifying power suddenly erupted. This power was much more powerful than the full power of an ordinary divine master, or even an invincible divine master. It was definitely at the level of an immortal saint, and among them, it was definitely not weak. Rumble. The sky and earth changed color, and the entire void was shaking crazily. Under the guidance of young Master Chu, this sudden burst of terrifying power suddenly turned into a towering hand. The towering hand opened its fingers and directly grabbed at Jian Wushuang. Wherever it passed, a crisp explosion sounded in the void. Jian Wushuang, who was moving, felt that a terrifying power had completely covered and sealed him, making him lose any chance to escape. The towering hand finally covered Jian Wushuang and suddenly clenched. An explosive power was activated, as if it could crush an entire world. Jian Wushuang was completely submerged by the overwhelming, terrifying power. In the void next to him, Master Chu stood there and looked at the giant hand in front of him, which was destroying everything. A cold smile appeared on his face. Father, this is Father's strength. Jian Yi really deserves to die. He thought that he was amazing enough to kill the Black Blood Emperor, but he didn't know that he was no different from an ant in front of Father. If Father wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Chapter 2870. Killing young Master Chu. Looking at the earth-shattering power in front of him, young Master Chu's eyes were filled with extreme fanaticism. This fanaticism was his admiration for his father. The undying sage, the true overlord of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, was much stronger than the reverent god. All below the sage were ants. This sentence was definitely not casually said. Wang, the power that filled the sky, finally dissipated completely. That piece of void slowly revealed its original appearance. Is he dead? Young Master Chu stood on the spot, staring at the void in front of him. But at this moment, a powerful sword intent swept out mercilessly, annihilating the many powers in the surroundings. Following that, a human figure slowly stepped out and appeared in front of the young Master Chu once again. The power of the immortal saint's strike is indeed impressive, Jian Wushuang praised, but there was a faint smile on his face and a mocking look on his face. Young Master Chu, who had been confident and had absolute confidence in the life-saving command talisman refined by his father, suddenly turned pale. How is this possible? Young Master Chu stared at Jian Wushuang with wide eyes, as if he could not believe what was happening. He also could not believe that his father had made this life-saving command talisman himself. Moreover, his father had told him not to use the life-saving command talisman unless it was a life-or-death situation. Once he used the power of the command talisman, no one below the immortal saint could survive. Even the invincible divine masters could not survive. He believed his father's words. But now, Jian had survived the power of the command token. Not only did he survive, but he also looked like he did not have any wounds. Yes, he was not injured at all, and his aura had been magnificent. Obviously, Jian Wushuang did not suffer from the power of the command token. This made Master Chu feel incredulous. However, no matter how shocked he was, the truth had already happened. He had used his last trump card, the life-saving token, but Jian Wushuang did not die. So what happened next, Master Chu? It seems that you will die in the end, Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. No. Master Chu immediately became terrified, and his eyes were full of fear. Jian Yi, my father is World Lord Tian Chu, and he has always doted on me. If you dare to kill me, my father will never let you go." "You have just said that." Jian Wushuang sneered. He did not want to pay any attention to him at all, and his body had already floated forward. "Jian Yi, please let me go. Whatever conditions you have, just say it. No matter what conditions you have, I will agree to them. Even if I can't do it, I will ask my father to do it himself, as long as you are willing to let me go." Master Chu's face was crazy, and he kept crying and shouting. He no longer looked like the elegant young master he used to be. His heart was trembling. Seeing this, the mockery in Jian Wushuang's eyes became even stronger. "I'm not interested in your conditions. Just die." Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of Master Chu, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had already been brandished. "No, Jian Yi, my father will avenge me. He will." Young Master Chu's roar was hysterical. As soon as his voice fell, his head was thrown away. Looking at young Master Chu's body, Jian Wushuang smiled. He is about to die, but he still used World Master Tian Chu to suppress me. He thinks I don't dare to kill him. What a joke. Jian Wushuang admitted that World Master Tian Chu was indeed very strong. This could be seen from the power of the life-saving command talisman just now. The huge hand just now had indeed completely crushed Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang had no room to fight back. He knew that he could not face World Master Tian Chu directly, but so what? He could not face him head-on, but World Master Tian Chu did not have the ability to kill him. So what did he have to worry about? The young master of World Master Tian Chu has such a big background, so he must have a lot of treasures. Black Blood Emperor, who was just killed by me, and the 4 great divine masters must be very rich. They'll look for them carefully later. I'd better leave now. Jian Wushuang put away the interspatial rings of young Master Chu and the others. Then he flew into the void and soon disappeared. Not long after Jian Wushuang left, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the void. One was old, and the other was young. They were Qi Ming, the young master of the Point Star Pavilion, and the immortal saint who was following him. They looked around the void. The bodies of young Master Chu and the others had been destroyed by Jian Wushuang, but Qi Ming and the immortal saint still looked very strange. When I met Jian Yi in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I sensed that he was very strong and could even kill me easily. That's why I stopped fighting with him. Now it seems that I was right. Qi Ming took a deep breath. He sighed quietly. He killed 4 divine masters at the peak of the divine realm and Black Blood Emperor by himself. This young man is indeed very strong. The black-robed elder nodded slightly. After leaving the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, young Master Chu immediately brought people to chase after Jian Wushuang. In fact, Qi Ming and the black-robed elder followed him, but they did not show up. However, they saw everything that had just happened, including Jian Wushuang, killing the 4 peak divine masters, killing Black Blood Emperor, surviving young Master Chu's strongest trump card, and finally killing young Master Chu. They saw everything clearly. First of all, Jian Wushuang killing the 4 peak divine masters did not surprise them. After all, an ordinary invincible divine master could easily kill a peak divine master, which meant that Jian Wushuang had the combat strength of an invincible divine master. However, it was surprising that Jian Wushuang had killed the Black Blood Emperor. It was rare to see an invincible divine master in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. Every single one of them was very strong and had many skills. Under normal circumstances, unless the immortal saint personally killed them, it would be too difficult to kill an invincible divine master. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill an invincible divine master in a one-on-one situation. As for the Black Blood Emperor, he was not weak among invincible divine masters and had already entered the 2nd stage. His comprehension of the rules had reached the level of the immortal saint, so it was naturally more difficult to kill him. However, he was easily killed by Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2871. Fury, Black Blood Emperor is already an invincible divine master in the 2nd stage. Even those who have reached the immortal saint level in their comprehension of the rules and have created an absolute art in the saint level cannot kill him. As for Jian Yi, His comprehension of the rules and the absolute art he created are not very strong. The black-robed elder was a real immortal saint. He had seen the battle clearly, so he could see Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the rules. The absolute arts he had created were only at the level of an ordinary invincible divine master. Compared with the Black Blood Emperor, not even close. Although his laws and techniques are not as powerful as the Black Blood Emperor's, the power of Jian Yi is much stronger than the Black Blood Emperor's. Furthermore, he has the reincarnation sword formation. However, the most important thing is the divine weapon in his hand. That sword is very powerful. It's definitely not just an ordinary divine weapon. The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes. I just heard Chu Hong talking about the Fire Cloud Castle and Imo Tao. Could it be that the Sword Dao divine weapon that Imo Tao refined with the holy heavenly furnace not long ago is the sword in his hand? You mean the Sword Dao treasure that Lord Imo refined previously and shook the entire Golden Crow Nine Realms? Qi Ming was immediately shocked. I heard from Master that Lord Imo rarely refined treasures with the holy heavenly furnace over the years. The last time, he refined it to help Lord Bone Emperor refine a special treasure. This time, although no one knows what the Sword Dao treasure is, it must be of an extremely high level. Its value might not be lower than Lord Bone Emperor's special treasure. How could such a treasure be in the hands of a mere deity? I don't know, the black-robed elder said in a low voice. However, even if the divine weapon in Jianyi's hand isn't the treasure Imo Tao refined, it is definitely a very powerful sacred treasure. If such a sacred treasure were to be in the hands of an undying sage who specializes in the Tao of the sword, its power would definitely be even stronger. Qi Ming frowned. If that's the case, why didn't you kill Jian Yi just now and snatch the divine weapon? Qi Ming asked with a frown. They had been around just now. If the black-robed elder had attacked, Jian Yi definitely would not have been able to escape. However, when he heard Qi Ming's words, the black-robed elder shook his head slightly. Jian Yi isn't that simple. Just now, Chu Hong took out his life-saving jade talisman at the last moment. That life-saving jade talisman contained the power of a single strike from the Tianchu Realm Lord. It was extremely powerful, yet it wasn't able to injure even a single hair on the sword. Although I don't know how he did it, since he was able to easily block a single strike from the Tianchu Realm Lord, even if this old man personally acted, I don't think I would be able to take him down. Elder Su, you can't even take him down with your own hands? Qi Ming could not help but be shocked. Elder Su, this was a genuine immortal saint. The gap between the immortal saint and the reverent god was simply insurmountable. Logically, no reverent god should be able to escape with an immortal saint taking action personally. But now, this Elder Su actually did not have the confidence to take down Jian Yi? Was Jian Yi really that powerful? I am indeed not confident that I can do anything to him. Moreover, I have a hunch that Jian Yi still has many trump cards hidden on him. These trump cards are all extraordinary, and even I have some misgivings about them. Therefore, it is better not to provoke him unless it is absolutely necessary, said the black-robed elder. In that case, are we just going to sit idly by and watch as Lord Imo personally forged this powerful sword Dao weapon? Qi Ming frowned. That's not the case. The black-robed elder smiled. If I didn't see wrongly, that young Master Chu wasn't just begging for mercy before he died. At the same time, he had already secretly sent a message to his father, World Overlord Tian Chu, informing him of his death. Not only is that World Overlord Tian Chu extremely powerful, he's one of the hardest to deal with amongst the Undying Saints. He's also famous for spoiling his son. If not, he wouldn't have paid such a huge price to help his son pursue the young phoenix. Now that Chu Hong is dead, that World Overlord Tian Chu will definitely be furious. He might even immediately move to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City to find Jian Yi and avenge his son. At that time, we only need to watch from the side. Once we know the truth about Jian Yi and find an opportunity, it won't be too late for us to act. MMHM, that's all we can do. Qi Ming nodded. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City was a territory under the control of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, not the Starpoint Sacred City where his Starpoint Pavilion was located. Here, the experts of his Starpoint Pavilion would more or less have some misgivings. This time, It was also because of the opening of the Dragon Phoenix rankings that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion allowed the Undying Sage of the Starpoint Pavilion to openly appear in the city. But if they wanted to look for help from the Starpoint Pavilion now, if the Starpoint Pavilion were to send a second Undying Sage, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would definitely not sit idly by. There was no other way. Since the black-robed old man was not confident of taking down Jian-yi with a single glance, they could only hope that World Overlord Tian Chu would be able to rush over and reap the benefits. Golden Crow 9 Realms, Tian Chu Realm. In terms of territory, the Tian Chu Realm was definitely one of the top 3 realms in the Golden Crow 9 Realms. It was slightly larger than the Heavenly Void Realm and had more experts. And compared to the Pill Sun Sacred World, it was naturally much stronger. The Heaven Curve World Overlord was one of the publicly acknowledged peak experts in the Golden Crow 9 Realms. His fame was so great that countless years ago, he had already caused people to revere him. In addition, the Heaven Curve World Overlord had always been tyrannical and unruly. In the entire Golden Crow 9 Realms, other than the Supreme Lord Bone Emperor, there was not a single Undying Sage that could cause him to feel fear. Within a boundless starry space, a burly middle-aged man dressed in a violet gold robe with an incomparably violent aura akin to a brown bear, World Overlord Tian Chu, suddenly opened his eyes. Boundless rage instantly rose up as a shocking killing intent erupted out, filling the entire starry space. He's dead. Hong-er was actually killed. Swordsman. It was Jian-yi who killed Hong-er. Realm Lord Tian Chu's eyes were cold, filled with boundless killing intent. And he was not unfamiliar with the name Jian-yi. Back at Fire Cloud Castle, that young Master Chu was there. He had personally witnessed Mo Tao using the holy heavenly furnace to refine treasures. At that time, young Master Chu had suspected this person called Jian-yi and even told him about it, but he did not take it to heart. After all, he was only an advanced great divine master. How could he have the ability to ask the number 1 refiner of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow to refine a divine weapon of that level? But now, Chapter 2872. Beginning the refinement, easily killing the 4 peak great divine masters that I placed beside Hong-er, killing the Black Blood Emperor, and even surviving my attack, killing Hong-er in the end. Good. It's very good in front of everyone. Realm Master Tian Chu clenched his hands tightly, but his body was trembling in anger. Hong-er, just you wait. I'll avenge you soon. Realm Master Tian Chu growled. Soon, he moved directly toward the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. After killing young Master Chu and the others, Jian Wushuang left as fast as he could. In the void, Jian Wushuang was checking the treasures in the interspatial rings of young Master Chu and the others. It had to be said that Realm Lord Tian Chu really doted on Master Chu. Master Chu was only a senior great divine master, but his wealth was much higher than that of an ordinary invincible divine master. Just the ready-made Saint elixirs alone, he had 300,000 of them, as well as various resources and various magic weapons and treasures. They were also extremely valuable. As for the Black Blood Emperor, although he was an invincible divine master, his wealth was much lower than Master Chu's. However, he still had more than 100,000 Saint elixirs and a lot of resources and treasures. In addition to the wealth of the 4 great divine masters, Jian Wushuang had obtained 500,000 Saint elixirs and countless resources and treasures. Unfortunately, these people, including Master Chu's interspatial ring, did not have any particularly valuable treasures. There was no treasure that was so precious that Jian Wushuang was moved or useful to him. Jian Wushuang could do nothing about it. Now, he has a lot of treasures, and the level is very high. Ordinary treasures, for him, really has no attraction. I got 2 million sacred elixirs from Brother Mo after absorbing all of them. Not only did I break through to the elementary divine master level, but I also accumulated more than half of my divine power. Now, I have 500,000 sacred elixirs. If I devour all of them, although I still can't break through to the advanced divine master level, my divine power will improve a lot, and it'll be one step closer to the advanced divine master level. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although killing young Master Chu and the others would cause him some trouble, and he might even be hunted down by the Tianchu Realm Lord, it was a good deal for him to get so many sacred elixirs at once. Jian Wushuang was in deep thought when suddenly, Jian Yi, my friend. A message was transmitted to him. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he immediately took out a token. This token was given to him by Mo Tao, the #1 blacksmith in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, who had already reached the 8th grade. Brother Mo, are you looking for me today to start refining that domain-type holy treasure? Jian Wushuang's voice carried a trace of joy. Haha, you guessed it right, my friend. Over the past 10 years, I have completely recovered my mind, and I have also consolidated my breakthrough in the weapon refining realm. Now everything is ready, and I can start refining. If you are not busy, you can come to my Fire Cloud Castle. If you can't leave, it doesn't matter. After I have finished refining, you can come and take it. Mo Tao smiled. His attitude was extremely warm and amiable. Well, it'll come over now. Jian Wushuang smiled. He immediately left for Fire Cloud Castle. When he came back to Fire Cloud Castle, Bai Yin had already received the news and was waiting outside. When Jian Wushuang arrived, Bai Yin quietly brought Jian Wushuang into Fire Cloud Castle and came to Mo Tao. Brother Mo. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. My friend Jian Yi, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Your strength has grown. I heard that not long ago in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, you made a name for yourself and even made that young phoenix look at you differently? Mo Tao looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Brother Mo, you also know about this? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Although he had not made a move in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, his appearance had attracted a lot of attention. After all, he had asked the young phoenix to ask his name. Mr. Jian Yi, since the Dragon Phoenix list has been opened, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has invited our Fire Cloud Castle to attend the ceremony. Although the master was not free and did not go in person, he sent an in-name disciple to go. After he came back, the in-name disciple told me about the matter, and then I would pass it on to Master, Bai Yin said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Well, my young friend Jian Yi, the main reason for inviting you here is to refine the domain-type holy treasure. But what do you want from this domain-type holy treasure? Mo Tao asked. If you want it, try to make it more powerful and easier to control. Because I know several domain-type methods myself, I hope these domain-type methods can work perfectly with the domain-type holy treasure and complement each other, so as not to repel each other and affect its power, Jian Wushuang said. There were all kinds of strange domains in the domain, and even if they were used by the same person, it would be difficult for them not to be repelled. Jian Wushuang could only try to reduce the repelling. I understand. However, the activation of a domain-type treasure will consume a lot of divine power. The higher the level, the more powerful the domain-type treasure will be. If you need a more powerful one, I can do my best. But you also have to consider whether your divine power can keep up with it, Mo Tao said. He was also giving Jian Wushuang a suggestion. After all, Jian Wushuang was only a peak divine master. It was not easy for a normal peak divine master to control a domain-type holy treasure, and that was just the ordinary power. If Jian Wushuang wanted the power to be stronger, it would require more divine power. Don't worry about divine power. I have a special constitution, so I have enough divine power, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Mo Tao recalled Jian Wushuang's blood essence. He knew that Jian Wushuang was not an ordinary person, so he nodded secretly. If these are the only requirements, then I can start refining now. However, I don't plan to use the Holy Heavenly Furnace this time. After all, once I use the Holy Heavenly Furnace, it will cause too much trouble. Last time, when I added the blood essence to the divine sword, it caused a lot of trouble. Many experts came to me, so I spent a lot of effort to get rid of them, Mo Tao said with a smile. Moreover, I am now a genuine 8th grade blacksmith. Even if I don't use the Holy Heavenly Furnace, I can still refine a suitable domain-type holy treasure for you. Chapter 2873. The peak of the 3rd grade and 8th grade weapon refiners' weapon-making skills were far superior to those of the previous top 7th grade weapon refiners. Imotao was also absolutely confident. It was indeed not difficult for him to refine a domain-type holy treasure now. However, it will take me some time to refine a domain-type holy treasure even if I do it myself. The conservative estimate is that it will take about 3 years. If you have nothing else to do, you can stay in my fire cloud castle for 3 years. I will ask Bai Yin to take good care of you. 3 years later, I guarantee that I will deliver a powerful domain-type holy treasure to you, Imotao said. In that case, it'll have to trouble you, Brother Imo, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. No worries. Imotao waved his hand and said, Disciple, please take good care of your friend. Yes. Bai Yin nodded respectfully and left with Jin Wushuang. Meanwhile, Imotao had already started refining. Mr. Jin E, Master has instructed you to let me know if you have any instructions during these 3 years. Bai Yin was very polite. Haha, I don't have any instructions. How about this, Mr. Bai Yin, please arrange a secret room for me. I have something to do, and I want to go into closed-door cultivation. When Brother Imo refines the treasure 3 years later, just let me know, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Bai Yin nodded. Bai Yin immediately arranged a secret room for Jian Wushuang in Fire Cloud Castle. The secret room was completely sealed, and there were powerful restrictions around it. No one would disturb Jian Wushuang. The reason why Jian Wushuang chose the secret room was naturally to refine the 500,000 holy pills he got from young Master Chu and the others. After he reached the rank of Great Divine Master, his speed of devouring and refining skyrocketed again. 3 years should be enough for him to refine all 500,000 Saint Elixirs. By then, his divine power would be able to improve significantly. Time passed. 3 years passed in a flash. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang had already refined all 500,000 Saint Elixirs. Now, he was relying on the 2 heaven-sealing scrolls to continue to comprehend the rules and his sword principle. Whether it was his comprehension of sword principle or the rules, he had already reached the limit of Divine Master. One more step, and he would be an immortal saint. However, it was very difficult to take this step. Even a peerless genius like Jian Wushuang, with the help of the heaven-sealing scroll, would not be able to take this step easily. However, as he comprehended, Jian Wushuang also found that his bottleneck in comprehending the sword principle and the space-time rules were somewhat loosened. What he lacked now was an opportunity. As long as he had a slight opportunity, his comprehension of the sword principle and the space-time rules might be able to directly break through to the immortal saint level. At that time, his battle strength would soar again. I can't rush it. I have to take it slow, Jian Wushuang muttered in his heart. But at this moment, Buzz, a powerful treasure aura suddenly burst out from the depths of the Fire Cloud Castle. This aura was very shocking. It was obviously a powerful holy treasure. There was an immediate commotion in the Fire Cloud Castle. They also knew that it must be the Lord of the Fire Cloud Castle. Since Lord Imo had refined a very powerful holy treasure, Jian Wushuang was naturally alarmed. Is it done? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked out of the secret room. As soon as he walked out of the secret room, Jian Wushuang saw Bai Yin hurriedly running toward him. Mr. Jian E, my master sent a message, asking me to take you there immediately, Bai Yin said. Well, let's go. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Bai Yin to the place where Imotao refined the holy treasure. Once there, Jian Wushuang saw a special treasure floating in the void. It was a scarlet compass that seemed to be completely condensed from blood. The compass was engraved with complicated secret patterns and exotic beasts, which looked extremely mysterious. The powerful aura of the treasure was emitted from the scarlet compass. Jian E, this is the treasure I refined for you. Refine it first, then test its power. Imotao's voice sounded. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and appeared in front of the scarlet compass. He immediately recognized it as his master. The compass was obviously a holy treasure with extraordinary power. Jian Wushuang was only a great divine master. Normally, it would take a long time to refine such a treasure, but this was only for ordinary great divine masters. However, Jian Wushuang was different. The process of refining the scarlet compass was very easy. In just a moment, he had completely controlled the compass. Let's give it a try. There was a hint of expectation in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Immediately, a large amount of divine power was poured into the compass, and the scarlet compass immediately burst out with bursts of blood light. Buzz! Buzz! The bursts of blood light completely turned into a blood-red river and swept out in all directions. In an instant, the entire world was covered by the blood-red river. The blood-red river was vast and powerful. It moved people's minds and occupied everything in the world. The entire world became completely blood-red. It's not easy to activate a domain-type holy treasure. It consumes a lot of divine power, but it's nothing to me. The power of this holy treasure, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The blood-red river that occupied everything in the world. It immediately burst out with terrifying power and began to press down in one direction. The terrifying pressure was applied to the void. It seemed that the void could not withstand the pressure and was about to explode completely. This power, although it doesn't really affect the body of the cultivator and cannot be fully manifested, I can feel that the pressure of the blood-red river's domain is definitely dozens of times, or even nearly 100 times stronger than the golden light domain used by the golden feather illusionary light mirror. Jian Wushuang was secretly shocked. Jian Yi, try to drive the blood river domain toward me, Imo Tao said. Brother Imo, you have to be careful. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately urged the blood river to crazily press toward Imo Tao. Under the crazy pressure of the blood river, even a genuine immortal saint like Imo Tao was slightly shocked, but a smile appeared on his face. That's enough, Imo Tao said. Jian Wushuang immediately put away the blood river domain. Brother Imo, how do you feel? Jian Wushuang asked. It's really powerful. I once refined domain-type holy treasures and refined 3 of them, but they were only at the 3rd grade ordinary level. But now, after I became an 8th grade weapon refiner, the compass I refined should have reached the peak of the 3rd grade. Imo Tao said. Chapter 2874. 9 Universe Blood Light River, a superior 3rd grade holy treasure? Jian Wushuang was delighted. It is indeed a superior 3rd grade domain-type holy treasure. Even I was suppressed by the blood-red river and my overall strength was reduced by more than 10%. This is because you are only a divine master. If an immortal saint used it, the suppression would be even more terrifying, Imo Tao said. Even Brother Mo's strength has been suppressed by more than 10%? Jian Wushuang's body trembled. Imo Tao was not only an 8th grade weapon refiner, but also a very powerful immortal saint. Among the immortal saints of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, he was also one of the strongest ones. Even he was suppressed by more than 10% of his strength. Jian Wushuang knew a lot of domain-type techniques. If he fully activated the Red River domain, coupled with the suppression of the Star Armor domain, the Prison of Punishment, and his Sword Principal World, then an ordinary immortal saint would be suppressed by more than 20% of his strength. Under the pressure of the 4 domains, his strength would be suppressed by at least 20%. If his realm improved in the future and his divine power improved again, the power of the domain would be even more terrifying. Good treasure. Thank you, Brother Imo. Jian Wushuang said gratefully. You're welcome. Imo Tao just smiled faintly. By the way, this compass has just been refined. I haven't given it a name yet. Now that you're its owner, you can give it a name. A name? Jian Wushuang pondered and said, once this compass is activated, it immediately forms a real blood light and then turns into a blood-red river. I think it can be called the Blood Light River. Blood Light River? It's not bad, but the 3 words are too monotonous. How about this? They'll add the 2 words 9 Universe before. The name of the 9 Universe Blood Light River should be more domineering, Imo Tao said with a smile. 9 Universe Blood Light River, good name. Jian Wushuang immediately smiled and touched the scarlet compass. From today on, you will be called the 9 Universe Blood Light River. The 9 Universe Blood Light River, a superior 3rd grade domain-type holy treasure, was born. The power of the 9 Universe Blood Light River was very strong. and it greatly improved Jian Wushuang's overall strength. Unfortunately, domain-type treasures were not like natal armors and natal magic weapons, so they could not continuously increase their power according to their owner's strength. After a while, Jian Wushuang merged the nine-universe Bloodlight River into his divine body. Brother Mo, since the domain-type holy treasure has been refined, I won't stay any longer. I'll visit you again when I have time, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Okay, Bai Yin, send my friend Jian off for me, Mo Tao said gently. Bai Yin immediately led Jian Wushuang out of the Fire Cloud Castle. When they came, Jian Wushuang came directly from the front door. When they left, they still went to the underground palace, so they could avoid some people with evil intentions. Mr. Jian Yi, I'll send you here. Bai Yin sent Jian Wushuang to the end of the underground palace. Thank you, Mr. Bai Yin. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately left. Jian Wushuang was flying slowly in the vast void alone. Suddenly, his expression changed. Huh? There are cultivators in such a remote place, and they are not weak either. It's a great divine master? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had already sensed the existence of a great divine master in the void not far away from him. However, he only paid a little attention to a senior great divine master and did not take it to heart. They did not meet and Jian Wushuang left immediately. What Jian Wushuang did not know was that he did not pay attention to the great divine master, but the latter kept staring at him. It's him, it's Jianyi. The eyes of the gloomy and cold elder in a gray robe flashed with a trace of fierceness. I've long heard that Fire Cloud Castle is located in the depths of a volcano. There are many underground passages that lead to the vicinity of the Fire Cloud Castle. It seems that this is indeed the case. Fortunately, sir, you were careful. Otherwise, this kid would have really escaped. The elder gave a strange laugh and then took out his token to send a message. In the void, Jian Wushuang did not travel far after leaving the Fire Cloud Castle. Suddenly, boom! An extremely vast aura that even Jian Wushuang felt a little shocked appeared within his perception range. This aura is the aura of the immortal saint. Who is it? Jian Wushuang focused his eyes and immediately looked toward the source of the aura. He also found that the aura was approaching him at an alarming speed. Obviously, the other party was coming toward him. Soon, a figure appeared in Jian Wushuang's line of sight. It was a burly middle-aged man wearing a purple-gold robe. He had an extremely violent aura and looked like a brown bear. The middle-aged man was extremely fast. As the distance between him and Jian Wushuang continued to close, the killing intent emitted from his body became more and more intense. Such a strong killing intent is to seek revenge. I have just left the Pill Sun's sacred world and haven't provoked many people. There is only one person who is so angry and crazy enough to chase after me. Realm Lord Tianchu. Jian Wushuang instantly figured out the identity of the person. He knew the identity of the person and how much the person wanted to kill him. However, Jian Wushuang did not choose to run away immediately. Instead, he stood there quietly and waited for the arrival of Realm Lord Tianchu. Soon, Realm Lord Tianchu appeared in front of him. As soon as he appeared, the sky-shaking killing intent enveloped his body. Even Jian Wushuang, who had experienced endless waves and slaughter, felt the sky-shaking killing intent and his face became solemn. Jianyi. World Master Tianchu stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. World Master Tianchu, right? How did you know that I would be here? Jian Wushuang asked. He had killed young Master Chu and guessed that World Master Tianchu would come to kill him personally. He was not surprised that World Master Tianchu would hunt him down. However, what surprised him was that World Master Tianchu had found him so quickly. After killing young Master Chu, he immediately arrived at the Fire Cloud Castle. On the way here, he was extremely careful and did not easily reveal his identity. Even if he left the Fire Cloud Castle, he still took the underground passageway, but in the end, not long after he left the Fire Cloud Castle, he bumped into the Realm Lord. Clearly, the Realm Lord knew that he was in the Fire Cloud Castle and had been waiting for him here. And the great divine master he met on the way might very well be one of the Heavenly Curve Realm Lord's men. He had already set up spies around the Fire Cloud Castle in order to prevent him from escaping. Chapter 2875. Realm Lord Tian Chu. Humph. Can you imagine my methods? Realm Lord Tian Chu's voice was as cold as ice. Jin E. Although you don't know me, you killed my Hong-er. Today, I will skin you alive and tear your bones apart so that I can vent my hatred. Kill me? Then I'll give it a try. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, but there was no fear in his heart. On the contrary, there was a faint excitement on his face. Yes, he was indeed excited. Since he had broken through to the great divine master level and the power of the Blood Mountain sword had soared, his strength had greatly improved. He did not think much of ordinary invincible divine masters. Even if they were extremely powerful invincible divine masters, he did not have much desire to fight. Like the Black Blood Emperor from before, he was also an unrivaled divine master at the second stage. However, he had only casually attacked. He had not used his full strength yet, and still easily killed the Black Blood Emperor. Right now, his overall combat strength was already at the peak of unrivaled divine master. Even those legendary unrivaled divine master at the third stage, who were extremely rare, probably could not compare to him. His strength had reached this level. He could also try to challenge the Immortal Saint. Although he was certainly not as strong as the Immortal Saint, he really wanted to fight with the Immortal Saint. At least he had a clear understanding of the Immortal Saint's strength. Now, the World Master Tian Chu had come to him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boundless divine power crazily swept up from Jian Wushuang's body. The divine power gathered rapidly behind him, and in the blink of an eye, a golden emperor phantom rose to the sky. The star power in his body had also been activated. At the same time, a layer of dark golden armor emerged on his body. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, and 9 luminary star armor were all activated. When Jian Wushuang killed the Black Blood Emperor, he had only activated 7-star secret skills. Now that he had used all 3 secret skills, his battle strength had reached a whole new level. Especially the 9 luminary star armor, which had reached the treasured armor chapter. It was enough to increase his attack power 6 times. World Master Tian Chu, let me see how strong you are as an immortal saint. Jian Wushuang was full of fighting spirit, and his voice was unusually cold. You're courting death. World Master Tian Chu also shouted in a low voice. A majestic divine power gathered in his hand, and he slapped it. Boom. The world suddenly shook. In a flash, a towering giant palm fell from the sky. This giant palm was destructive and wanted to smash Jian Wushuang into dust. Looking at this giant palm and feeling the extremely terrifying destructive power of the rules contained in it, Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered with a strange look. The next moment, he drew his sword. He drew his sword casually as if he was an ordinary person wielding a wooden sword. However, when he drew his long sword, a sword light immediately lit up. This sword light was extremely weak, extremely dim, and incomplete. It was an incomplete light, a remnant light. The 8th move of space-time swordsmanship, 1000 Directions Remnant Light. This was the ultimate technique created by the sword light. Under his full power, this sword light was so powerful that it seemed as if it could tear everything apart. When the huge palm that descended from the sky came into direct contact with this sword light, the tearing and killing power contained within the sword light, especially the Blood Mountain sword, was too sharp. Even a top-tier heavenly treasure-level protective armor could be sliced apart like a piece of paper, let alone this huge palm in front of him. Hualala, a huge crack appeared in the center of the huge palm. This crack continued to expand and eventually, the entire palm was sliced apart by the sword light. The power of divine power filled the sky, as well as the endless destructive law energy. All of them frantically spread out towards the surrounding void. A divine master actually defeated my palm head-on? World Lord Tian Chu looked at this scene in shock. The difference between a divine master and an immortal saint was simply too huge. Such a difference was not something that could be easily made up for. Even the most supreme existences amongst deities, such as the legendary immortal saint who had comprehended the laws and even broke through to the third stage of the saint's absolute art, unrivaled divine master, amongst divine masters, they could already be considered the strongest. But even so, a third stage unrivaled divine master against a true immortal saint could only be easily crushed. The difference in divine power alone was too great. It was definitely tens, or even hundreds of times greater. But now, the palm that he, Realm Lord Tianchu, used with all his strength was actually defeated by his opponent? This kid's divine power is so strong? Realm Lord Tianchu was shocked. He knew very well that the power that Jian Wushuang unleashed in order to defeat his palm was extraordinary. And that was indeed the case. Jian Wushuang was now a junior great divine master. Because of the special constitution created by the perfect chaotic creature, his divine power was far stronger than that of his peers. In addition, the primordial void celestial body had increased his divine power greatly, which made his basic divine power burst forth. He had reached the level of peak great divine master. But the secret skill that he used was too powerful. First was the 7-star secret skill. This secret skill allowed him to advance by a realm. It allowed him to temporarily reach the advanced Great Divine Master realm from the initial Great Divine Master realm. Naturally, his divine power soared. At that time, he had already surpassed an ordinary invincible divine master. The punishment divine master, who was 30,000 meters tall, also allowed his divine power to soar. In addition, there was the 9 luminaries star armor, which allowed his divine power to explode 6 times stronger. Finally, there was the Blood Mountain Sword. The power of the Blood Mountain Sword was almost comparable to that of a second-grade holy treasure, and it could increase the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship by 10 times. All of these added together, even if his power was not as strong as the immortal saints, the gap was very small. Just now, Realm Lord Tianchu had casually struck with his palm, but Jian Wushuang had used the ultimate skill he had created. Moreover, his Blood Mountain Sword was extremely sharp. When the sword light came into contact with the giant palm, it was normal for the giant palm to be defeated. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Jian Wushuang could not withstand a blow from Realm Lord Tianchu. It seems that I have underestimated you. No wonder Honger died in your hands, even though she had taken out her life-saving talisman. Realm Lord Tianchu stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold gaze. Thank you for your praise. Although I am only a divine master, it will not be easy for you to kill me, Realm Lord Tianchu. Jian Wushuang sneered. Is that so? Realm Master Tianchu's voice sank, and his surging divine power and the power of the destruction rules surged again. Chapter 2876. The Power of the Realm. Although Jian Wushuang said it beautifully, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, World Master Tianchu did not use his full strength just now, but now, the divine power and the power of the destruction rules that spread out from his body made him feel a little scared. Is he going to use his secret skill? Jian Wushuang thought. Boom! A loud boom suddenly burst out between heaven and the earth. With lightning-like eyes, Realm Lord Tianchu's right hand turned pitch black. In a flash, he struck out with his palm again. He also struck out with his palm, which also fell from the sky. However, the power and movement of this palm were not as great as the previous one. Moreover, the area covered by this palm was not as vast as before, and its size was much smaller. However, Jian Wushuang's eyes focused when he saw this palm strike. He could see that this palm had completely fused divine power and the power of destruction rules. The palm was filled with the power of thunder alone, and the power contained in it was definitely several times stronger than the previous palm strike. Realm Lord Tianchu had already used his ultimate skill in this palm strike. Moreover, it was an ultimate skill at the saint level. Come on! Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with fervor. Although he could feel that the power of this palm was extremely powerful and was not something he could withstand, he was still fearless. Divine power surged out of his body crazily. The 30,000-meter-tall Golden Emperor Phantom was also staring at him. It held a golden longsword tightly in its hand. As Jian Wushuang waved the sword, the Golden Emperor Phantom slashed out the golden sword in its hand. It was still the 8th move of the space-time swordsmanship, Thousand Square-Shaped Light. Jian Wushuang also unleashed his strongest strength. The seemingly weak and dim sword light once again struck the palm of the giant palm. Whoosh! With the sharpness of the Blood Mountain sword, a crack still appeared in the palm of the giant palm. However, this time, the crack did not expand rapidly. Only a part of it was cracked open, and the Blood Mountain sword seemed to be stuck in the middle of the crack. Then, the giant palm continued to crush him with its destructive power. In an instant, it completely covered his entire body. Boom! The giant palm fell from the sky, crushed Jian Wushuang, and then smacked toward the ground below. Under this palm, a huge and boundless handprint immediately appeared on the ground below. This handprint was not only huge, but also bottomless. Jian Wushuang had been completely slammed into the bottom of the handprint, and there was no movement for a moment. Is he dead? Realm Lord Tianchu's aura was still extremely violent. His eyes were cold as he looked down at the deep and invisible handprint. But at this moment, bang, 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 a large amount of gravel flew out from the bottom of the handprint, and then a figure slowly rose up. It was Jian Wushuang who rose up again. At this moment, his figure was clearly in a sorry state, and the purple bell shield formed by the purple Emperor Bell had completely collapsed. However, although he was in a sorry state, Jian Wushuang's aura remained at its peak and did not weaken at all. There was still a faint smile on his face. No wonder you are World Master Tianchu and an immortal saint. Your skills are indeed incomparable to us divine masters, Jian Wushuang said. He was speaking the truth. Immortal saints are much stronger than divine masters. Although he was already heaven-defying enough to defeat World Master Tianchu's attack, it was only a casual attack by the World Master Tianchu. Once Realm Lord Tianchu used his absolute art or other techniques, he would be able to completely crush Jian Wushuang. Perhaps, when my realm rises again and I reach the advanced divine master level, or my comprehension of the rules and sword principle rises to the immortal saint level, I will be able to fight with Realm Lord Tianchu head-on, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He still had room for maneuver in this fight with Realm Lord Tianchu. He still had 2 other trump cards that he had yet to use. These 2 trump cards were the Supreme Sword Essence in the Mountain River map and Blood Mountain Sword, and he had yet to use his domain. However, even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be able to fight against Realm Lord Tianchu. However, if his strength, his comprehension of the rules, and sword principle improved again, it would be a different story. Realm Lord Tianchu, I've learned a lot from today's battle. Farewell. Jian Wushuang laughed, and then rushed to the back. You want to escape? Realm Lord Tianchu burst out with a fierce aura. He instantly turned into a stream of light and chased after Jian Wushuang. As an immortal saint, Realm Lord Tianchu was also very fast. At least, he was much faster than Jian Wushuang. You really want to kill me? Is that possible? Jian Wushuang chuckled and then moved his mind. A scarlet compass flew out of his divine body. As Jian Wushuang's divine power surged, the scarlet compass immediately burst out with bursts of blood light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood light surged and turned into a huge blood-red river. The blood-red river was vast and mighty as it surged toward Realm Lord Tianchu. This is a domain? The Realm Lord narrowed his eyes and sneered. A mere domain wants to stop me? How ridiculous. The Realm Lord did not care. After all, he was an immortal saint, and he was very strong among the immortal saints. Ordinary domain-type techniques did not affect him at all. Even a domain-type treasure at the level of a top-tier heavenly treasure could not affect him at all. Therefore, he was not worried that Jian Wushuang's domain could affect him. However, when the blood-red river came pressing down on him, the expression of Realm Master Tianchu immediately changed. This domain is so strong. My strength has been suppressed by more than 10% in an instant, and my speed has been greatly reduced. How is this possible? Realm Lord Tianchu was shocked. Impossible. Even a domain-type treasure at the level of a top-tier heavenly treasure can't affect me. The Blood River realm is so powerful. Could it be a domain-type holy treasure? Yes, it must be a holy treasure. Jian Yi has a domain-type holy treasure on him. Realm Lord Tian Chu's eyes became even colder. Under the pressure of the nine-universe Blood Light River, his speed was greatly reduced. However, he was still able to keep up with Jian Wushuang's speed and was unable to be pulled away by him. He still did not give up on chasing after Jian Wushuang. He's really persistent. In that case, Jian Wushuang's lips curled slightly, and golden divine power swept across the sky in an instant. A layer of dark golden light covered his dark golden armor. A surge of supreme sword essence rose, and Jian Wushuang's sword world immediately suppressed it. Chapter 2877. Joining Hands Star Armor Realm, Punishment Prison, Sword World, and Nine-Universe Bloodlight River. Jian Wushuang had already exerted his realm techniques to the extreme. Under the pressure of Nine-Universe Bloodlight River, the strength and speed of World Lord Tian Chu had been greatly suppressed. Now, the pressure on him had increased sharply, and his strength had been suppressed by more than 20%. After all, he was an immortal saint. His speed had been greatly reduced again, and he could no longer keep up with Jian Wushuang's speed. Haha, Realm Lord Tian Chu, we'll meet again. Jian Wushuang's clear voice echoed in the world, but his figure kept pulling away from Realm Lord Tian Chu. Realm Lord Tian Chu had no choice but to stop and watch Jian Wushuang leave. Soon, Jian Wushuang completely disappeared from Realm Lord Tian Chu's sight. How could he escape? Realm Lord Tian Chu clenched his hands, his eyes surging with anger. Although he was angry, Realm Lord Tian Chu still retained his rationality. He had to admit that Jian Wushuang's life-saving ability was very strong. He could not kill Jian Wushuang just because of his terrifying domain skill. No wonder this kid didn't run away when he saw me coming. It turns out that he is very confident in his own strength or his life-saving skills. He just wanted to fight me face to face. After the fight, as soon as he achieved his goal, he left. Realm Lord Tian Chu's face was extremely ugly, and right at this moment, haha, Realm Lord Tian Chu, you've lost a lot of faces today. An immortal saint was actually tricked by a deity and could only watch as the other party left. This isn't like you. Deep laughter suddenly rang out from the surrounding void. Realm Lord Tian Chu's expression sank. His ice-cold eyes immediately turned towards the surrounding void. However, he discovered two figures rushing over. One was old and the other was young. They were the black-robed old man from the Starpoint Pavilion and the young master of the Starpoint Pavilion, Qi Ming. As for the one who laughed out loud, it was none other than the black-robed old man. Old Monster Su from the Starpoint Pavilion? Tian Chu glanced at the two of them as his voice sank. When did you arrive? I arrived very early. It's just that my Starpoint Pavilion has a unique aura concealment technique, and you didn't discover it. The black-robed old man laughed. Qi Ming greets Realm Lord Tian Chu. Qi Ming bowed slightly. Although he was the young pavilion master of the Star Pavilion, when faced with a realm lord who was extremely powerful amongst the immortal saints, he naturally had to show some respect. Little fellow from the Star Pavilion? Realm Lord Tian Chu's expression was cold. What are you all doing here? To tell you the truth, we have been keeping an eye on Jian Wushuang for a long time, even earlier than you, Realm Lord Tian Chu. I asked someone to tell you the news about Jian Wushuang in the Fire Cloud Castle, Elder Su said with a smile. Did you give us the news? Realm Lord Tian Chu frowned. He had come to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City in a rage when he found out that Jian Wushuang had killed Chu Hong. However, he did not know Jian Wushuang's exact location at first. Later, someone told him that Jian Yi was staying in Fire Cloud Castle, so he left. He had been waiting near the Fire Cloud Castle for Jian Yi to appear, and he did get Jian Yi. Unfortunately, he let him escape. Now, he knew that it was someone from the Starpoint Pavilion who told him the news. I have my eyes on Jian Yi, but he sent me a message asking me to take action. Is he trying to kill someone else? Realm Master Tian Chu said coldly. Realm Master Tian Chu, don't misunderstand. We don't intend to kill someone else. It's just that this is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory, so it's not convenient for our Point Star Pavilion to take action here. Moreover, although Jian Yi is only a divine master, his strength and skills are extraordinary. It won't be easy to kill him. I'm sure you've already experienced this just now, Elder Su said. Realm Lord Tian Chu narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that Jin Wushuang was indeed a difficult divine master to deal with. A divine master actually defeated my attack head-on. After that, I tried my best to use my saint-level secret skill to kill him. That palm indeed crushed him completely, but after that, he was only in a sorry state and did not suffer any injuries. Such a method, there was no doubt that Jian Wushuang was not as strong as him. However, after the battle, even if he did not choose to flee, Realm Master Tian Chu still did not have the confidence to kill Jian Wushuang. Old Monster Su, what does the Star Point Pavilion mean? Realm Master Tian Chu looked at him. It's very simple. It would be very difficult for me, or Realm Master Tian Chu, to kill Jian Yi. In that case, why don't we join hands? Elder Su said, join forces? The expression of Realm Lord Tian Chu could not help but shift. Realm Lord Tian Chu, you want to kill Jian Yi because you want to avenge your son Chu Hong. And the reason why our Star Point Pavilion wants to kill him is because of an item in his hands. Our motives aren't contradictory. We can totally join forces. Old Su said, you're right. I only want him dead. As for the treasure on his body, I'm not too interested. Since that's the case, we can indeed join forces. However, Jian Yi's techniques aren't ordinary, especially his domain techniques. They can restrict me greatly. Just now, he relied on his domain techniques to easily escape from me. Although you and I are both undying saints, if we can't restrict his domain techniques, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to kill him. Realm Lord Tian Chu said, that's true, but it's not a big problem. Elder Su smiled. Don't forget that our Star Point Pavilion is the #1 chamber of commerce in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. We don't have many other things, but we have the most treasures among all the forces in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. For example, we have quite a few domain-type treasures in our Star Point Pavilion. Although I don't have any with me, I can find someone to send a domain-type sacred treasure over. At that time, with me personally controlling a domain-type sacred treasure, I can easily suppress Jian Yi's domain. After all, he is only a divine master. Even if he has a domain-type sacred treasure of the same level, with his strength, he won't be able to unleash too much power. As long as his domain is restricted, he will be like a turtle in a jar. When that time comes, killing him will be much easier. Sure. Tian Chu's eyes gleamed. Right, just in case, I've asked for another helper. Elder Su suddenly spoke. Who? Tian Chu looked over. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. Elder Su smiled. Chapter 2878. Pressure Realm Lord Tian Chu, Elder Su, and Qi Ming were waiting in the void. Not long after, a figure rushed over from the void. It was a cold, dark red man. He was tall and slim, and his aura was only at the divine master level. If Jian Wushuang were here, he would have recognized him immediately. This cold man was the invincible divine master from the Heaven Void world, Marquis of 3 Een. Marquis of 3 Een greets Master Su and Realm Lord Tian Chu. Marquis of 3 Een bowed respectfully to the 2 immortal saints. Marquis of 3 Een? I've heard of you. Are you a subordinate of Tian Chu? Realm Lord Tian Chu looked at him. Yes, my Lord Palace Master has often mentioned you before. Marquis of 3 Een appeared abnormally humble. Why? Is the Heavenly Void Palace Master interested in Jian Yi as well? Realm Lord Tian Chu asked in a low voice. Of course, the Heavenly Void Palace Master also wants to kill Jian Yi. Elder Su laughed. Marquis of 3 Een explained, Jian Yi came from the Pill Sun Sacred World. The Realm Lord of the Pill Sun Sacred World, the Crimson Rock Saint, died a long time ago. The Pill Sun's sacred world has also been in an internal conflict, and its strength has been constantly weakened. It has long been reduced to the weakest realm among the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. And the Pill Sun's sacred world is connected to the heavenly void world. My palace master naturally wanted to completely occupy the Pill Sun's sacred world. However, because of the agreement between Lord Bone Emperor and the 4 pavilions and the other realms, he could not personally take action. He could only send his divine master army. In the end, he was defeated because of Jian Yi. It can be said that if Jian Yi doesn't die, my palace master can forget about completely occupying the Pill Sun sacred world. Is that so? Realm Master Tian Chu immediately understood. Heavenly Void Palace Master is also very strong. With his help, together with the 2 of us, there is no chance for Jian Yi to survive, Elder Su said with a smile. In addition, the 3 of us have different motives, so we can take what we want. This time, I personally attacked the Star Point Pavilion and used a domain-type holy treasure. After killing Jian Yi, the Star Point Pavilion does not want much. We only want one thing, and that is the divine sword in his hand. The Star Point Pavilion is determined to get it. That magic sword? Realm Master Tian Chu's expression changed. He had just fought with Jian Wushuang, so he naturally felt the power of the Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. That sword is indeed extraordinary. I heard that Mo Tao of the Fire Cloud Castle used the holy heavenly furnace to refine an extraordinary sword principle magic weapon. During the refining process, Jian Yi happened to visit Mo Tao. This magic sword is most likely the one that Mo Tao refined. Realm Master Tian Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. However, although this divine sword is powerful, it isn't of much use to me. Since the Star Pavilion is determined to obtain this sword, they'll just take it. Elder Su frowned. He then turned his gaze toward the Marquis of 3 The Heavenly Void Palace is extremely powerful, but they aren't proficient in speed. In a battle, if they encounter someone with slightly stronger life-saving techniques, they won't be able to do anything. And that sword has a powerful domain-type sacred treasure in his hands. That sacred treasure is just right for the Heavenly Void Palace Lord to use. When the time comes, they'll give it to him. As for the rest, Jian Yi's interspatial ring and all the treasures on him will belong to you, Realm Lord Tian Chu. Upon hearing these words, the expression of Realm Lord Tian Chu changed as he spoke in a low voice. It was clearly 3 parties working together. But now, one of you wants the divine sword while the other wants the domain-type sacred treasure. Wouldn't this seat be at a disadvantage? Disadvantage? Not necessarily. Elder Su shook his head. Tian Chu Realm Lord, after you exchange blows with that sword, you should be able to tell that although he is only a divine master, his methods are extremely powerful. Not to mention that he was able to invite Mo Tao to use the holy heavenly furnace to forge a divine weapon for him. His net worth must be extraordinary. There's an 80% chance that he has other treasures in his hands, and he might even be hiding some secrets. All of these should be left for you. In the end, what you obtain might be even more than my Star Point Pavilion. After pondering for a moment, Realm Lord Tian Chu nodded. Sure, I agree. Marquis of 3 What about the Heavenly Void Palace Lord? Elder Su looked at the Marquis of 3 I've already reported this suggestion to the Palace Lord, and he has agreed. He is already on his way to the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. The Marquis of 3 said. That's good. Elder Su smiled. According to the news we received from the Star Point Pavilion, Jian Yi has just left the Pill Sun Sacred World and will not return for a short period of time. He will continue to stay in the Dragon Phoenix Sacred City. As long as he stays here, we can easily find him. Once the Heavenly Void Palace Lord arrives, we will act immediately. Okay. Realm Lord Tian Chu nodded heavily. The 3 powerful immortal saints had reached an agreement. Jian Wushuang was flying rapidly in the void far away from the Fire Cloud Castle. At this moment, he was lamenting in his heart. Immortal saint, as expected of an immortal saint. It's not easy to cross over. At least I'm still not strong enough to fight against a real immortal saint, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The fight with Realm Lord Tian Chu was very short. He had only fought with Realm Lord Tian Chu twice. The first time, Realm Lord Tianchu had casually used his palm, but he had defeated him with his full strength. However, the second time, Realm Lord Tianchu had used his Saint's secret skill, so he could not withstand it and was completely crushed. An immortal saint using a saint's secret skill and not using it are two completely different concepts. Once Realm Lord Tianchu uses his saint's secret skill, even if I use my trump card and activate the Supreme Sword Essence in the Blood Mountain Sword, I won't be able to fight against him. To put it bluntly, my realm is too low, and my comprehension of the rules and sword principle is too low. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that although he had escaped this time, Realm Lord Tianchu would not let him off easy because he had killed his son. After this battle, Realm Lord Tianchu would definitely think of other ways to kill him. He might even invite other experts to join forces. If they met again, it would not be easy for him to escape unscathed. Therefore, Jian Wushuang felt a lot of pressure. This pressure was purely caused by his lack of strength. Therefore, what Jian Wushuang wanted the most now was to improve his strength. Now, whether it's breaking through my realm again, rule comprehension, or sword principle comprehension reaching the immortal saint level, they are enough to increase my battle strength. By then, I should be able to contend with Realm Lord Tianchu. However, rule comprehension and sword principle comprehension have already reached a bottleneck, so I can't break through easily. Therefore, I can only think of ways to continue to improve my realm. Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his hands. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.